Okay, looks like we're getting started. I really want to thank everybody who's going to be showing up. The way streams go, odds are there's only just a few of you that are actually jumping on at this very second. But that said, this entire stream is a little bit of an experiment. I've never done a stream this long before. Usually, if it's going to be long, it's going to be a recording in the studio for like the Feldman Protocol. Even then, the longest I've ever gone was with Nick Norwitz, which shouldn't surprise anyone. But this time, it's live, it's ongoing, and I have a huge number of guests that are coming. It's pretty exciting. A lot of people in low carb space. We've got Rob Kiltz, we've got Cynthia Thurlow, we've got Bret Scher, we've got Annette Bosworth, and Ken Berry and Nick Norwitz and Matt Bazooki and Michelle Hearn and Stephen Hussey, Philip Ovadia. And I love that we're going to get Robin. Robin's really cooking. She might even already be on here by now. She has just been like the MVP, I like to say, as far as like getting the word out and bringing it to everyone socially. And of course, my very good friend who's also featured in the movie, Eric Rogers. And finishing off with Eric Westman. Actually, sorry, not finishing off with Eric Westman. We also have the two crazy ketos that will also be joining the stream. They were a last minute addition. Oh, and it didn't get worked out yet, but I believe Austin Dodinsky is also going to be jumping on pretty soon, which I'm pretty excited about. I told him to go ahead and email Sharon, and so she'll see if she can work out the details. I will also mention that before Rob comes on, he should be coming on within this first half hour, that we have Sharon backstage, and we also have our newest Travis Furman, who's off screen, but we had him come in case I need him to run and put out any kind of fires or anything along those lines. So hopefully that'll be coming here pretty soon. Speaking of which, Travis, have you confirmed we're showing on all channels we've advertised to?
We're definitely showing on YouTube.
So we're showing on YouTube. There should be a cholesterol code Facebook page now. Previously, Fat Fiction. You could probably search in either one of those. Travis admitted. I hope you don't mind my sharing this, Travis. As I understand it, you were not even on Facebook until we made you Facebook.
Rarely on Facebook.
He's rarely on Facebook. Yes. Travis is our head of QA and automation for Own Your Labs, and he's fantastic. We love having him on board, but he's also helping out a little bit with this studio stream. Anyway, the movie dropped yesterday, and to be sure, we've been promoting it as dropping today on the 17th. But little note, we actually wanted to be sure that we set the date for its release on the 16th because Amazon doesn't guarantee its release. It usually happens, and especially if you go through an aggregator. But because there was no guarantee, we thought just to be safe, we'd go ahead and set the date to be the 16th, and then maybe it would appear at some point during the day on the 16th. And lo and behold, Amazon hit it right out of the gate. It was available, I believe, at 1 a.m. on the 16th. And so we shifted gears happily and started, promoting launch day as yesterday, which basically turned this stream, the super stream, which was going to be a launch day stream, into kind of a support stream, as many of the guests that'll be appearing, I know, will end up actually having seen it yesterday. I don't know for sure, but a couple of them have already mentioned to me that they had plans to see it if they get the time, which would be fantastic. And I am confirming right now that, yes, I believe on X we have me showing as streaming.
You are streaming on Facebook as well.
Yes, perfect. Okay. Yep, there I am. And this is going to be a little bit of a test. So this is going to be a little bit of a test. Oh, by the way, you can be heard, Travis. So that's kind of cool. I just confirmed that. So, yeah, this stream is supposed to go from 8 a.m. until at some point in the afternoon, depending on how many people we book. Might go longer depending on the questions that come in. I was planning anyway to do a kind of Ask Me Anything session, possibly tomorrow. But more and more, I realized that actually a lot of the Ask Me Anythings could just be taken care of here. So if anybody has any questions, especially when guests aren't on, like right now, we're waiting for Dr. Robert Kiltz. He should be on at some point between the top of the hour and the bottom of the hour. If you have any questions, feel free to put them forward, particularly as it relates to the cholesterol code documentary. But short recap on yesterday. It was awesome. It was fantastic. We got so many comments, like literally every hour. I'd gotten a whole bunch of texts and DMs, but on top of that, there's just been so much circulation on X, which is granted where I normally am. But I also was putting out the word on Instagram. Metabolic Mind was putting out the word. Wide Eye was also circulating it. And there's just been so much action. It's been very exciting. The one thing is that I checked this morning. Amazon does have a lag from when they actually start showing, ratings and reviews. But I was genuinely curious. Make no mistake, we have a lot of pushback in the sphere as well. So believe me, I'm expecting that we'll get reviews on either end of the direction potentially. But I genuinely think that a lot of people, because I have had this, I've had a number of people privately tell me who were, let's just say, not necessarily pro low carb, certainly were concerned about lipids and so forth. This includes at the screenings. Many of them who have said that the movie was very compelling for them, which was obviously very exciting. At the, I want to say it was the showing that we were in Tennessee. A nurse came forward and said that her boyfriend had, quote unquote, dragged her there. And she really just didn't have any interest. And she definitely had very strong opinions on lipids. And she said that the movie really kind of, got her thinking a lot more about the science we were presenting and how it was working. And particularly the stories. What I really love about the flick is that we have so many different compelling personal stories that get shared. I just mentioned Robin Dobbins and Eric Rogers, who's also going to be on this. Sorry, my iPad locked here. Both of whom, there's a lot of discussion on the mental challenges that turn out to be very associated with diet. That the ketogenic diet, many people have found efficacy with it. And a big shout out to Metabolic Mind and the Bazookis for funding a lot of the research that's ongoing right now, including some studies that I know are coming soon. And yes, they were facing the same challenge I did, the same one that activated me. And so, what could I do? But ultimately launched this whole thing. I'm getting a note from Sharon real quick that there is a little bit of a challenge on shooting over the questions. What you could do is you could do a copy, just like a little screenshot, or feel free to just post the first one, Sharon, if you want. If we've got some questions coming in, that'd be great for me to take until Rob gets here. So this one is from Connor Singh 92. Hello from Dallas. Enjoyed watching the screening of the film on Wednesday. Looking forward to the stream. I'll be watching as I get ready for work. Fantastic. That's great. I really just want to express my appreciation for everybody who's seen the screening. Certainly we had a call to action that if they have family members or friends that would also appreciate seeing it, even if they've seen it in the theater, to just go ahead and consider seeing it in the consider streaming it again for family members or friends to bring these stories to them as well. It's the thing that I just can't emphasize enough. I appreciate how it's the mix of I had somebody else who brought this up, and then we were bouncing the idea back and forth. We were like, it's the 3 S's. It's the stories, it's the science, and it's the study. Like those three things are kind of like almost I wouldn't say equally mixed because the stories are just a little bit more, but we bounce between those three throughout. You see these individual stories of the people ran to the same challenge I did, where their cholesterol goes through the roof, and then they're confronted with what this really means. But then there's the science itself, which is what got me started. Was what is this? Like, why was it that my cholesterol went up but my dad's and my sister's didn't? Like, that one really struck me, and I remember very distinctly in November of 2015 just coming back and forth on that, because had they not gotten their blood work first, I would have thought it was just inherent to the diet itself, that maybe people, maybe weren't as forthright about how many were seeing this cholesterol change. But because both my dad and my sister are first degree relatives, what makes this make sense? Like, how is it possible? And that's what got this started. So that part is portrayed in the movie. And one of my favorite questions to ask the test audiences is if they felt like they could follow the science. And I mean, to date, and this is not hyperbole, I want to say I usually ask for a show of hands, and I usually say, please be honest, please. How well were you able to follow the science? Show of hands if you felt like you could follow the science really well. And invariably, we had like 90 to 95% of the audience with every single screening that I asked the question at, which was about 4 of them, I want to say. And that's kind of a source of pride for me and for Jen Eisenhart. Both of us worked really hard on working out the script, working out the graphics, and trying to get it just perfectly set up. And what can I say? It was a challenge, but we ultimately got there. And now it's in the film. One of the things I've been curious about is whether or not some folks who might be pushing back on the lipid energy model might have some rebuttals, and if they do, and they're sharing it on social media or just reaching out to me directly, I'd be curious. This is maybe the first time where I think a lot of scientists, especially a lot of lipidologists, might be, really getting a good, well-packaged version of what the lipid energy model is within it. But then lastly, the last S is the study itself, is the study out of Lundquist, out of UCLA. And just that, those initial reactions that the cameras caught right when I'm seeing it, that includes the initial data when Dr. Budoff was sharing it with me, that includes the match analysis, and that ultimately included the successive data, which those of you who followed the story, that won't be really new. Those of you who haven't, I don't want to spoil it for you, but it really was a very compelling moment. And it's kind of fascinating because I can't really describe too well for other people what it's like to have some of the biggest moments that might come up to actually be captured on camera, to actually have a whole film crew that's like scheduled and set at the same time that you're going to be getting it. But it is a bit more than a scrapbook kind of experience. So I do really appreciate that these moments were captured when they happened. And I think it really adds a lot to the experience of the film, to not have it be, say, a dramatization or something along those lines, but to quite truly catch Dr. Budoff as the data is just coming in front of us. Like, it's fantastic. So anyway, that said, it was a lot of work. It's 4 years. It's 4 years in the making. Jen Eisenhart and I connected at the beginning of 2022. That's when that first preliminary data was going to be presented to me. And I said to them at the time, if we're going to do this, if a documentary is going to be filmed around this, then actually we need to get started like right away. And that's not normally how it works. Normally there's a lot of pre-production, there's a lot more work that happens, but I was able to work out with Wide Eye, that's Jen's production company, to, let's just say we shoehorned together something where we could make it work out to where cameras could be there even before everything was set and approved and so forth. So it was a little bit of a chance we all took at the beginning, but are super glad we did because we didn't want to lose that moment. That was a very big moment for me. Actually, just in going back to it, part of what happened next was the origin of my pitching for the Triad study. So remember how I said this is in 2022? The Triad study is something I literally was conceiving of days after getting that preliminary data, because I knew I would be presenting at Low Carb Denver about 8 days after I was presented that data. And I wanted to both put it in the presentation for Low Carb Denver, but also to just go ahead and wrap it up into a pitch for the companion study. As I said then in Low Carb Denver, as I'll say now, one study can be groundbreaking, but science is built on replication. It takes a second study to start really, truly shifting the paradigm. That said, I will say the Keto CTA study has really impressive data. As I've said many times now, the scans are the scans are the scans. And we now have a total of 4 analyses, 3 of which are viable and all agree with each other. And it's been cathartic to see how far we've come up to this point in time. It looks as if we're still waiting on Rob, but if we have any other comments or questions, feel free to queue them up. Here's another one from Steve Davis. My wife and I were at the Dallas screening Wednesday. It was nice meeting you and Robin. I brought the movie this morning and telling everyone we know to watch it. Thanks for all your hard work. Thank you so much, Steve. I really appreciate you coming. And I appreciate, it's really a great time to be in the theater. I don't want anyone to miss out on either experience because they feel like they have to do the other. But if you can come and enjoy it in a theater, it really, I think, is, granted, I'm an older guy who that was my favorite exposure to movies from, the vast majority of my life. And nothing quite beats a movie-going experience, in my opinion. So if you want to, you can check out cholesterolcodemovie.com. And there you can see that there are not just theatrical screenings that predated this streaming release, but there are still many more, including some that I'll be coming to. And yes, you can see /screenings to see where they're all taking place. And like I said, there's, I don't know, I want to say like at least a dozen or two that are still going past this point, including, like I said, some that I'm going to myself. Oh, speaking of which, 2 of them. One is going to be Austin. Austin is upcoming, and I'll be with Robin Dobbins for that one. And I believe it's at close to the end of the month or the beginning of next month for Boston. Boston will be a very special one because we're going to have a panel that includes Chris Palmer, and it includes Chris Palmer and Nick Norwitz. And we'll be talking a lot. That one will be a bit more medical, and will include a lot of medical professionals that are in the audience, including many like med students and so forth. I think that one will be great because I believe what I like about the film is, while the title is obviously the cholesterol code, while it's definitely the entry point, the same thing that I was experiencing, which was dealing with predominantly type 2 diabetes, which is extremely common and widespread, the movie becomes an entry point for a lot of people to connect with things related to mental health. Because Robin Dobbins' story, I mentioned Eric Rogers' story, and so many others, they are confronting how the ketogenic diet is proving to be very efficacious, proving to be very helpful in dealing with, and in some cases completely mitigating the problems that they have. But they're confronting the high cholesterol, just like me, except with many of them having much more severe issues than I did. They're confronting the high cholesterol and then trying to figure out how this can work out for them. Go ahead and if there's more comments or questions, feel free to queue us up another one. Watched it twice last night, now sharing it everywhere. Awesome. Thank you so much, Tim. Really appreciate the support. Watched the movie last night. Loved it. Thank you so much, Kathy. Fantastic. And incidentally, I'll just mention this real quick. For anybody who's watched it, consider, because it does help both the movie and the research, consider if you want to rating it or giving it a review. It does help with the film. It does help with getting the message out. Ironically, whether it's even a positive or a negative one, just there being more reviews ends up being a lot more valuable. So just keep that in mind. I will also state that a bit of a surprise that I ran into from the very last showing was that I had a very small amount of time. In fact, Sharon's in the back room right now. I had a very small amount of time between the last showing and when my flight was leaving Dallas. And something that just like never happens is I actually got some sleep on the plane, which was kind of cool because I was very, very deprived of sleep by that point in time. And it was like the last stop before I was going to ultimately come home. And then there was a whole bunch of stuff that I needed to handle here from home. So for those who know me, it's nearly impossible for me to sleep on a plane unless it's one of those international flights where there's kind of like the business class and it's got like the pod and so forth. And then I can kind of sleep, but even then it's not perfect. I'm usually kind of wiped out from plane rides because I just have a difficult time sleeping on it. So that was a little serendipitous and I kind of enjoyed that. Let me fire back this to ping me here on. Okay. So, Travis, I was going to suggest, actually, what I'd like to suggest is if there's some difficulty on coordinating the queues, that maybe with Slack, there's just kind of a number that's reposted as to like how many might be in the queue, if there are any that are in the queue, as far as like questions or comments, something like that, if that's helpful. Anyway, for those who you didn't catch it at the beginning of the stream, Travis Furman is my production assistant today, even though he's it's like below his pay grade. He's normally working on actual like high level test plans and so forth for Own Your Labs, helping us out with keeping it as bulletproof as it is. So if you're ever wondering why Own Your Labs is so awesome, then you can, thank Travis Furman, who's you could find on our site. Anyway, appreciate getting the extra help on this live stream because, of course, it's going to be a bit lengthy. And I think in, 5 minutes from now, it's Cynthia. Oh, whoops. I clicked on my own image to try to zoom it up, and then it like actually took me to the link to my own stream. So that's okay. I think I'm all set there. I got it. So go ahead and just ping me here for if there's any in the queue, and I'll alert back. There we go. Anyway. Yeah, sorry. So for the next half hour, we're still working out some timing on the guests, but returning back to the tour. Let me actually jump back to the tour real quick, because at the time that I was working this out, the irony was the original version of the film was from last year. So at that time, what I was pitching to Jen Eisenhart and the media team was that we would do a premiere that would take place on COSI from last year. So COSI 25. And then we would just bounce around all over the place for like, say, 2 weeks before finally doing a streaming release. And for the 2 weeks, we would do a whole bunch of these same screenings that we did before. Now, a fun fact is that there was more of an interest within the more of an interest from within the media team to perhaps have it be a bit of a longer delay. Oh, I'm going to interrupt myself because it appears as if we have the great Emily Kaplan on standby. And so without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and add her to the stage. Emily, thank you for joining the stream. How are you?
I'm doing well. Congratulations. This is so exciting.
Thank you. Well, and thank you for joining us.
Of course, the big moment we've been waiting for.
Yeah, you know, your podcast with me on the Feldman Protocol is maybe one of my favorites. And I have the conversation, and then if I have time, I'll listen to it again. And I'm not kidding when I say you're the only person that I know I've listened to my own podcast with you twice within a month or something like that, because there's so many great tidbits. If anybody wants to look up the Feldman Protocol with Emily Kaplan, it's a bit revealing. I'll just put it that way. There's a lot of tidbits in there.
My mom would say it's because I talk too fast. And so you have to go back and listen to it over and over again.
So first question, and there's no wrong answer. Have you had a chance to see the movie yet?
I have. And I loved
it. You have? What'd you think?
I thought it was wonderful. I thought it was really great. I mean, obviously I have a lot of there's follow-up questions that I know I want you to, sort of get into and explain when it's appropriate. But I think it's so important for people to recognize, having been in this space for 25 years, right? And lots of documentaries have come out trying to talk about the role of diet and how important it is. It's a tough thing to get people excited about. I mean, obviously this is what I do for my job. It's not an easy lift, even though we all eat and we all should be interested. We've all been fed so many different stories. I think there's a level of complacency or apathy out there. And I think the way you did it so deliberately and talking to the people that you spoke to, but also just following your own journey is such a good way to handle the problem. And I mean, honestly, one of the things that I always like to think about is how it's often an outsider who comes in and causes a disruption within an industry, right? It's very rarely, and we see this acutely in nutrition, are people from within the ranks able to really both see the perspective of the problem as well as think of an alternative hypothesis. You've done that, right? We've watched you do that. I have obviously been watching you for a long time, but for people to realize you can be an outsider and look at this stuff and see logically, there's a lot of questions here. This is far from settled. I think it's what you did with the movie, which I love so much, just as somebody who thinks of themselves as a little bit of a disruptor over here. I think you're giving people actually a blueprint for a lot more than cholesterol or diet. You're saying get interested in something, get to know yourself and what your passions are. And you don't ever know where that's going to lead you, but don't assume that it's all been figured out, because it hasn't. Right. And more of the world, I think, needs to be explored than we're told. And so I want to congratulate you on doing that and doing it really well and bringing your story, but in doing so, obviously, a lot of the unsettled science to the surface. It needs to happen, and you've done a really good job of it. So I'm very proud of you.
That's so kind. I really appreciate that. I'm so proud of this film because, I mean, to be sure, the White Eye team just did a phenomenal job, and there's so much work that was poured into it. But I love exactly the sentiment you're sharing right now, because you're right. Part of the challenge is that, and I know this is an ongoing part of your message, is to not just leave it to the quote unquote experts or to the guidelines or to the don't outsource your health, right? Mm-hmm. Care about learning as much as you can and recognize that only you can take true ownership of your health. And even in this snapshot in time, we're seeing these gaps, right, between where the standard of medical care is and where they should at least be interested in catching up to, right?
Yeah. Well, and I also just think, I don't know, the older I get, the more I feel when people are it's just too complex. It's not, right? And so don't be put off by that. Like, don't be put off by a challenge that like, oh, the experts know, and you're not in this field, so you're not going to understand it. It's your body. And I really am a firm believer in the fact that like, it's sort of the only autonomy we really have in life is through our health. Right. And so I get to make decisions about what I put in my body or what I don't. And there's a level of freedom to that extends to your ability to navigate the world, speak your mind, and move where you want to move. It all originates with health. And so if we've created an environment where people feel like, oh, it's too complicated, or this is all settled, and obviously like at Broken Science and Medfix, a lot of what we talk about is predictive value. And so I really am a big, like, what is predictive? Well, what we've been doing is actually very predictive. It's just not working. It's not going in the direction we want it to go. But if we do an autopsy on what we've been eating and what's happened, we can say, okay, we have a model and it works. If you want to get sick, keep doing that. And I think,
Yeah.
I think
Well said, right?
It's broken, it's whatever. Well, it's not. You have to look at it from the paradigm of like, what is it accomplishing? It may not be the thing you want, but it's accomplishing something, right? And so you look at the rates of, high cholesterol, coronary heart disease, like all of these things, and you sort of think like, okay, like we got all these people on these statins. We know if you look at the literature at all, it's 200 people have to be on a statin for one to benefit. So the numbers needed to treat are pretty revealing with all of that. And yet it's done nothing to move the needle and make people dive a little deeper. I feel this way acutely about cancer. Cancer rates are through the roof, right? If everything we're doing is right and we're looking at the problem correctly, that wouldn't have happened. So what we're doing is predictably wrong with a lot of these things in the metabolic health space. And yet nobody really wants to take ownership of those mistakes. And so therefore we can't have anybody challenge those mistakes. Like, enough, like put your ego on
Right.
We're done.
Well,
you're failing at your job unless your job is trying to make us all sick. And then you're great, doing a good job.
It's one thing if all you ever knew was medicine and surgery. It's another if more and more of these signals are out there that diet can matter for so many people, that it turns out to be efficacious. Then you've got to get a little more ornery on not having a course correction. If you don't mind, Dr. Rob Kiltz is a little bit late, but I'd like to add him to the group if that would be okay. Dr. Rob, how are you?
Awesome, Dave. Thank you. I'm sorry about that. Just time differences and all this. But, a pleasure to be here. Hello, Emily. Thank you for listening. Amazing. Thank you.
Oh, nice to see you.
Great.
Quick question, and again, no wrong answer. Have you had a chance to see the film yet?
I was invited here in St. Pete's to watch this movie, and I think that the Oscar nomination and the win goes to Dave Feldman, because it is not about cholesterol. It is about everyone's true health and wellness, and it's shifting the mindset for all of us. And everyone that was in it was amazing. The stories, because the science is confusing to all of us, and I'm a scientist. But the stories that you presented are rock solid. So everyone that's interested in their health and wellness, their children's, their family, should watch this movie.
Yeah, I really loved having the boy in it. I mean, the family's journey is, and I think, this is one of these things where we all sort of accepted these diseases of aging. And if it doesn't challenge your thought process to realize, like, we've got kids with diseases of aging, right? Like, what is that? That makes it not a disease of aging. It makes it a cumulative effect of something that we're doing to them. And so I mean, I'm a big champion of like fatty liver for kids. It needs to just be addressed in a much more aggressive fashion. 1 in 10 American children has a liver that looks like a raging alcoholic. Like, we're at a point where this has got to change. And I think using a family's journey was, from a storyteller perspective, it was very well done, and it didn't feel exploitive in any way. And here's the thing is that, like, most American families have somebody who has a chronic disease. So you're speaking directly to an audience of people who are not well represented in the media at all.
Let me interject. It's not a disease of aging. It's a disease of poisoning by a healthy diet. That's what we've done. We're in all of us are eating a healthy diet, but it's not. Duh. And what Dave has done is sort of flipping it. Again, every story that's there, young to old, and Dr. Bernstein, amazing carrier of the torch of teaching us something different. But this is for everyone, every individual, every family, every mother and father really needs to bring this to their household. And I think it's come out that everyone can get it on Amazon today. And it's an investment in your health, everyone's health and wellness.
Yeah, and it's not like a normal $20 movie, isn't it? Like $5 or something. I mean, like it's very reasonable.
$3.
$3.
If you got a Prime account, listen. This is one thing that I really, really appreciate about everybody behind the scenes, including Wide Eye, who they're the production company. Is we agreed early on we wanted to get as many eyes on it as we could. So this isn't a money making affair, right? It's very much we wanted the price relatively low so that a lot of people could see it because we believe in the message.
Never chase money. It'll chase you down. You want to chase the purpose and the mission, which is what I hear from you in this movie, is health and wellness is really simply in the power of the story, not in the science. And I'm 70, I'm aging backwards. And I've been doing keto carnivore for 20 years. And it's a game changer. We don't teach it by science anymore. We're folding in all the cholesterol code and LDL and lean mass hyperresponders, and that's getting us into the door. But ultimately, it's the masterful way he told the story of himself and all of our brothers and sisters.
Yeah, I have to say it was one interesting fun aside, if you will, is we had thought we were premiering it last year, or rather we were doing a special screening leading up to premiere. And then some events from last year kind of derailed things, but Wide Eye actually took that time to make the movie better. So we had a test screening that happened before that. So we found lots of different places where the edit could improve. Big hats off, by the way, to Bill Crum in particular, who hopefully he'll see this. He's the editor of the cholesterol code, and he actually retired after it. So the running joke was it was so much hard work. It put him in retirement, but no, he is a master. It was really well done. And then it worked out that we were also able to get that additional data for those who had seen the prior version. We didn't have, for example, that data from HeartFlow yet. And that was really compelling data. I'm glad we got that, nor did we have the interviews. And I don't want to spoil it for people, but as you know, there's an interview with 4 individuals at the end that we were able to get all together that came from the participant pool. And wow, it's just some very unexpected twists to our story.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yeah, I also just think it's a embodiment of the N=1, the power of that community coming together, right? And recognizing that the clinical significance is far different than the public health messaging on things. And it's important to be able to find other people who you trust, who have reliable information, and build your own little cohort and do your own little study, and actually maybe then undo a lot of the dogmatic guidelines that aren't serving people. I think that's another piece of this that's larger than the film that you do an excellent job of igniting within people. I mean, we've got look at the peptide space. You've got all of these communities of people doing self-experimentation because the science isn't there, or it's not enough, or it's not financially beneficial, or whatever. And we can do whatever we want to our own bodies, right? And so I think being able to sort of showcase how you have done that and built your own community, and that has actually led to a scientific output that would never have happened had you not started building your own online community. That's another model you're offering to the world that I think is so powerful.
I think it's definitely been, go ahead, Rob.
Well, I was going to say that what I loved, because we've talked about this, that getting into the science world of publications and presentations and being accepted into these organizations is not easy. And all of the work you did as an engineer, not in understanding the true way the medical world works, the scientific world works, it was quite daunting that I could see. And I've had papers published and rejected over the years, and most of it doesn't make sense. And yet you're getting in there and presenting it in a way that brings the mix of the N=1 but bringing a population together to try to show, hey, this has a population value, and more people, as they're seeing the stories and seeing the publication, Dr. Buderoff was just so amazing in his presentations and doing the work, that bringing all this together is not easy, both the funding and just getting other people to present the data in a way that can be understood by most of us that don't understand most science.
Well, this was one thing that I was running into that I'm sure Emily would have an opinion on, which is there just wasn't a lot of interest in, I hate to put it this way, but this is just the way to put it. There wasn't a lot of interest in finding what is thought to be a high-risk population might not be a high-risk population. Like there's not unless there's some business model or some kind of apparatus for funding, it's just, there's not an incentive for the existing apparatus of science to help us determine that. And that's kind of crazy to me. If the reason for why this is thought to be a high-risk population is because all of us who took steps to deal with another disease created this context. Because the benefit, as I mentioned in the movie, is, hey, this actually presented a scientific opportunity. Like, this is great. We've got the variable that's assumed to be of harm all by itself outside of these clusters of other things that are shown to have independent association with atherosclerosis. That's a good thing, right, guys? Right, scientists? And well, if you watch the movie, it's not
like, look, there's no money to be made, right? Like there's no patent on a carnivore diet. Like so it's not going to work that way. I think, we see this acutely in MetFix gyms where we're reversing type 2 diabetes with, personal trainers under their supervision. And why? It's because you're changing the diet. And so you have people who have had type 2 diabetes for 10 years come in and within 5 months are now normalized A1C. And you think like the outrage that those people have for their doctors that have been treating them for 10 years and have never told them like, hey, it's the carbohydrates that spike the insulin and we want to control your insulin. So if we don't spike your insulin, we can re-regulate this, and it's going to take an intervention that you may not enjoy, and you're going to have to withhold the foods that you love so much, but we won't have to amputate your leg in 10 years, right? I mean, it's like, these are not conversations that are happening, or they're happening with doctors who are giving that advice, but they can't follow through with it. And I think, you look at cardiovascular disease and the amount of money and funding and whatever that goes into these trials. Well, type 2 diabetes is the biggest risk factor, right?
Yeah.
So if we can treat type 2 diabetes with diet, why are we acting like we can't treat other causes of cardiac disease, right? And so for me, it's all, this is what we teach at MedFix, right? But it's like our seminar goes into the root of chronic disease. It's all about insulin and ROS. And so I think if you start to look at any of these diseases, you realize, okay, like, yeah, we're treating them in these silos, but the root of them is the same. And that's not being treated with any of these medical interventions. It is, insulin is stabilizing blood sugar. So it's not that they're not being treated, it's that they're not being remedied, right? And I think, so part of what you're saying obviously resonates with me. This is pervasive, and it's not just in your field, it's in all of chronic disease. There is not money to be made for reversing chronic disease if you're using lifestyle to do it. And so, like we're doing it for the cost of a gym membership. That will upend the pharma principles if we're successful at scale. So I hear you, and I think, of course, you knew that going into this. Like, that's why you had to do it yourself, and you had to amass enough of an audience and, ignite some controversy to get the eyeballs to get to where you are now, because nobody wants to acknowledge that. 2
comments. One is, Emily, what you're doing at MedFix is critical, important, because it's coaching. It's not just here, lift these weights and run these miles. It's, hey, what are you doing with your life? What are you eating? What are you thinking? How are you moving? How are you investing in your health and wellness in order to invest in your community's health and wellness? Because one thing is, they come to us as docs and we ask their symptoms, and then we look down the list of like, okay, here are the drugs and the proper diet, which is wrong. And that's our biggest problem. And yesterday I was looking at some Apple News about heart disease. They finally figured out the cause and the solution. Cause is inflammation, solution is a new drug. And no discussion of diet or health and lifestyles or getting with a coach, because I'm really, as a doc, I'm doing this more as a coach and cheerleader and less about an MD. Most people just want the shot, pill, surgery, treatment. But when you continue to speak the words and ideas, the movie, the cholesterol code is going to begin to break the ice, a little crack, and that difficult to get into it, being rejected from the American Heart Association, but you didn't give up. And we're all here on a mission to share this movie and how impactful it is. It's a whole beautiful story. There's never a boring part to it. You just wanted to hear more because, again, we are the experiment, and the generalized Western medical system has failed us. But you're not Western medicine here. You're a new breed that is like all of us online, talking to a camera. We have no idea who's behind that, but keep inspiring. And everyone, go see this movie, buy it today, and invest in you and your family's health and wellness.
And just to follow up on that, I definitely we have a medical association, and I don't blame the docs. I think you're with your patient for 12 minutes a year. How could you possibly implement these changes? The reason that MetFix works and works with doctors is because you see people 3 to 5 times a week in the gym. You can drive those behavior changes and lifestyle changes much easier than you can through the medical system. But I would just also add that I think the doctors in the movie and all, this is a team. And I don't think that the medical system is giving enough. I think the power that doctors used to have has been robbed of them. And the financial incentives that are coming down on them are to prescribe and refer. And so having a base exactly like what Dave has built, and you showcase in the movie so well, is we need to form these in-person and online communities to say, hey, there's a different way, and give the doctors space to come in and study and learn and see that, and then apply that in their practice or partner with other people, whether it's, MedFix coaches or somebody else in your, the YMCA. It's it doesn't really, we all want the same thing. We want to be healthy, and you need to have some trusted sources on that, but you also need to have other people that can help you through it. And so I think that's part of the beauty of the film, is seeing the community aspect and how, with the family and new technology that's been developed, because you realize that there are these indicators that are really important that maybe the industry wasn't providing for. So somebody comes up with something and then they're able to use it. And now it becomes a tool that is regularly used, not just in sick people, because it helps you maintain health, right? So continuous glucose monitor is a great example of this. But I also think your ability to drive this into actual research is the follow through we're missing in a lot of the other areas, right? We could all be on a carnivore Reddit thread and we could be sharing how great we're feeling and the metrics we're losing, but it isn't going to get the credence that it will get until you push it through to the trial level. And I think that that's obviously, a huge part of the story, but it's also a huge amount of credit that you deserve, right? I think a lot of people would just stop at I'm not sure if I'm allowed to swear on this or not, but screw it, right? I'm getting these benefits. Everybody can tell me that they don't work and they're wrong, but I'm going to keep doing it because it works for me. You didn't do that, right? Well, and because you're a fighter and you want to prove your point, you took it to the next level. And that I wish saw that more often, right? I think you could see that with Virta has done that in the diabetes realm. There are some ways that we're seeing these community programs be then pushed through to the threshold. And the problem with peer review is obviously I can find anything and you can find anything and we can just agree to not agree. But I think the clinical significance of what you've done is where the real impact is. No one can argue with that.
Well, can I ask a question, Dave? Because you could have just published this like you did and stayed in the background and not produced this as a movie. Why did you make it a movie and not just rely on the standard medical system to share the story?
No, and this is where I was watching it in real time. I codified or coined or however you want to call it, I identified the lean mass hyperresponder phenotype in 2017. And in my mind, then, in a much more naive version of me, I was like, oh, this is great. This is great. Just what I was saying to you before. We've got the variable of interest. And I started writing lipidologists and cardiologists, including many who are like now not fans of my work, which at the time I thought that they would. I genuinely thought this. I thought, oh, if I can just get to the right people to pitch to, they'll just be snatching this information out of my hands, being like, oh, good. We've been wanting to study this in depth, right? We've been wanting to get to these kinds of answers. And it was only at 2019 that I found the Citizen Science Foundation after 2 years of trying to make this happen and failing. And when I made the Citizen Science Foundation, part of why I did that, as opposed to just like start a GoFundMe, which would have been way easier, is I went, no, if this goes where I think it's going to go, then I know there'll be a lot of resistance to what the data will show us if it's where I think it's going to go. Therefore, from step one, I need to do this carefully. But the other thing is I said, you know what? More and more of my understanding is I need to both get the research done properly and put forward the appropriate level of effort outside the research to circulate the messaging, because the way doctors are talking about lean mass hyperresponders are not because they're finding the studies or that they're getting published in the, the JCL or any of these different, that's not where they're going to see it. And that's not where they're going to be interested in it. They're going to be interested in it if their patients keep showing up and going, yeah, I'm a lean mass hyperresponder. By the way, here are the papers that have been published on lean mass hyperresponders. Have you had a chance to read this? The movie, we think, aren't just going to get through to lay people. I genuinely believe, just as all the other materials I made on the cholesterolcode.com when it was just the blog, there's going to be a number of doctors. And I'm a big believer in the 10% rule. I think I even talked about this with you, Emily. The 10% rule is, I don't think it's, like smoking. I don't think the cessation of smoking goes like 5% per decade until it's finally linearly. No, usually the hardest group is that tough 10%. And then once 10% of people you trust who are like actually thoughtful people, once a good 10% of them are like, yeah, no, I've been listening more and more to this research and I'm kind of changing my mind. That's when it becomes more of a genuine slippery slope. And all of a sudden you've got just a sudden shift in a paradigm. I think that's what we're doing now. And I think it takes something like this documentary to help actually break ground more than 50 more papers on lean mass hyperresponders. I wish it was the other way around. I wish that just doing the research was enough. It's not. It takes this.
Well, what medical scientific publication has truly, accurately, or significantly changed the world of any benefit?
I mean, you're kind of proving my point, obviously, because I would like to think
there isn't. There isn't. That's why what you're doing here in the movie is more poignantly purposeful for people, because you can write every paper you want, but there are none, because it's the stories that you're significantly putting out there and taking a hit. But the medical system will take you down no matter what you are. They take down good people all day long because they don't care about the science at all. And so listen, all I'm telling you is that what you're doing in the ends of one and sharing the truth, because this isn't just for lean mass hyperresponders, this is for every human being. That's how I see it.
It looks like you wanted to say something, Emily. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I would be reluctant to like sort of disparage the entire. I go after peer review like as a job, right? But I don't think it's fair to say that they're all horrible and nothing good has ever been done.
I said, show me the paper that significantly healed the world.
Well, I mean, I would point to antibiotics. Like, I think there are things out there that have been discovered and found that, but that's not the point of what I was going to say. What I was going to say, I mean, I feel like I don't want to be on here and like I'm taking down I think that the way we statistically manipulate things is part of the problem with peer review, and people believe there's validation when there isn't. But
I think the earlier point was kind of the one we're all in agreement on, which is there is a challenge in today's scientific environment particularly if there's existing medical efficacy and there's a business model around it, right? I think that that's something we could all agree on. Is it is challenging to advance science that only loses people money.
Yeah, well, I think it's also challenging to advance science from this academic standpoint. I mean, that's the point I would add about the peer review process is like, is there clinical significance? Are there follow-up trials where people are using these interventions, drugs, what have you, and they're seeing the result that was published? It doesn't happen. That's the problem. I mean, that's part of the follow-up that needs to happen that doesn't. But I also think that what you're talking about is the two-pronged approach, which is truly how you create a movement, right? So like you can go inside and try and make change inside, and it will be slow and it might fail. But if you go on the outside and you create a lot of noise and you get a lot of people revved up, and as you're saying, they go to their doctor and they say like, have you seen this movie? Like, cause I saw the movie and then I looked up the data and I'd like to reevaluate like why you're prescribing me these things. Now you're creating pressure on both sides, right? The pressure is within. We've done all the things y'all told us to do, right?
Right.
We've
Exactly.
laid the work. We have the evidence. We've published the results, and you're getting the people to come in and say, like, what is going on, right? If you're going to prescribe me this stuff, you need to watch this movie.
You need to do both, because theoretically, I could have made a movie like this in 2017, right? Before the study was done, and just not have the study, have a whole bunch of people's personal stories, but not actually have a prospective study. And that's why it right now in this moment, I'm sure you guys can both imagine how that would have gone, right?
Yeah, no,
we did need the science.
It would have been powerful, but you would have been discredited the moment they walked into the doctor's office. Right.
And conversely, I absolutely could have been wrong, and there wouldn't have been much of a movie. The prospective data could have come in, and my optimism, because that's the whole point of a hypothesis, right? Is to test your hypothesis. And then at that point, you could find out, oh, wow, we're already at the top of the hour. The great Bret Scher is here. Do you mind if I go ahead and add him?
Because I got to go, but I'm so proud of you, and I'm so grateful to have been involved even on the outside a little bit. I think my voice is there maybe in like the first opening credits.
It is.
I think it's a powerful film. I really hope everybody watches it. It's about so much more than cholesterol. And Rob, I think you've made a lot of good points on that too. It really is. The cholesterol code is the title, right? But like it gets into a lot more about metabolic health. And so I'm thrilled you've put it out into the world.
Thank you for joining us, Emily. Go ahead.
Thanks to both of you. Have a good weekend.
God bless you, Emily. Great. And Dave, thank you so much. I'm sorry I was late, and this is the best. And getting back to the truth is that the p-value doesn't answer the question, the story does. And that's the part I think the surprise here is that we're going for the study, but ultimately it's the stories. And that's, again, I loved it. I think everyone else is going to love it. I highly recommend it. And we're here to change our doctors and change the system. But before we change 50 years from now, let's change today by the inspiration of what you're doing. So I appreciate you.
Yes. Well, thank you for jumping on, Rob. Really appreciate it.
I appreciate you, Dave. I'll see you soon. God bless you.
You too.
And Mitch says hi, by the way.
Oh, say hi to Mitch for me.
I'll do that. All right, man. Take care.
All right. Cheers.
Bye.
Well,
Hey, Dave.
Dr. Bret Scher, how are you?
I'm good, my friend. How are you today?
I'm good. Now, I've asked every guest this, which is, there's no wrong answer. Have you seen the film yet?
Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, probably like 7 times, maybe. Yeah, somewhere around there.
I do want to fit in why this is an especially funny inside joke between the two of us, which is that what you may not know is our own, favorite cardiologist, Dr. Bret Scher. I probably shouldn't say that because I'll get in trouble with my other cardiologist friends. But you were doing the scientific review for every edit of our film. So you did have to probably watch it a bit more than you wanted to, because anytime we made any kind of change to the wording on the science, which we did, we iterated quite a bit. You gave it a very thoughtful review over and over again, and really appreciate it. There's even an insert shot. I don't know if you remember this, that was incorrectly matched with one of the stories in our film. that you said, wait, no, that's not correct.
Oh,
Do you
right.
remember that?
Yeah, yes, I do. But you know what's funny, Dave? Even though however many times I've seen it, I still like practically tear up every time I hear Robin Dobbins tell her story, even though I've seen it so many times. I mean, it's just so touching and so emotional, and so many of the other stories as well. But for some reason, Robin's really, really gets me.
It really does. And I think a lot of it was we, were able to have her family on as well.
Yeah.
And shared the story. She had been dealing with that for decades. Like, it's something that we couldn't ourselves understand if we didn't like live in her shoes.
Yeah.
But, as medical director of Metabolic Mind, you are, connected to this world of how many people are finding efficacy with the ketogenic diet. And I'm just so glad we got to feature it so prominently in the documentary.
Yeah, I think that it's crucial that you did, and so important for not just the general public to see, but for clinicians to see. Anybody who's caring for an individual as a patient needs to see these stories, because so many people don't have experience using ketogenic therapy as a medical intervention. But seeing the personal stories and personal journeys in this documentary will really bring it home. And then tying that in with the science, really, I hope is going to set a light bulb off for a number of clinicians to say, I wonder if this is something I should look into more, because I want to see my patients change their lives like that. Like, how many people can you actually say completely change their life in that way? And unfortunately, for most doctors, it's probably not very many. So hopefully this will inspire them to at least look into it more.
Have you found that the study itself, the Keto CTA study that's covered in the film, have you found that it's had any impact on your own opinion with regard to LDL cholesterol and the ketogenic diet?
That's a tougher question. Let me think about how to answer that question. I mean, from the get-go, I was always of the impression we need to learn more about this population. Now, I don't think any of the questions have been definitively answered, but it's very nice to have started the scientific investigation process and no longer sort of ignore this population and assume they're part of the general population data that we have, right? That's the easy fallback answer for medicine to do, is say, well, look at all these studies we have. Look at all these studies that suggest lower is better. Well, yeah, but that's not good enough, right? A general population that suggests a small benefit, when we have very specific populations with different physiology, different mechanisms, different risk factors, different levels of plaque, like, we can't just lump everybody together. So the fact that that process has been started and we're not ignoring specific populations like this and saying it needs to be looked into more, that's a huge victory down the right step. And I will always say, as you have said, and you say in the documentary, LDL is not the disease, vascular disease is the disease. So let's stop treating LDL as if it is the disease and realize it is one of many risk factors for the actual disease, which is vascular disease. So, I mean, if anything, the documentary and the research being done only bolsters that opinion for me.
Yeah, the one thing that we carried through, and it's not really a spoiler, even though it's mentioned closer to the end, is I wanted to preserve, even if I'm not myself wanting to express this specific opinion, I do carry across what I know of many of the research colleagues, and this includes yourself and many cardiologists, who feel like there is like a decent amount of data that if there is an increase in LDL, but there's not existing disease, there just isn't a lot of data to say there's action to be taken. But in saying that, to couple it with, conversely, if there's existing disease, or if it's poor metabolic health, that, again, not wanting to say that this is necessarily my opinion, just that many share your opinion, that they would say they'd feel more comfortable if there were steps taken.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think that is absolutely true. Like you said, with absence of disease, we do not have data that treating that LDL is significantly beneficial in the risk benefit analysis over the long term. We just don't know. And it doesn't make sense really to me that it would be. But the flip side is also true that with significant amount of plaque, we don't have data saying that ignoring it is also okay. And so there, personally, I would default towards a treatment protocol for the individual, if it makes sense for that individual, right? Everything is individualized and personalized, but as a general approach, I agree with that sentiment.
We had some questions come through from the audience. If you don't mind if we
Sure.
play a few of these.
Yeah.
This one is, do you expect to get any coverage of your new movie, Cholesterol Code, by mainstream media? I'll pass that one on to you, Bret. What would you predict?
I would sure hope so. I would sure hope so. Now, the question is, what kind of coverage are we going to get, right? Or is the documentary going to get? You know, if you just look at, you know, Twitter, YouTube, whatever, where people are commenting, and it's clear they haven't even seen the documentary, but yet they feel like they can comment on it, and it's like, oh, it's, you know, it's a crime to ignore lipid lowering therapy and just, you know, say high cholesterol is fine. Well, actually, no, that's addressed in the documentary, right? Like,
Right.
So hopefully they are going to, if mainstream media is going to seek out comments on both sides of the aisle, sort of for and against the documentary, it'll actually be somebody who's watched the documentary and has and sort of a reasonable thought about how to comment on it. But I'm sure it will get picked up, and it should. And, you know, I think the more press, the better, because at its core, its message is we need to be asking these questions. We need to be asking questions because it impacts the lives of these individuals highlighted in the documentary. So the more coverage about raising the question, the better. So hopefully it will.
You know, you and I are often compared because I think we try to do our best to give both a nuanced answer and also to emphasize where things aren't well known enough yet to state something proactively. But to that extent, I feel like the documentary achieves exactly what I'm describing. I feel like it's a lot of these particularly nutrition documentaries, they tend to be pretty forceful and they tend to be very confirmatory in their language, right? And that's something I'm really proud of with this one, is I feel as if it kind of embodies that sort of cadence that you and I think, embody, in doing our best to try to keep it nuanced and at the same time emphasizing what is or is not yet known.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think that's really important. So I'm glad you brought that up, because that it's easy to make a completely, self-confirming documentary. It's harder to create one that really is saying we need to learn more and ask the questions and we don't know all the answers. It's a delicate balance. And so I think that's something you really strove to do in this one.
Yeah. And of course, once again, props to Jen Eisenhart, who, effectively wrote, much of the movie, even if it's my narration, and even if it's kind of in my voice, she does such a great job of weaving it all together. And that was a priority that we both had on the front end, is we wanted to make something that was special in regard to, it felt very much more science minded than a lot of the existing documentaries that are out there.
Yeah. Yeah.
We have another question. This is, why doesn't Western medicine realize remnant cholesterol is a reflection of insulin resistance? You want to try that one, Bret?
I would say traditional medicine, if you asked any doctor, is remnant cholesterol a reflection of insulin resistance, they would think about it and say, yes, I think it probably is. Now, that's very different than saying in their daily interaction with their patients, they're thinking about remnant cholesterol and thinking about insulin resistance. I just don't think it elevates to the level of thought and discussion. And, part of it is the structure of medicine. I have been a big complainer, or I'm not sure what the right word is, detractor, whatever, about our structure of medicine. Anytime you have basically a 10-minute appointment and you're going to have 15 minutes of charting that follows, and you have to go through the whole laundry list of problems, the whole laundry list of medications, and then try and make some meaningful recommendations, you got to pick and choose. And unfortunately, it comes down to drug, lab result, drug, blood pressure result, drug, lab result, good, here you go, right? And that's all too often. And we got to change the system. And hopefully just stimulating the discussion about the importance of insulin resistance, the importance of metabolic health, the metabolic health crisis we are in can really help sort of reframe the discussion. So that does get elevated to the primary importance in a 10-minute office visit. And then hopefully eventually that 10-minute office visit will then be a 30-minute health coach visit where they can talk about, effective metabolically focused lifestyle interventions that are going to help that patient. So maybe that's a pipe dream. I don't know. But hopefully we can change medicine towards that direction.
I don't know if you were there. This was in had you gone to a low carb Denver or Breckenridge talk?
Yeah, Breckenridge. I got altitude sickness with half the group at Breckenridge my first year there. I remember a lot of the speakers were not feeling great, and then it was moved to Denver the next year. So yeah, I've been to a few of those.
So in 2018 was when I, not that I want to sound like I want to take all the credit, but definitely within the low carb community, I was really actively talking about remnant cholesterol.
Mm-hmm.
And so for those people who don't know, it's pretty straightforward. Remnant cholesterol is basically a cholesterol that's neither HDL cholesterol, the so-called good cholesterol, or LDL cholesterol, the so-called bad cholesterol. So remnant is what's left over. It's this margin that's left over and typically tracks with your triglyceride levels. So the higher your triglycerides, more likely the higher your remnant cholesterol, and vice versa. Usually the lower your triglycerides, the lower your remnant cholesterol. So the reason this is kind of important is because I appreciate that, just as we were just talking about, part of wanting to present the nuance is often, Bret, you and I are kind of in a place where we're kind of arguing against the lack of nuance. So when people are trying to make it too simple, in fact, this week in particular, as you said, you kicked the hornet's nest. But it's because there's just sort of a base assumption that lower is always better. And that there's always an expectation that if you can get it low, there's absolutely no concern whatsoever of any harm that might come from whatever means by which you lower it, right?
Yeah.
And often this happens to me. I know it happens to you as well. Invariably, especially on social media, they'll change that and turn it into, so Bret's basically just disagreeing with there ever being a reason to lower LDL or something to that effect.
Right.
What's usually your way of trying to work around that? Or do you just generally log off and touch grass instead for a while?
Gosh, that is just such a hard question to answer. And because it comes down to, well, is this an individual who actually wants to engage, or is this an individual who just wants to, make their point and keep making their point and not listen? So I am still, I would say, a neophyte at social media and not good at engaging with people who are just trying to hear themselves talk, so to speak, and make their point. And someone asked me about that post of kicking the hornet's nest. They said, well, do you find the same within the medical community in general, aside from social media? And my response to that was, well, in the medical community, it's usually because you're face to face and you can sit down and have a respectful and productive conversation. And that just doesn't happen on social media, unfortunately. So I will never be a huge fan of social media for that reason, but it is a great way to, share information for sure. But I would take a face-to-face respectful conversation over a cup of coffee or a good walk any day.
Well, this is also why I've loved the Feldman Protocol podcast, because now I just extend the invitation. I'm like, okay, well then let's get in the same room, because as of yet, I haven't had a bad face-to-face experience.
Yeah.
But social media, it really is true. It's kind of like you're entering a room, saying something, leaving the room, and maybe you'll come back. And because of that, it makes this kind of awkward, stilted, almost sloganeering kind of back and forth, which may or may not go somewhere. But oftentimes it doesn't necessarily go somewhere productive.
Yeah.
But that is a challenge, because, of course, I was able to do the research that brought us not only the study that the film is based on, but the film itself through all of this interaction on social media. So in a sense, just like you, it's also my job. And that's what makes it a bit challenging.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'll go ahead. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Actually, you go.
I was gonna go ahead and take a few more from the audience.
Okay.
We had a couple comments that came in. This one from our good friends at the PHC. Shout out to Public Health Collaboration. Bret, you've spoken at the PHC before, right?
I have not. I've never gone to the PHC UK. Some team members from Metabolic Mind and Bazooki Group have gone and spoken there. And I think it was last year they had a mental health focus to their conference, which is fantastic because we need more awareness of the use of ketogenic and metabolic therapies for treating mental illness, which of course is what we talk a lot about at Metabolic Mind. So I'm a big fan of PHC UK for that.
We have another one. When will it be possible to watch the film outside of a few English-speaking countries that are on the list right now? Many people here would love to watch it. All the best. So the short answer to that is, unfortunately, at this time, I mean, unfortunately, there's kind of a process. It's documentaries. There's a lot of competition out there. It's hard to know exactly what their level of reach will be, but that's where you also, or at least that's where everybody who it is going out to can help. The more that there is higher ratings and reviews and, watches, right? And by the way, I shouldn't say higher ratings as in please go give us a high rating. Please only give us honest ratings and honest reviews and so forth. But the more full stop that it's viewed, either way, whether it's positive or negative, just as long as it's viewed, the more it can get propagated, and the aggregator has a lot of control over that, because you usually want to work with an aggregator to distribute the film and so forth, and that's what we're doing right now. So hopefully we'll have more news on that as it comes, but that's kind of where things are at the moment. Just one more real quick, and this is from Sandy Blockard. Just bought the movie on Prime. We'll share with my family tonight. Thank you so much, Sandy. Really appreciate it. Have you, out of curiosity, Bret, has anybody else in your family seen the film yet?
I told everybody to watch it. I asked them to watch it, and we're all going out to a family dinner tonight. So I'm going to ask everybody tonight. I'm going to put them on the spot. So we'll find out.
Now we have to be fair, and I've known this the whole time. If you're, say, 35 and under, probably not going to be your top pick to watch a film on cholesterol. Conversely, for everybody who is, especially middle-aged and older, it's a surprisingly hot topic, whether you're inside low-carb community or not. There is so much interest because doctors are constantly talking about it, right?
Yeah. But quick funny story. So I texted my sister and I said, hey, here's this new documentary you should check out, right? And told her about it. And she texted me back. I just went on Amazon, and the first thing that came up was the movie Balls Up. So I don't think you have a lot of competition, because it's like this just kind of stupid comedy farce movie that doesn't look like a very good movie. So if that's the competition, hopefully people will be watching it, but we'll see. I got a laugh out of that. So I had to share that.
We're getting a lot of comments now. This one is, anyone in the Long Beach, California area? I'm hosting a screening on Wednesday,
cool.
June 3rd at Marina Pacific AMC. Please join us to expand the conversation in the Southern California area. Guess who's also in the Southern California area?
Yeah. Long Beach. All right. June 3rd. I got to check, see if I can make that one. That'd be fun.
Yeah, that'd be pretty cool if we could get you to watch it just one more time up in Long Beach.
I'm going to see it in Austin. I'm going to see it where else? Yeah, I'm going to see it more times. Don't worry.
That's true. I have to say I love going to Southern California. It wasn't the worst thing ever for the study to be out of UCLA, because outside of the LA traffic, which was the only,
right.
It was always nice, and I love the beach. Made a couple times a trip out to the beach to peek at it, and otherwise, I love the climate there. It's pretty nice.
Yeah, it's hard to beat. We won't talk about the taxes, but the climate's pretty hard to beat.
True. So you're based out of San Diego?
I'm in San Diego, and then Bazooki Group is up in the Bay Area.
Now I get this question a lot about you. Are you? I mean, you have so much on your plate, right? Are you still occasionally seeing patients?
Oh yeah. I never want to give that up. I love working with individuals and really helping them. And I've sort of fallen into my niche of, kind of low carb, and then heart disease, high LDL, but I'll still see anybody for any cardiology reason for sure. I just don't have the traditional cardiology practice anymore. I'm not in the hospital. I don't have the full office. I do telemedicine practice. But yeah, I never want to give up seeing patients.
Were you strictly preventative, or did you actually place stents and do the cath lab and so on?
So I was in the cath lab. I didn't do stents. So the way my practice worked, we had two doctors who were the interventionalists. They were the ones who put the stents, and everybody else was invasive, but not interventionalist, which means invasive, meaning we would do the angiogram. We would decide if stents were needed or not, and then call in the interventionalist to do the stents. Because it really is sort of, the more you do, the better you are. You don't want someone who's done a handful of these, a month. You want someone who's doing them every day. So that type of practice seemed to work really well. So I was, in the cath lab, in the ICU, in the hospital, and in the outpatient setting. And, people ask me if I miss it. And I, kind of say, well, not really. I'm glad people are doing it. I'm glad people who are passionate about it are doing it. But my passion is in prevention for sure.
Yeah. Well, I mean, for goodness sakes, it is about 1 in 3 people will die of cardiovascular disease. That includes both atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease and stroke, right? But
yeah,
it's why there is such an interest. And the challenge is that really, I mean, truly only until recently did we have the capability to preventatively check on plaque levels. I mean, the major issue was the angiogram you're describing. There wasn't a digital version of that. It's invasive and it's a lot, and it wasn't something you would just do unless there was a lot of reason, right?
Yeah.
But
yeah. And I remember for my practice, I helped start the CT angiogram program. So the head CT radiologist and myself, we together started this program, and gosh, just the amount you can see and learn from a CT angiogram compared to an invasive angiogram is night and day. I mean, invasive angiogram, all you see is the inside of the artery, and it's the lack of seeing something inside the artery that tells you there's a plaque there. Whereas with the CT, you actually see the plaque. You can actually see it, which was just eye-opening. And now, the ability for plaque analysis and more detailed visualization of the plaque is even cooler. Now, technology, of course, has to evolve and get better over time and refine, but the images you can see and the degree of specificity you can have is just growing and growing, which is fantastic.
Yeah, there's pros and cons to both. I've had to learn this getting into this study. But the advantage of a CT angiogram, so the angiogram we're describing, just for the people who don't know, literally the contrast dye is actually applied in such a way, and you're watching it, but what you're watching it through is showing it at an angle, right?
Yeah.
Whereas CT angiogram, it's coming from just about every angle to where quite literally the heart and the coronary arteries can be built in a 3D model that you just can maneuver around and look and examine and so on and so forth. And that's really powerful. Now the catch is that you can't as easily determine things like flow. And that's where there's a benefit to the other side, is you can kind of see, because it's more like a movie.
Right. You see it in real time as the contrast is flowing through the artery in real time. You can see that. Now, there's this fractional flow reserve, which CT is getting better at, where you can sort of estimate the flow, I guess you could say, or the reduction in flow. But like I said, all technology improves over time like that. So that'll be really interesting to see when that becomes kind of mainstream, I think.
So getting back to the movie for a second, I have always kind of wanted to ask you this, and I figure I might as well put you on the spot in the super stream. What was your favorite part of the movie, if you had to pick one?
It's hard to pick one. It's hard to pick one for sure. But again, it all comes back to me, to the individual stories, people sharing their journeys and being so open about it. And again, Robin Dobbins, that just hits for me, especially with my work at Metabolic Mind and with the mental health community and ketogenic and metabolic therapies for mental illness, and seeing how Robin changed not just her life, but her daughter's life and her husband's life. And the sensitivity of it, right? Like seeing the sweet potato and the half a sweet potato and the quarter of a sweet potato, all of which brought her symptoms back. It's really easy to say, well, all you got to do is increase your carbs a little bit and your LDL will go down. It's not so easy for everybody. Not everybody's the same. So to see her journey, to me, that stood out the most, but not to take away from all the other individual experiences. I mean, gosh, seeing Nick Norwitz in the hospital bed squirming, like, that's hard to watch, especially knowing him now and how vibrant and fit and energetic he is. To see him in that position, that was kind of challenging to watch, actually, but still so poignant, and just shows the importance of the topic we're talking about. Like the way it's changed people's lives is second to none.
Yeah, it's what I really loved about the movie is that while cholesterol might be what got you in the door, the stories that we're telling, they're just they're not being told anywhere. And I thought that they're so beautifully shot and so poignant in bringing it together, but bringing it back to that central crisis that I faced and that so many others I know have faced. I'm actually curious, Bret, when you adopted the ketogenic diet, did you, I think you saw your LDL cholesterol go up as well, but I think it may not have been as pronounced, or maybe you just weren't as ketogenic. Am I remembering that correctly?
Yeah, I mean, my LDL went up, but I'm not sure I'm a lean mass hyperresponder, by the definition, which just shows everybody's response is a little bit different. I just had an interview with at the Metabolic Mind podcast with our producer, Erica Gerard, sharing her individual story of her LDL going from 90 to 150, and that freaked her out. Right. But compare that to Jen Unwin and Nick Norwitz and their 400, 500, 600s, right? It's a fraction of that. But for her, that's really meaningful and raises questions for her. So we all have sort of our different journeys, regardless of the number. So I think that's an important concept to walk away from. It's not like you're a lean mass hyper responder or you're not, right? There's this spectrum of response, and it's each meaningful to the individual.
We're going to hit just a few more quick comments. This is from Jenny Medich. Amazing. Congratulations. We'll be streaming it tomorrow. Fantastic. We also have Jam Monte Breaks. Anyway, watched in the UK yesterday. Just brilliant. Thanks to all the team involved. Did you know this, Bret? Did you know that we're on Prime in the UK?
That's awesome, which means it's free and anybody can watch it in the UK. Great.
If you're a Prime member in the UK, you can watch the Cholesterol Code for free. Granted, we're only $3 as a Prime member in the US and all the other territories. So, I mean, practically free. But I hope more people are going to continue tuning in. And your time's just about up, but I really wanted to appreciate you for coming in, Bret, and all the amazing work you're doing with Metabolic Mind. And of course, really second to just me, you're the most prominent voice in the cholesterol code. So if anybody on here liked Bret like we do, go watch the movie to hear some of his amazing insights that came in as well.
Thank you. And regarding my work at Metabolic Mind, I mean, our team is just unbelievable. Jan Bazooki and team have just really created such an incredible team, and all motivated to changing people's lives and helping them understand the science and practical applications of metabolic and ketogenic therapies, which is so important. So I'm proud of that and happy for that. And thank you for all the work you've done. I mean, that's one of the things that I think I talk about in the film. Like, you're an outsider, you didn't need to do this. You didn't have the background for this, but you made this happen. So that's pretty impressive. I mean, that's remarkable. So thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you for jumping on, Bret. Really appreciate it.
All right. Good luck the rest of the day. Hopefully you get some breaks.
Yeah. You're in there. All
Take
right.
care. All right.
We'll talk to you in a bit. Okay, now I'm excited to introduce my very good friend and the truly remarkable Dr. Annette Bosworth, otherwise known as Dr. Boz. Annette, how are you doing?
Oh, good to see you, Dave. Boy, we did that premiere together, just watching the movie, which was the first time I've watched the movie. And first of all, I sent a message to your wife, Sharon, and said, "You are a saint."
Yes.
This story is so much deeper and is so much more traumatic on what you've had to go through. I mean, good job. Praise God for your wife that this story finally gets to be shown to so many people. In fact, I told everybody in my company that I said, I will pay you your hourly rate to watch this movie and leave a review,
Wow.
because we need this story to be told. And we all know that it's an algorithm in that Amazon world, and we can play the game.
Wow. So much thanks for, definitely thanks for that as well. And I hope everyone truly and genuinely enjoys the movie. I have to say, by the way, Dr. Boz, literally every single person I know loves you. Like, you're like one of the most beloved. It's incredible. And every time I talk to Sharon, by the way, she just says just glowing nice things about how awesome it is to chat with you.
Marry up.
Yeah, I did 100%. Again, as you said, my wife is a saint. Like, sainthood. We can bring the receipts. She, I like to make this, it's only half joking, but I like to make this joke that when we were, doing our nuptials in 2010, I didn't include the part where, like, in 7 years time, I'm going to become obsessed with lipids and then like take our whole social life and everything into this, giant pay it forward with both the research and putting together this documentary. It's just like so much work, but
well, yeah,
hey,
I'm going to take all the identities that you've fallen in love with, which is, whatever that was, engineer braining, and then we're going to just twist it to become like a martyr for the science of cholesterol.
Yeah. So you've seen the movie, and
yes. Mm-hmm.
I get to ask all my guests this, which, if you had to pick a favorite part, what was your favorite part in the movie?
I'm big brain, peak brain performance. And there's two things that I was really thankful that made the cut. I mean, I'm sure there was lots of reels behind the scenes that didn't, but the story of how that, the psychotic break that the bipolar patient was having was like, the story was told. Like, you see patients behind an exam room door, and yes, you have a diagnostic manual that says this is their stamp and this is the other stamp and here's the code they are. But what I saw in that story was they don't wake up that way. They start out
Right.
and the brain starts to do these strange things. And then if you don't take care of it, it gets worse. And if you don't take care of it, it gets worse. And then if you think marijuana is going to fix it, it gets worse. I mean, the things that are on the list of, oh, it has a huge life in the background. And her, she landed in a place where, she sacrificed relationships with her children because her behavior was so off the charts, not mother-like. And you could feel her regret in that story. And of course, I have walked that story with many patients, and to give them hope that they could get off of all the medications that suppress their genuine person. The way they were designed by God is suppressed with those medications. And you could feel her tell her story as she shared the pain of what she lost. And then I have seen people, and I've said no, but I never have seen it done as well as what you did. Patients come and say, well, can't I just have a few carbohydrates? And I'm like, okay, if your ideal body, maybe. Yeah. But if you're trying to get a brain to keep working right, and you've been to a story where it was so broken that we used to have psych wards that we would put you in, and you can see that distance between her and her children happened not because we were making it up that they should have distance between them and their kids, but because it is not healthy and not safe. It's not her. And so that she added back a sweet potato, and then, she didn't, oh, great, my LDL cholesterol looks better. And then she said, well, maybe half a sweet potato a day, and maybe a quarter. And it takes her 6 weeks to get to the message where she's like,
Yeah.
but my brain is doing that naughty thing again, and I've been free from it. And I mean, I've never seen that documentation as well as this story told it. And I've been the one who says, no carbs, don't do that. You're gonna, but they always look at me like, well, this doctor says you can do it. And this time I'm like, well, go do it for a while and I'll be here when you get back. If you want your brain to work and it has not worked, these are the rules. These are the rules. I didn't make them up. I'm just teaching them to you. And so I loved that part of it. You know, the other part that I have told my team and I've told the pin chasers is, I love teaching, and I spend time thinking about, like, I'm about to go on my first cruise where I'm not a speaker. And my husband says, what are you going to do? What happens when you don't have stuff to do? And one of my pastimes is to take my slides and say, how can I show it in a way that, you know, my mother would understand it? And I just loved, I'm totally stealing some of the way you taught this. I loved how I've used the words energy model. I have used the words, you know, how metabolically flexible you are. But I think the way your team, your animators, your production team described what fat is doing and how available is it to your body. Oh, I'm totally stealing that.
Go ahead.
Plan.
Go ahead. Listen, we're all team science, right? We're all team knowledge. And for what it's worth, what we did in that movie with regard to the lipid energy model, that was a ton of iteration between Jen Eisenhart and I. Jen is great because she keeps my OCD wanting to have an 18-page manifesto like limited, but at the same time, I have to keep her on track with the key things that we need to state exactly right. And then between us, that's one of my favorite pieces. Like whenever I'm rewatching the movie, I almost perk up excited to rewatch the one time I feel like the lipid energy model got the most perfect amount of conciseness, yet still delivered the key things to
hold on. I want you to explain that because I'm trying to find that. What do you think that spot is in the movie?
That's the lipid energy model, like that part for the graphical, if that's what you mean.
Because to me, they kept teasing it and then mentioning it, and then they unpacked it. So you mean that place where they really just said, here is what we're thinking. Here's what we're saying. Oh, I love that.
Yes, because this was the thing, is it's like it's this 3 S's, right? It's the story, it's the science, it's the study. Those are the and I feel like this has just been such a great experience of finding the right balance between all 3. Because if we spent, you know how it is, if you spend a half an hour talking the science, you've already lost them, right? Because it's too much too quickly. But at the same time, the more that you're telling the personal stories and getting people invested emotionally in the same way that we are, right? With this whole thing, we want to get to what the healing is, but then also to try to confront this conflict that we're all struggling with those people who are metabolically healthy, like me, like you, and our cholesterol goes up. What does that mean? Like, does it mean what we're afraid it means?
Right.
And
so yeah, go ahead.
No, and that's why we've got to understand it. That's why we got to study it.
Well, I'll tell you, one of my favorite questions that I got, they ask it a little bit at the premiere, but I didn't get a good chance to answer it. So the next morning we had my bowling alley meeting where I just for free answer questions for patients. So all the people that were at the movie showed up the next morning and say, all right, do you think that the healthier the patient is, you know how in your story you say, well, some people's cholesterol went down, but then other people, it went up. And what we got to talk about the next morning is, I think that's a continuum where they come in metabolically super sick, and your documentary does such a great job of saying, and when you're that sick, yeah, your cholesterol is going to get better.
Right.
But if you continue to get healthier and healthier, you're going to act like Dave Feldman and be this lean mass hyperresponder by using cholesterol the way we were supposed to use it. And for those ApoB, LDL, is king people, watch this.
I definitely hope everybody's catching it, but it's bringing it back to the thing that I know means a lot to you and that I think you do so eloquently in your presentations, is you bring it back to the brain as well. And I think what happens so often is that, and I was one of these people, you don't connect the diet and the brain. You
Mm-mm.
only connect it for things that happen acutely, like, caffeine. You're like, oh, I like caffeine because it gives me that buzz, right?
Mhm.
Or I need some food so I have some energy because I'm feeling foggy, right? Unless it's that distinct, we genuinely don't tend to think, oh, Alzheimer's, I hope I don't have the bad luck of the draw of the bad genes that would give me Alzheimer's early, right?
Right.
I was one of those people who said,
Mm.
I hope I don't get that bad draw. And it doesn't, of course, your brain is acutely connected to your metabolism. And I'm glad the movie, got into it and got into that larger brain theory that's highly considered by Metabolic Mind and many others, or at least just that direction
Yeah.
of
So
connecting how much metabolism
all the
matters.
people, who come to the free support group, I have several people who have Parkinson's. Like, they are in a season where Parkinson's is there, the diagnosis is there, and if you look at what's supposed to happen, their life should get much worse until they die. And they come every weekend, they get on the ketogenic diet, they have a really great brain response, and then they go talk to their cardiologist, and I'm like, no, you cannot back down. That disease in your brain, it needs this level of anti-inflammatory and access to fat. And if you start playing this game where you say, but take a statin or lower that because the cardiologist wants that done, I mean, it looks like, oh, one doctor is fighting against the other doctor. And every one of my Parkinson's patients that was there on Tuesday, I said, you have to go watch this movie. What I've been trying to show you and say, I know you got to trust me. I know there's no research out there that says a Parkinson's patient should do this, but you have had Parkinson's in front of everybody in this room for 2 years, and you are better. You are not worse. You are better. Do not back away from what happens when a chronic disease of brains that are supposed to get worse get better, and then the dogma of our cardiology world says, but I'm more important than the brain. And I'm like, I actually think you got the rules wrong for cardiology. Boy, they really don't want to hear that. So I'm passing them to your movie.
This, by the way, comes up all the time with epilepsy.
Yeah.
Is I was having people who were writing me all the way back in 2017, hey, this has been so helpful to my epilepsy, but my doctor's worried the cholesterol is going to give me a heart attack. And it's fascinating because even then there was a 63-year-old grandma that had written to me who, for her, it was like, whoa, what are you talking about? I've dealt with like half a century of epilepsy. And from her perspective, she didn't even care. Like she could have been told for sure you will develop atherosclerosis faster, but now your seizures are, nearly eliminated. Right.
Mm.
And her issue with why she was writing me was, if it was just up to me and I didn't have any family, it wouldn't make any difference. But she has family, and her family are extremely concerned about whether or not it's adding to her cardiovascular disease risk. And that story I hold on to a lot because I think about it, because I cannot imagine what it would be like to have epilepsy. And this is the other thing, like you brought up Parkinson's. Let's say it literally has nothing at all to do with Parkinson's, but it does have to do with the larger components of cognitive decline, right?
Yes.
Like if there's any amount of significant cognitive decline at a time where you have another disease related to that, whether it's a part of it or not, you get an improvement on cognitive function from changing your diet. Wouldn't you want to at least know about that? Like at least I think you and I are both pro, individual choice. If you know what those options are and you still want to go this other direction, that's your choice to make, right?
Right.
But boy, I really do want the medical establishment to, as best as they can, make clear what choices are out there that people could care about as patients.
Yeah, I think the other thing about your story that you need to have a good, if you're the protagonist needs to have a downfall, right? And there's nothing better than the
Was there any of that?
The scene in front of the American Heart Association. I'm like, oh, that's a perfect big, Goliath of an enemy to say poo-poo on your idea. And I mean, I hurt during that part of the movie. I was like,
Yeah.
oof,
Yeah.
I've been there.
We didn't even stay on it very long. We were,
Yeah,
it unlike me, that was authentic. I called Jen down to my room once I had learned about this abstract, because I had been digesting for a little bit that the AHA rejected our match analysis, which had
such a good information.
We had 80 participants, 80 from our study and 80 from Miami Heart, who had CT angiography. I mean, we're talking golden data.
That's awesome.
And they rejected that. And so I kept thinking, maybe it's just because, in general, they're not pro keto. Maybe they're just generally rejecting lean mass hyperresponders. Right. And so I'm just like mulling it. And then I see the next morning that no, they did accept something with lean mass hyperresponder. What? And then I'm looking, and it's an abstract. And then I'm looking deeper, and it's somebody who already had advanced cardiovascular disease.
Yes. I was like, oh my word. You substituted, like, essentially somebody just yapping their story without the richness of, two populations, compare them, study them over, put that in there, watch. And now, I was so very irritating. Yeah.
It was, and it's hard for people who don't know. This wasn't just like a preprint, which is kind of the effect of what we were going to be presenting. This was a case report abstract. It's I don't think you can even get, I don't want to use pejorative terms, so I'll just say you might as well just like write out a note with just some loose information. Like, it didn't even have how long the person was on a ketogenic diet. They could have been on it for 1 day or a week or something like that. And I don't want to sound callous, because I do appreciate that, it's still a patient and they're still a person and so forth. But it just felt a bit like it
so
was.
They tell the N of 1 with some missing steps on how long, how can you confirm, and of course to walk into the story with a predisposition, already having proven cardiac disease, and now you're going to tell this short story. I mean, this is what happened in this short season, which it could have very much been because of the 25 years of insulin resistance the patient had before they had, or while developing that coronary disease. That's my opinion.
Well, regardless, it's why you do prospective research anyway.
Yes,
prospective research is where you really test. It's if we're going to go by retrospective, then we'll never get any science done, because then every doctor can just always look at their own patient pool. And by the way, this is why I love about you, is you're very upfront about that. You like to feature patients' stories, but you're just as pro science as I am, with regard to wanting to make clear what's prospective and retrospective. But a lot of times the stories are meaningful. It's just like I say in the movie, why not include both then? Fine, right? Just at least accept both. It says so much when you're rejecting one and not
right. I mean, and it just mutes the conversation. And I think that's the part that gets everybody frustrated. And again, you got to have everybody come to your rescue when you're trying to tell a story. And you've painted the perfect picture to say, oh, ouch, that is so painful. He did the hardest thing. He did the perspective. He did the, not just a CA scan. He did the advanced look into this. He did all the things right. And the monster of AJ said, no, thank you.
Well, that's also part of what I keep saying is a major theme. We have to do both. We have to do the science. We have to do the publishing. It has to happen, right? And then we can correctly say we did what you told us we were supposed to do, and also we got this data, and it's really good data. And if in spite of both doing what we're told we're supposed to do and getting the good data, there's still a dismissiveness, if you will, then that's why we do the other thing. The other thing is get the message out, get it out through the presentations like we do, through the through the Substacks like we do, and through the movie like we do, right? We have to get it out to the public, the good research that gets done on top of the data, and then further help to bring this message to everybody. Because
well, we have posted a link on all of the places that we say, go leave a review. Let's crack the algorithm to say, get this out of just our, fanatics who are, finding the benefit, and get above the noise, because that is how you're gonna. And that's why we have. We're supposed to have journalism, right? We're supposed to have the resources of the town square when this half of the world's getting healthier and the other half isn't. There should be a discussion. I wonder what's going on there. And I've put in a bunch of plugs for different ways my team and my followers are going to download the movie. You got to leave a review, or Amazon doesn't know, so leave a review. And I'll put mine in there today too.
We have a few comments and questions. I'm just going to
cool.
hit them real quick. This first one's from Diana. I just purchased the movie on Amazon so I can share via movie night with my family. Thank you. Thank you. Let us know how your family, if your family likes it. Next up, we've got the movie was so informative and the scenery was awesome. Yes, by the way, cinematography. Oh my God. Jen's team killed it. I mean, I don't mean to sound like I'm bragging, but I'm totally going to brag on behalf of Wide Eye. They worked so hard on the... This was one of the things that I could really appreciate was they kept doing setups for every single interview. So even if we were in the same place with a bunch of interviews booked, like there'd be sometimes where there were 2 or 3 in the same place, they would do an entirely different camera setup every single time, different lighting. It'd take a half hour, at least sometimes an hour between each one, even if it's in the same room. They could have just had us sit in different chairs if they wanted to or something, but no. They put in that work, like that extra effort. So, yeah, it's incredible. Before we let you go, thank you. You've been so generous with your time. I thought it might be fun if we add the guest who's lined up after this, because he's already backstage. You might already know him.
Sure. No. Who is it?
This would be Dr. Ken Berry.
Dr. Berry.
Hey, Annette, how's it going? Hey, Dave.
It's great. I'm excited to have an opportunity. I hope you don't mind me bringing you on early, Ken, but it's great to have so many awesome people coming by. And so when I can just get them on the same screen at the same time, I'm going to take that opportunity. So I ask every guest who I don't know I shouldn't say I don't know, because I do. I ask every guest this anyway, which is, there's no wrong answer, but have you seen the movie Dr. Ken Berry?
3 times.
Okay. Show off.
I was at one of his showings, actually. He was at one that was hosted in Tennessee. What was the town again?
Dixon, Tennessee.
Dixon.
Yeah.
And that was a great group of people. But I asked the same question to his audience that I've asked to most of the audiences. And Annette, you might appreciate this one, which is, it's one of the first ones I say is, show of hands, be as honest as you can. How much did you feel like you could follow the science? Did you feel like you understood it well?
Yeah, that's awesome.
And as it turns out, we're about like 95% of the audience seems to follow the science of our movie. And that was a big deal to us, because we wanted to deliver a lot. We wanted to say a lot of science in this film. And I hopefully we pulled that off.
Yeah, it's threading a needle, right? You want to be accurate, and sometimes accuracy makes folks' eyes glaze over, but you just did an artful job of telling the story of what happens inside that ketogenic state in a way that really connected. I mean, excellent job.
Yeah, so I will say this, the challenge was that it did require a lot of iterating. We did do a lot of testing. We did do a lot of putting it in front of family members and seeing what they thought and whether or not they could follow it pretty well. And overall, I mean, after working it a lot, we managed to figure out all the places where it was tricky to make it a little bit easier. But I want to say maybe the best decision that we made was just spacing it out enough, making sure that when it came up, it was well positioned due to the personal stories beforehand. And the more that you were working through, the more you might yourself start scratching your head and going, so why is this? Why would cholesterol be so high? such that by the time we get to lipid energy model, hopefully you've got a lot of the basics there. Like our first opening with the, well, what is cholesterol? I thought did a fairly decent primer. And then by the time we get to the lipid energy model, it doesn't feel too tough, hopefully.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Agreed.
So, Dr. Boz, you've been so generous with your time. I don't know if you had a hard cutoff.
I do have. I have somebody at 1, so I've got about 5 minutes left. But I'd love to hear Ken's assessment of it. So, what was your favorite part, Ken?
My favorite part, and I keep hearing feedback from audience members who viewed this in Dixon and then people online, is that you explain the cholesterol, what it is, what it does so well. And I think you really explain the risks of high LDL cholesterol, being a hyper responder. But then I think you showed how drastic a decision it was for people like Robin. It's like, okay, so if I eat this diet that literally saves my mental life and maybe even her physical life, right? Because, you can only tolerate so much mental disease for so long before you make a bad choice. And to come at her, and people have had this experience in the doctor's office. It's like, well, I have used this way of eating, which consists 100% of natural, whole, real, one ingredient foods. And it has transformed my health, either mental health, my body-wide psoriasis. Now I have one little patch right here. Or my fatty liver is completely gone. My type 2 diabetes is completely gone. But you're telling me because this one theoretical risk factor lab, this indirect pseudo proxy marker, it went up, I should just give up all this benefit, all this improvement in my life, just give all that up and stop this dangerous diet immediately and start taking a pill or an injection. And I think that this film really resonates with common sense people, which is who I talk to. That I'm not really, that's my audience. It's just common sense people. Tell me what to do. What's this? What's that? Explain it. Okay, I got it. Thanks a lot. See you later. That they get that. They're like, so you literally are asking Robin to throw away her family, her mental health, just screw all that. You got to stop this diet immediately. It's going to kill you. And at what point does the common sense person say, well, maybe I'd rather be dead than not have all of this wonderful life that I now currently have because of this way of eating.
So true. Mm-hmm.
I think that one thing I hope we got across in the film, but that I know both of you have observed in real time, is that it's not even just whether they benefit, it's that there's now hope. Like what it's like, people don't realize in the case of say Robin Dobbins or Jen Unwin, just this sense of hopelessness. Like they're kind of broken. And this brokenness is just something that's comes with being who they are that other people aren't experiencing and then feel like there's nothing they can do about it. I have Eric Rogers on a little bit later, who also was featured in the film. And just how debilitating that is.
Yeah.
Why it is that when you get into a ketogenic diet, if that's something that's helping you in that regard, if you're talking to a professional who may not know what that is, that they may not be able to realize why that's so profound.
Absolutely. And to empower the patient that your physician can make recommendations, but you're in charge, and the way your body is speaking to you it is worthy of listening, especially when they've been haunted by the kinds of symptoms that we see every day from the chronic metabolic problems, right? Well, I got a bus, guys. Nice to see you, Ken. We'll see you next month.
Yes, good to see you, Doc.
I'm coming to Tennessee. Are you there next month with everybody?
I'll be at Meatstock.
Yeah. See you
Yeah,
then.
you're going to be there. Great. Excellent.
Yeah. All right. See you guys.
See you later.
See you later. Thanks for joining us. So Ken, wow. You have seen it 3 times. Did you find that there was anything you missed the first time that you picked up later?
I could tell that you guys have been doing some serious tweaking and editing and improving. And that was very obvious from the first time I saw it to the third time I saw it. And I applaud you for that, because listen, I'm not an editor. Anybody can look at my YouTube videos and go, yeah, he doesn't edit. He just spits it and posts it and moves on. And so that would drive me insane to do that level of editing and tweaking. I'm sorry, Dave. I've got a guy coming to the door. I'll be right back. Hang on.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. This was meant to be a super long live stream. And actually, this gives me a chance to kind of hit some of these comments real quick. So we've got this one here, which is congrats, Real Dave Feldman and team on the release of the movie. Thank you so much, Richard Morris. I hope that's the Richard Morris. I think it is, from Two Keto Dudes. You know, that goes all the way back to 2016 at least, but in 2017, Two Keto Dudes had definitely one of the most prominent low carb podcasts. I think all of your episodes are still online, but importantly, they started a conference of their own, but it wasn't really a conference. It was a fest. So it was Keto Fest. And that was a lot of fun because we went out to where Carl Franklin's town is, and it's a very small town, but they, had all these different places that basically became keto for that period of time. So that was a lot of fun. Thanks, Richard. Many great memories there. Watched on Amazon last night. The most surprising takeaway was the mental health benefits achieved by keto, life-changing for many in the old ways. So many, if the old ways could be updated. Yep. Literally, I don't know how long you've been on the stream, but something we've been talking about all morning is I appreciate how much this film provided that exact thing. Something we weren't able to get in was that I've been in communication with a number of people who are epileptics. And of course, that's literally where the ketogenic diet came from, is epilepsy. I mean, I want to say the teens, the 19 teens, something like that. They realized that when, they realized that when people were fasting, when they just were not eating anything at all, that seizures tended to come down for many of them who had epilepsy. And that became kind of a clue that perhaps because when you're fasting, you're powered more by fat, right? It's just your own fat. It's the fat that's on your body. When that happens, that's when you actually realize, they actually realize that perhaps a diet that's predominantly fat-based and low on carbohydrates, that maybe that could be helping to limit seizures. And so they started making these shakes, these fat-based shakes that were otherwise low in carbohydrates, particularly for kids with epilepsy. Now, the catch is that this was also predating a lot of knowledge on vitamins and minerals. So they still were often malnourished, but in time, literally 100 years later, we have what would be considered a properly formulated ketogenic diet. And therefore you'd actually, we know enough of the different vitamins that need to be in it and the electrolytes and so on and so forth. And so that's the irony. The irony is that the ketogenic diet was known over 100 years ago and was even, while there's not the same network of information that there is now, it was widely prescribed and kind of got lost as medication came into play. I think that there's just, this is kind of like an old story at this point, that with the world of medicine, if there's a pill that can seem to solve a lifestyle change, then it not only captures a lot of interest, and understandably many patients would like that as well, which I could understand. It became a thing where eventually there would be less and less awareness, and eventually it would fall off that the ketogenic diet was even a possibility. There's a movie by Abrams whose son Charlie became the name for the Charlie Foundation, and they work with children who have epilepsy. The movie is called, I think, First Do No Harm. And if I'm not mistaken, I'm trying to remember the name of the star for it, but it basically is kind of semi-autobiographical because her child has epilepsy. She's finding out about the ketogenic diet after the child had been through several different rounds of medication and so forth. And then ultimately kind of confronts the the medical establishment, including the doctor that she'd been working with and so forth. And eventually that becomes the larger message of the movie, is that the ketogenic diet was helpful, and why in the world would the medical establishment not recognize its value? Meryl Streep. Ah, thank you. Thank you, Jamie.
My real name, please.
Yes, yeah. So that's Travis, by the way. He's my Jamie, or at least the off-screen PA that I've got to remember that I can just occasionally call on you to do things like that. So anyway, the neat thing is that we're finally coming around to this point where, at least whether or not modern medicine brings it to your attention, you have that capability with the information age to be able to go find it. And so to that extent, a lot of epileptics have been introduced to the ketogenic diet, but that brings it back around to cholesterol, because sure enough, many people that I've met who have epilepsy, I met because they found cholesterolcode.com, the original blog. And now many of them will end up seeing the movie, but that brings me full circle to say, yeah, I do wish that we'd had a few more people who would have seen at least one other story that would have had epilepsy in this current movie. Now, maybe that there's future movies that will have more examples of other things that there's efficacy for with the keto diet, whether or not they're facing the cholesterol crisis or not. Okay, so got to catch up some of these comments. We got another one from Joe. Watched the cholesterol code yesterday on Amazon. It's excellent. Thank you so much, Joe. And yes, I love seeing these comments that are coming in with regard to people who are catching this. Next, we have, can't wait for tonight's viewing on Amazon. Thank you, NP Tiff. And we have a question. Did you uncover any data on lean mass hyperresponder metabolism of progesterone since cholesterol is intertwined with hormones? That's a really good question. We don't have that. So I know for sure it's not one of our existing blood tests with this study. However, we have blood banked, is what they call it. It's where the blood that was taken from our participants for the study, most of it went toward LabCorp and Boston Heart, and that's where we got a number of the different metrics that we were interested in. But we also had a portion of the blood that actually gets frozen at, I believe, minus 80 degrees, and it is something that we can then go and capture more data from, such as metabolites and more advanced tests. We're especially interested in more advanced lipid tests, such as greater subfractionalization and so forth. But that is a good question with regard to anything that's going to be, hormone, especially that connects with cholesterol, or to which cholesterol could be a, precursor for. So I think it's a great question. It's one I think I'm going to end up taking a little snapshot, pass along to the team as well. This is there. Caught the shot. So yeah, I'll see if I can follow up on that low carb spin. Next up, we've got love watching. I'm only halfway through, but it's amazing. And thank you so much. Watching on Amazon England. Yay, England. If anybody missed it from earlier, we found out that in the UK, the cholesterol code is now available for Prime members for free. So we are fully Prime added to their catalog, which is awesome. We actually want that for everywhere. But the catch is that, Amazon, it's not automatic, even though we've released as what's called TVOD, or transactional video on demand. That's something we can do, and pretty easily. You go through an aggregator and then you say, we've got this film, we want to put it on Amazon for rent. What happens is if Amazon then sees enough views, especially if there's more ratings and reviews, whether good or bad ratings, just that there's more activity, then the odds increase that it'll actually be added to their major catalog, because they take notice that there's actually a popular movie in play. So it can't be stated enough that, part of my job here is not just to let you know about the movie, but to, be aware that the more popular the movie is, the more likely it is it like goes into a new stratosphere if it ends up being on Prime, not just in the UK, but also in the US and Canada, in Australia, and so forth, with just about everywhere that we're focused. Do we have a lot of comments here? That's interesting. I think I lost a, oh yeah, I see. So there's not a starred here anymore. My gosh, we have like so many comments that have come in. Didn't even know there was anything about lean mass responders. Okay, show comments. Gotcha. Oh, interesting. So I hadn't actually even seen, so wish there was better parking in Boston Wednesday, otherwise I'd be there. Thanks for your amazing work. Yeah, sorry, that one wasn't actually in the queue that was supposed to be showing, but yeah, I believe I know Mike from Twitter, and I also just wanted to see if it would show like a Twitter comment, which was kind of cool. So anyway, getting back to the epilepsy, there's an interview that I'm trying to get for the Feldman Protocol with somebody. I've come to find that folks who've struggled with epilepsy feel a bit more private about it compared to other challenges that they're running up to, or I should say other challenges that other people have. Epilepsy is a pretty strong one. And I'll share something a bit personal, which is that I've had a family member who was dating somebody who had epilepsy. And unfortunately, during the time that they were dating them, the person with epilepsy passed away. And it was related to something that happened while they were having a seizure. So it's pretty serious. And I could totally understand why there would be like a greater sense of, interest in being private about it. So to that extent, I want to only, have a guest on who would feel comfortable enough to discuss and share their story. But it can be challenging. There are a few different things that are tougher to talk about than others, and this is, I think, one of them. We have another one here with can't wait to watch the documentary. Just fired my doc for pressuring me into taking a statin after 3 years of carnivore. So I will say the same disclaimer I always do, which is, nothing I say is medical advice. And just as we say in the movie, it's, work with your doctor, and we do our best to try to carry through, what the doctors that I'm partnered with on the research side would say, and so forth. Also, it looks as if Robin's in the chat. We've also gotten a comment back to Robin, who goes by Keto Biography, that she's a superstar. And I did want to chime in my agreement on that one. She really is. And by the way, she will be on in, I believe, toward the afternoon. This is going to be a little bit more. Okay, and I got another comment. This is from Lori Hill. Loving this live stream and love seeing Emily Kaplan. Dave, this documentary is so important. I loved viewing it a few weeks ago, and I bought it today on Amazon. I can't wait to watch it again tonight. That's awesome. Thank you so much, Lori. It's kind of crazy to think it's really the day after launch. It's hard to convey to people that there's just been these two things that have taken, literally 7-8 years. Gosh. Yeah, because basically I conceived of wanting to do the study in 2017. 9 years? Gosh, 9 years. Conceived of wanting to do the study with lean mass hyperresponders. Then I did a lot of work of trying to get people interested that were inside of traditional research. And, as the story goes, I wasn't succeeding at it. And it wasn't until 2019 that I founded the Citizen Science Foundation before asking to raise any money. And spoiler alert, it took like a lot of time and a lot of money just to get a 501c3 public charity stood up. Like it's not easy. And it's only gotten harder, understandably, because it's also been abused by some people. But particularly a scientific charity related to medical research, it just takes a lot of T's to cross and I's to dot. And it was then that I started trying to raise money. This gets covered in the documentary. The cameras weren't around at that point, but they were around a couple years later when the study was in full swing. But it's been a lot. It's been a lot of work between both the study and the documentary. And so I guess in a way what I'm saying is it's kind of nice to feel that sense of relief that we've hit this gigantic milestone. And not only that, I mean, it was a milestone that we thought we were going to be hitting last year. And we, there's events that happened at that time that gave us reason to pause a little bit longer so that we could be sure that everything was worked out and understood. By the time that we finally released it, we wanted to be sure it was a complete story for the time that we covered, including the new data that had since come. But the other part to this is the study itself. We were excited to finally have all 4 analyses in, and then on top of that, to kind of see where the landscape was. And the landscape in particular, I'm keeping in mind not only the people who are the supporters, but even the people who are critics as to where they all landed on all 4 analyses. And to that extent, we're pretty happy. It became pretty clear to us, clear, no pun intended, it became pretty obvious as to where everyone's position stood at the point that we were going to be dropping the film, which is exactly where we wanted to be. But it did mean that the film needed to get delayed by at least a year. And to that extent, I've said this behind the scenes, I'll say it again here, which is that it ultimately resulted in a much better edit. For anybody who had watched the previous edit from last year, it's still a great movie. It's just, I think the current version is a lot snappier on the cuts. I feel like the score got a lot of improvement. Basically, just got a lot more love applied by our editor, Bill Crum, in that span of time. And I think that really worked to our benefit. And I have to say that the other part of it was that we got to do a little bit more on the science end, and that resulted in a bit more on the improvement. But the ending is also both the beginning and the ending. The beginning's way better. It's a much stronger hook, I think. The first version of the film is really interesting, but it's not as interesting because it's a bit more lingering on the car ride and sort of the thoughts and the voiceover of different podcasts. But the new beginning, I like it's a little bit more stylized. And then, the ending, which I can't ruin, but I'll just say the ending, we had a lot more data to discuss. We had some more interviews that we didn't have before, which I think made it a lot better. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and check into, that was actually the last one I saw from before. Got another one from Amelia. I'll be watching it tonight, even though I am hosting a screening April 20th on the Edmonds Theater. Tickets still available. Yay, Edmonds. Oh, Amelia, you should also just let us know for Edmonds Theater, the exact location. I can post that comment as well. Speaking of which, I should just straight up invite anybody who is doing any theatrical showing who's watching the live stream right now, please feel free to throw that in the comments. I'd be more than happy to help highlight them. But for those of you who are watching right now and don't know, that per the message we just flashed on the screen, there are theatrical screenings that are still taking place. If you'd like to see the film in a theater setting, just go to cholesterolcodemovie.com/screenings. cholesterolcodemovie.com/screenings. And literally you'll be able to go and actually watch this film we're talking about in the theater. It's I just saw it 4 times. Is that right? Let's see. When I left, I went to Ken Berry's first. No, I went to St. Pete's first. St. Pete we just had on Dr. Kiltz and Annette Bosworth from earlier. That was in St. Pete, Florida. And then Dixie, Tennessee was Ken Berry's. that's kind of ironic that they were the first 2 showings that I'd gone to. I'd bounced through New York, and then ultimately I came around to Chicago with Jenny Mittich. And Jenny Mittich, I don't have coming on the super stream, but I'll probably stream her at some point here pretty soon as well.
You watched it here in Vegas first, right after COSI?
That's true. Technically, the very, very first time I watched it in a theater with other people would be the COSI showing that was here. So, yeah. And then, finished off with a couple days ago, I came back from Dallas. Dallas was Robin Dobbins showing, which I thought was very poignant because, like I said, Dallas is Robin Dobbins in particular, I think, has just been doing such a great job of raising awareness for the film. Her story, as you heard from our guest, is like one of the most poignant ones, and certainly one I really appreciate. Here we go. We got one from Tim. In Michigan in May, need to meet threshold by May 5th. We have a Q&A set up after the movie with Dr. Darren Schmidt. This is great. Okay, so for anybody that's in Michigan, please feel free to look it up. You can go to cholesterolcodemovie.com/screenings, and that should be available. By the way, let us know, Ten, if your listing isn't there for any reason. I'm always trying to be sure that they keep it up to date, but it's always possible that something doesn't show up there. But I'm pretty sure it's up to date up to this point in time. We're trying to keep it in both places simultaneously. Oh, I just got a new message. Okay. Dr. Berry just let us know that unfortunately he does have a bit of a farm emergency. I'm just going to answer him back real quick. No worries, comma, Ken, period. Take care of your emergency, period. Thank you for coming on. Okay. Well, I got to complain for a second about Siri. Siri, for whatever reason, comes up with a lot of words I don't understand why it comes up with. So, for example, I just did voice to text. Voice to text is my main complaint. Is it added an extra N to Ken? It's K-E-N-N. Why? I don't have a single friend named K-E-N-N. I've never corrected it for saying it. And I know Travis over here is probably laughing because he's not on an iOS device. And probably Google's voice to text is way better. Actually, I'm almost certain it probably is because I just had so many times. By the way, I want to teach it APOB, A-P-O, capital B. I wish I could teach Siri. When I say APOB, I mean APOB, and to type that in when I'm saying in voice to text. And I never get that. Oh, I should keep a folder for every time I say atherosclerosis because it's given me at least, and I'm not hyperbole, at least 12 variations of something other than atherosclerosis. So I always have to say it very carefully and deliberately. And so I just have to keep it in mind. Otherwise, it'll come up with something really funky. We have another comment. Oh, hey. This is from Wound Healing. If I can call you Dr. Wound Healing, who, by the way, also did a presentation, citizen science presentation at our COSI. So we're doing an online international premiere tomorrow. That's great. Hold on just a second. Do we have, feel free to let us know if there's a link for that. Because I'm not sure if that's actually listed on the cholesterolcodemovie.com website, or at least how it is that they could reach you to better know how to connect on this. But yes, you can rent, of course, for the cholesterol code. Actually, the more I'm thinking about it, the more I think the India showing was a special screening. But to be fair, here's one. This is from Amelia. This is the gather.com/events. Oh, okay. Sorry. I actually should take this one back off. This is just go to cholesterolcodemovie.com to look for the screenings. But outside of the screenings, you can, of course, rent or buy the cholesterol code. And of course, please consider taking a moment to leave your honest rating or review to help more people discover the film. It really helps us out. So anyway, I just, the India screen. So we have actually a lot of people very interested in cholesterol out of India, and Nick Norwitz has some strong connections there as well that I think have been very interested in us doing like an actual showing, a theater showing that would be out there as easy. This one is from Steve. What's the easiest way to contribute to the Citizen Science Foundation? Thank you for asking, Steve. You can go to citizensciencefoundation.org/donate. I'm going to double check myself on that one. I'm pretty sure. sciencefoundation.org/donate. Yes. Yay, there it is. And there's a letter. And yes, you can donate through Donor Box. Let me reemphasize what I try to emphasize when I can. We actually have a 0% admin overhead. Specifically, no one, not myself, nor anyone connected to me, takes a single dime from it. The only fees we have are like third-party credit card processing fees, and Donor Box, which is like our charity platform. So roughly, I think our throughput is something like 96%. Oh, thank you. Sharon put that together for us. But yes, you can go to citizensciencefoundation.org/donate. And just to reiterate, nearly every single dime is going towards the research. And right now we're trying to close the funding on the companion study for the one that's featured in the movie. The companion study is called the Triad Study. We're hopefully going to be closing the funding on that within like the next month or two. We're 2/3 of the way there, I believe, maybe even 3/4 of the way there. We've had 3 conferences around it, but we are kind of hoping that we're nearly done to get the remaining funding that we need to complete the scope and get the study underway. So yes, thanks once again for anybody who is willing to take some time to donate. I have to say, it's the charity itself, the charity work, there really is a kind of a different flavor to it. But the conferences, we've had 3 of them. We're now stopping officially. There's a chance. I'm watching Sharon behind the scenes. There's a chance if planets align and we win the Powerball twice or something like that, that there may someday in the future be another COSI, but probably assume that there isn't one. Definitely nothing for like next year, but I can see the little preview of her video, and she did this. She was like, it's just here's the thing. It's just a huge amount of work, but both Sharon and I, and really a lot of the people who have helped us out, we like it just being strictly charity. Literally all the money that we've raised from COSI, which is short for the Collaborative Science Conference, is just like for the charity itself. It just goes straight to the research. And so we don't make anything from it. And we pass it right through. And that's, again, thanks to everybody who's contributed for it. And thanks to people like this guy, Dr. Nick Norwitz, who spoke at all 3 of the COSI conferences, but wasn't able to be physically there for the first one.
The last 2 were fantastic. I hope there are more, but I realize there might not be. But a load of fun.
Sharon already gave me a stern look, so just everybody assume there will not be any more. So I may or may not, have further context to that, but probably.
There'll be more fun other things. This is only the beginning. I think we can say that fairly.
Exactly. So, Nick, I asked this of many of my guests, and there's no wrong answer. Have you seen the movie?
Several times over the years. It's hard to believe the moment is finally upon us. It is brilliantly done. In fact, I was looking at some of the old bloopers and clips that the team sent over. of us walking through Boston Common from all those years back. And I'm watching like, wow, it's been a while, but the points still hit. Points about questions, curiosity, and everything we've been investigating that is culminated in this movie, your movie.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I may be the narrator or protagonist, but it's definitely an R movie thing. I mean, you're maybe second to only Bret Scher. You appear as much, like you appear quite a bit, and I thought it was very poignant because at the time we were filming you were just a med student, just a med student, right? As I'm talking to you now, have you hit 1 million subscribers yet on your YouTube? You're
above, almost there.
Yeah, you're above 900 at least, right? Like I don't know.
Well, actually, a surprise for people who are actually watching. This big empty room I'm in, I've now bought a property, so this is like 24 feet by 12 feet by 12 feet. So this is going to be my new studio. I'm going to get it professionally built out. I'm upgrading from my med school bedroom to some more bells and whistles. So yeah, the YouTube's going fun, but we're about to have an upgrade there and then on all the other socials. I still really love delving in just to the written stuff on Substack is still probably my favorite, but figuring out the performance art of YouTube is fun. So I have a couple big projects coming down the pipeline. A few that you'll like, one you know about, one you don't know about. I'll catch you up afterwards. But yeah, I'm just having fun creating content, teaching, research, yada yada.
I mean, that's what the movie is, right? It's how can we get the science to people, right? And to the extent that the movie has helped to kind of, codify, put together just this larger story on the study, as well as all the people who've had efficacy changing their diet, is something meaningful to both your major degrees, right? To the PhD and the MD. So yeah. I'm glad we pulled this off, and I'm glad it's finally out. How great is that?
I know. It's amazing. And speaking about, the movie, obviously I've been combing comments, just seeing how people are reacting. There's one I just saw before I got on that I want to respond to. Because I actually, I'm going to read it. Let me just say, I think it was posted in good faith, not as to be a troll. And then I'll elaborate.
Go ahead.
They requoted your post about the movie, and it is, do these guys ever stop to think, what if we're wrong? What if tens of thousands of people take our content as implicit permission to ignore elevated LDL and go on to suffer markedly higher rates of heart attack or cardiovascular disease as suggested by medical science? The reason I absolutely love that comment is because that question, do we, you and me and Adrian, ever stop to think, what if we're wrong? All the time. However, and this was my reply, I said, good question. That is a question worth asking, but counterpoint. Do we ever stop to think, what if modern medicine is wrong? What if millions of people aren't focusing on what is really important for chronic disease and their health, and millions continue to suffer because the medical system is directed by a compass with a true north that doesn't point to actual patient well-being or the pursuit of honest answers to important questions? Oh crap, that's where we are right now. So it's just a consistent application of this question about the limitations of our knowledge. Yeah, some data have come in on the Keto CTA study that I think are reassuring. But do we think, could we be wrong? All the time. And that's fine.
All the time.
But all we do is just like, you have to also apply that perspective to the other side. And the fact of the matter is we've been barking up one tree for a very long time, put a ton of resources into researching that directionality, innovating quote unquote solutions based on that perspective, and it's been a complete and miserable failure. That's not even an opinion, that's a fact based on the morbidity and mortality of cardiovascular disease today. So to the person's point, we had a little back and forth, like, it's a great question to ask, but we need to consistently ask it. That's what the movie is about. If you don't mind me spoiling a quote from it at the end, is that the science is never settled. It's also on the movie poster. Like, that is the ethos. That is why you got involved in this, not because you're like, I saw my blood results. I understand something cardiology doesn't. Now I'm just going to overthrow half a century of cardiology. It's like, no, there's a question here that we need to probe because it's an important question, and that's all.
And look, there's no stronger proof than if I genuinely thought that it was as simple as the Keto CTA initial findings, I would have stopped. why would I spend all this extra time raising more money and trying to get another companion study and also doing the third set of scans? I mean, if the third set of scans might actually prove to, bolster the present lipid hypothesis, if all of a sudden there was just this sudden change, I mean, that's good data, whether it's meeting our optimism or not, right? Because it's still good data. I wish that there were just more studies out there anyway on people who are both metabolically healthy but also have high LDL. I wish it had already been done long before you and I even entered this space.
Yeah. It's one of those things, like there are things in medicine, you go through medical school and you realize, oh crap, we don't understand this. Or how is this just discovered? We think we have a lot of things tackled and we don't. However, I'll pull this insight from my time in medical school. There is not only a tendency, but an advocacy sometimes for being more confident than you actually are. I'll pull one anecdote that I remember from school. We had a patient with some orthopedic problems, so like knee, joint stuff. And every time we went into the room, you go through the rigmarole of doing a cardiopulmonary exam. So you take your stethoscope out, you listen to the lungs. Can you sit up for me? Listen to the lungs, take some deep breaths. You've been to the doctor's office, they do this. Mm-hmm. And I walked out, I'm like, in all honesty, this is a young, generally healthy person. They have no suggestion that they would have a cardiopulmonary problem. Why are we spending time on rounds every single day doing a cardiopulmonary exam on this person? And the attending told me, well, it's not medically necessary, but it helps inspire confidence. And they made the same argument about, like, say, wearing a white coat. There is something about, and I'm not even saying this is necessarily wrong. I'm trying to give some insight into, I think, how certain people's mind work, especially when doctors present themselves on social media, that I think they think by presenting a very direct and confident point of view, it prevents people from taking potentially dangerous risks. I think you and I probably have a different perspective about what's useful and intellectually honest, but that really does directly dovetail with what we do here. Like, we're asking questions. Is there a possibility that somebody misrepresents our point of view? That happens all the time, but to an extent, they get a different impression and do something dangerous. I don't think we can rule out that possibility, but I think the more dangerous thing is to assume people are too stupid to let them be involved in the process of science, asking questions, finding answers. It's my default setting, and I just don't think it's everybody's default setting, if that makes any sense, or maybe I'm just
stealing. Well, I'm going to just generally push back on those who would press that we should be the ones considering if we might be wrong and not the other way around at the same time. Like, we should all be, that's a scientific process. Like, all of us should already be in that mindset. We should all be in the mindset that every single axiom is on the table at all times, right? There are some we feel stronger about, we feel more confident about than others. But at the point where data is being brought forward that's challenging one of those axioms, we should be like, it's a skill, right? It's a skill because we all want to have our worldviews reconfirmed. So what you have to do is build on the instinct you don't have to go, okay, I need to stop and examine what this says now.
Yeah. Let me ask you a question. Over your time delving into this space, are there topics, or better yet, turns of phrase that are like red flags for you? I was thinking about this morning earlier because I'm preaching to the choir here with you, but when you make a point and then you know exactly where someone's going to go, but it's a complete diversion, but it's just like the gut reflex. Things like Mendelian randomization, causality, like what pops out to you when you see somebody say something and you're like, oh, not this again. Do you have any of those things?
I mean, it's usually, I don't have time to explain this, or it's reverse causation. It's usually, if it's something where we've been chatting for a few paragraphs, right, some back and forth, and then either of those come up, that usually means the conversation is going to end soon, because it doesn't. There's not typically a place where there's an interest in taking it further, right? So okay, so listen, you we picked a good day because you know what? We can emphasize the video that you just released this morning that I thought was a banger because it gets to a question I've been like constantly asking over and over again on social media, but you made an amazing video around it, right? Which is, would people with genetically low LDL show a signal of longevity? If you've got lower levels of cardiovascular disease, right, which they do, people who have a PCSK9 loss of function, for example, do have a lower association of death by cardiovascular disease. And so it's often just stopped there. It's often people go, oh, therefore, you're really off. You're really in good shape if you have PCSK9 loss of function. In fact,
they call it like a genetic jackpot. I mean,
exactly. Right. Without further discussion. But, and I want to say this from a scientific standpoint, because this is just objectively true. There can be interventions that give you a disease more prominently that will therefore reduce the likelihood of you dying by another disease other than that disease. Like that's just the math, right? So if I got cancer and died in 5 years, then my mortality from cardiovascular disease would be zero. I risk zero because I'd be freaking dead. Anyway. And so I want to be able to say that without it being an assertion. It's not that I'm asserting that people with low LDL are definitely dying of things unrelated to cardiovascular disease. I don't know. All I know is that the data that I found to date is backed by what it is that you're talking about in your video. But I feel like your video, like I say this to people all the time, there's a number of things that are kind of like pet topics of mine that I'm like, man, I wish I just like took the time to make like a really glossy, awesome video or something like that. You'll do that. And then you'll add like 18 other amazing things that are on top of that are so awesome. And so in a way, I couldn't, as I was watching the video, I not only wanted to boost it, I wanted to be kind of like, now I'll be interested. Are there going to be more people who will actually be interested in answering this question? But I would bet on this one, it's going to follow the same pattern that I've seen. Because it was the first question I started with, was that it should be there. A signal of longevity should be there if there's no downside, if there's no trade-off of any kind, right?
Well, this is what's funny. Because like as I was talking to, we've been through this so long that I know as soon as I say one thing, I know what the playbook is for the response. And it's usually very, very shallow. So let's take this example for PCSK9 loss of function. People call it like, this genetic jackpot. Your LDL is low, your cardiovascular disease risk is low, but there isn't a sign for improved all-cause mortality. Now, again, at a high level, kind of reiterating what you said, if cardiovascular disease is a leading cause of morbidity and mortality, then you'd think people that have a reduction in cardiovascular disease-related deaths should, as a population, show some benefit. So they tend not to. So the first kind of like remark is, well, maybe these studies are just underpowered. Fair enough. But if that were the case, you'd expect to see at least a trend. Maybe it doesn't reach statistical significance. In fact, you do see a trend, but it's towards increased mortality. So the trend's not in the right direction. Furthermore, if you're stipulating that mutations that affect lipid metabolism aren't going to increase longevity, then we just shouldn't see any. The fact is, we actually do. They're just not ones that lower LDL. So there's one in a gene called ApoC3, which has to do with lipoprotein turnover, of all things, lipid energy model-esque. And it does show a signal for increased longevity. It just doesn't lower LDL to any meaningful extent. So we actually have signals about things that matter. They're just not the things lowering the LDL and the ApoB. And then I guess the last thing sometimes people say is, well, and this kind of contradicts the second point about, lipid biomarkers that do associate with longevity, but let's just say it's an unfair bar. Mortality is an unfair bar, and we should still care about cardiovascular disease-related outcomes, even if it's not death. Fair enough. For that metric. But then when you get to like the patient, the person in the room, you do need to think holistically about things beyond this marker. So don't pretend it's the be-all, end-all. Don't parrot this lower is better propaganda when really what you're saying is lower might be better for this particular outcome if we disregard all the things you need to do to get it lower. So again, it's just like it's funny to see how people react to you even bringing up that question. And the thing that I found funny when you said it is I asked, like, what were your red flags? And people say to you, I don't have time to explain it. That's not on my red flag list, and I've never gotten that. And I'm not even going to remark on why I think that is. I think that's implicit and problematic. The thing I get, what was on my list, sorry, go ahead.
No, it's just this one to me is really one of the most basic possible questions. Because usually what's stated when there's some kind of a trial that lowers LDL but doesn't show mortality benefit, and this is a fair thing to bring up, is the trial wasn't powered to detect mortality change, right? So that's fair because you can make a trial that's short enough, or at least when you designed it, it didn't have it. However, in that case, I will be a little bit ornery if there's a claim that there's a cardiovascular disease mortality benefit just in general, because I don't feel like you can state that unless you can look at the balance sheet of the all-cause mortality. So that's just kind of my one gripe on that end. But part of why people feel Mendelian randomization studies are so powerful is because it's supposed to be lifelong. So if you have lifelong low LDL, and again, it's not like Lou Gehrig's disease. It's not super, super rare. It's 1 in 3 people will die of cardiovascular disease. Therefore, I definitely think we should see a signal of longevity if indeed low LDL does associate with lower cardiovascular disease, which in the case of, like, say, PCSK9 loss of function, it does. So yeah, I was watching your video. I was watching, like, the graphs and the animations. I was like, wow. It's so far. Like, when you and we were first connecting, I kind of was, of the two of us, I was sort of a little bit more up on After Effects, and I did the lipid energy model animation, which I'm very proud of, by the way. But that took, I don't know, a couple weeks or something along those lines. And you are laying out banger videos like every 2 a week right now, right? Or is it 3 a week?
It's been 3 a week. I'm actually going to be scaling back to 1, but like really increasing the production quality to like the next level. So I have a few that I'm excited about. One in particular, the last one we just finished, was on the future of human bioengineering. You'll love it because the entire motif is going through like CRISPR prime editing, Yamanaka factors, like all these sorts of fun things, mitochondrial transfusions. But as a motif, it uses Marvel superheroes. So the most analogous Marvel superhero is going to be fun. But literally there's like B-roll of me like climbing on rafters, pretending to be I think it's at the point where rather than like have a stream of high volume content, honing back and trying to really level up the quality. I'll keep on producing just as much volume content. It'll just be migrated over to other locations.
Listen, I mean, there's just no getting around it. I've said this a million times by this point. You are one guy who never dials it in. Like, you are absolutely just crushing every single. And anytime I think, oh wow, I can't even imagine he can make videos better than this one. It's like the next levels just keep getting better and better. So if for anybody who hasn't figured it out yet, subscribe to Nick Norwitz. Like that YouTube channel's only going to get larger. And of course your newsletter, which is killer. It's like, it's practically a magazine of science that just goes and goes and goes and has so much rich content for its nuance.
I appreciate that. I have fun writing it. It's a boss. So
I'm not going to lie. I don't mind. I've said this to you before. I don't mind that you got all sort of close and became a type responder. You might not have been interested, or you might have gotten interested, but it might have taken you a while to come around to this. I don't know.
The serendipity of our lives colliding, like everything that had to fall into place, the timing, the like medical conditions, like all the details, it's kind of like uncanny. You could make a movie about it. Good.
By the way, go to cholesterolcodemovie.com to watch Amazon streaming and so forth. Listen, I want to also emphasize just how much I appreciated that you accommodated us with the shooting. There's one tiny little scene that was just you on the phone that got cut. I don't know if you noticed that one.
I remember.
It was following the AHA twist. That's all I'll say. but
no.
it didn't work as well for pacing. But it's okay because the one scene that you don't even remember recording, but I'm glad we had in there, brings around your famous experiment, which I know you know what I'm talking about. Don't want to ruin it. It's worth the visual gag alone.
I'll just describe the moment I saw it on the big screen because I didn't remember it. But I was doing something, and I'm sitting there in the middle of a theater, like a full-on movie theater with people around me, and they're like looking at the screen, and they're looking at me because I'm just happen to be sitting in the middle, looking back, and I'm just looking at the screen like, what's he gonna do? Because I didn't remember, or like how many. Anyway, it'll make sense later. But it's been a long time in the process. I know you're gonna have another guest in a moment. Can I admit something very embarrassing about the movie title?
Of course.
It occurred to me this morning for the first time ever that cholesterol code, the code in the title, is a reference to you being a software engineer.
Yeah.
I don't, you know, like one of those things where like you have the Under Armour, it's like, oh my God, it's a U and an A. I just realized, I'm like, oh shit. It just sounded like a good title and I never thought about it. And I was like, wait, oh, wow, it's been years and I just clicked this morning. I'm like, okay, this makes sense now.
Yeah.
Even if he weren't a software engineer, like still makes sense. Like the code in the body, but the double entendre, I missed until literally this morning.
Yeah. There's a book cover that I have for the book whenever I get done that's actually been like stashed away for like a long time. I'll have to show you at some point, but it relates back to that. Literally my first presentation was how I was describing how the lipid system is so like a distributed object network. Guess what? My opinion has not changed on that at all. There's only one actual thing from the original origins of the lipid energy model that's kind of foundational that shifted, and that was from going from 2017 to the end of 2017, like over the span of, I want to say 5 or 6 months. And actually that was, fun fact, that was after chatting with Steve Finney. Steve Finney mentioned something and I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
But,
I posted a quote. I'm trying this thing out where I like come up with one-liners and just shoot them off the other day about all breakthroughs begin, or most breakthroughs begin as violations of consensus. The reason I'm bringing that up now is because the whole movie is about, well, a violation of consensus that sometimes requires someone coming in with a completely fresh point of view. And I can tell you, like, I think I'm a pretty independent thinker, but how hard that can be when you're brought up in a certain ecosystem, because it's scary and almost seems improper to challenge a narrative that you're just like consistently inundated with via mere exposure effect. Because you're like, how could literally like millions of years of human experience collectively, like all the clinicians and scientists combined, how could I see something they can't see?
right.
But like you can't be on that default, otherwise you'd never really have these violations of consensus that lead to the breakthroughs that advance science and medicine. So I was thinking about that and like in terms of what the overall ethos of this film is, which I think is nothing less than that, or could be.
Yeah, and I'm proud of how much we were able to pack it with nuance. Like we just report the facts on what the data is, but on top of that, we still, I think, did a fairly good job of including not just personal stories that led in a single direction, but also, you know, choices other people were making based on their context.
Yeah,
and
it's pretty balanced. And yeah, you're right. You hit the nuance really well, especially for something that like, it walks that line perfectly between like, I can like send it to like a friend from high school and they'll just enjoy watching it without like any further context, but also appeases people who are more in it. And then just everybody who has like a family member who's gone through a medical thing, which is pretty much everybody or themselves. Like it really does tie together the science and then the human element so well with such a diversity of stories. I think Robbins hit me the hardest when I was watching it for the first time. Like that, I don't tear up much, but that was riveting.
Yeah, that was, I've shared this in a few places, but I'll say it here as well. I myself, while doing the interview, because I had a friend before who had bipolar and who unfortunately we lost. it, like, hearing her tell the story, it also really connected with me, and I cried. Like, I was like, damn it, I'm not supposed to be the one to cry in an interview, but it's such a moving story. I mean, Nick, you and I, we can't even imagine having decades, right? Just dealing with something like that, and especially trying to raise a family, and just it's hard to conceive of that kind of difficulty that they're going through. And yeah, again, you have this new lease on life, everything's crushing it, but then you have this number, and this number that could be very meaningful, but why don't we just get the science around it? Why don't we find out, right?
Yeah, I mean, you say we can't imagine. We can't fully, but I can tell you from I spent maybe 2.5 years like really suffering. I couldn't have gone more than a decade. Like, I would have much rather have died. So I do have a kind of an inkling of what it could be like. Now,
for people who don't know, who might not know, it's ulcerative colitis, right?
Yeah, it was very bad at a point.
To the point where you couldn't imagine finishing your degree. Like, you were.
I couldn't. Like, I was in the hospital too much, or just way too sick. Like, I declined very quickly. But to the point, like, I can extrapolate from that a little bit to suffering like Robin's. But the point I was trying to make is then to have a life-changing, life-saving experience like that, like truly being resurrected, to have one lab number on a sheet change, and then to go onto social media and have people lecturing you, hey, lower is better. What are you doing to yourself? It's just beyond, I'm going to use the word disrespectful. Like, it's truly disrespectful to the human experience not to want to understand what is going on here metabolically and at the individual level. But because there's so much dogma wrapped around this is often where the discussion ends up. And my mind goes back to people like Robin, or people who have suffered, where it's like, look, I have a sense of what you have recovered, restored, like where you were probably at a point of complete hopelessness. And then to have people who have no idea what your story is lecture you about a biomarker and that you're being ignorant and irresponsible is just like, I have to think it's funny. Otherwise, it will be utterly depressing.
Yeah, and I think the movie does a fairly good job of getting into that exact thing and that mindset. Like, it's more than here's a story about a person. I thought it did a really good job, and just a lot of hats off to Jen Eisenhart for really covering all the bases on it, that you're really kind of taken on the inside to really confront these same things they're confronting, and in the same way.
Yeah. I know you have somebody popping on at 11 PST, but one more thing I want to say in terms of like contributions like Robin and everyone else's, if you want a testament to just how much people care about this research, I always come back to this. It might seem mundane to some people, but in the Keto CTA study, when I found out that there was literally 100% retention in a clinical study over a year, like, that is unheard of. But it speaks to the fact that not only the depth, but the breadth and universality of how much people care about asking these questions is like, I mean, there's a statistic for you. 100 out of 100.
We do, first of all, we don't have somebody queued yet, so it might be he's running a little bit late, but we do have a great limb question. This is from Cash Money Moore. Does fasting and leaner people produce a lean mass hyperresponder phenotype? I will say, if you read our paper, our limb paper, we have a particular study. Nick, do you know what study I'm talking about that we reference with regard to?
We reference several, because a lot of the literature that supports the lean mass hyperresponder phenotype actually comes from fasting studies, since historically ketogenic diets among lean people are rarer, but fasting is actually kind of common. So you can look at a lot of the lipid physiology, like how much free fatty acids are released from fat cells in lean people versus people with obesity. So ironically, the short answer to your question is yes, it could. More nuanced answer is actually a lot of the lipid energy model is based off fasting physiology.
My short answer is no, unlikely, but that's mainly because of the nature of the circumstance. So if they're on a mixed diet and they're going fasting, how you get the phenotype, how you arrange to have high HDL and low triglycerides is you become fat adapted such that you will get the turnover, right? So when fasting, you're freeing up more of the triglycerides, right? But you're not necessarily having the same corresponding increase in HDL. If anything, it can't. Now, what's fast? Now, the study I'm speaking to, the one that I have in my mind, is the one where we see in lean people more of a concentration of free fatty acids in their bloodstream than more obese people, which also feeds into the lipid energy model, right? That there would be, in a circumstance where people were leaner, their adipocytes actually would likely have a greater successful relationship toward the staging and pacing in and out of fatty acids. And that feeds into the larger model of the global trafficking. Whereas if you're more obese, you have more local fatty acid availability from adipocytes.
I'm going to have to jump off. I have a meeting starting now, but I will speak to you later this afternoon, one-on-one, I'm sure. And best of luck with the rest of your marathon stream.
Yes. Thanks for jumping in, Nick. Appreciate it. All right. Let's go ahead and add I believe I said this at the beginning of our podcast. Oh, do we? Can you hear us now?
Can you talk a little, Dave?
Yes.
I think.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I've lost the audio here, but let me try to figure this out.
No worries. It's a super stream, so we can adjust and tweak as needed. Hopefully that helps.
Okay, can you hear me? How's that?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Does that sound okay? Okay, good. Yeah, I can hear you. I'm just using my computer speakers now. Dave, congrats on the launch. This is so exciting. I've been waiting for this moment.
Well, thank you, Matt Bazooki, who also appears in the film and says a lot of interesting and poignant things. And thanks for jumping on the live stream.
Of course. So this is you're doing a marathon live stream. You're just streaming all day.
I am. I've had on Ken Berry and
Nice.
Annette Bosworth and just now Nick Norwitz, as you saw. It's just been people coming in and out all the way into the afternoon. At some point, we'll stop once the guests run out, but it's going to be one after another. And thank you for being one of them.
Yeah, of course. Wow. I feel honored to be part of this crowd. I'm not sure if I can add as much to the sciencey part. I'm just digging in, learning a lot of the science about metabolic health myself. But as far as the film, I mean, what an honor to be part of this film, even though my own story is, and maybe we can talk about it, my part of the film is talking about metabolic therapies, ketogenic diet for serious mental illness, because I recovered from my bipolar disorder. But I love the way that y'all were able to tie that whole storyline into the film and make it relevant with the whole narrative, with the LDL, with the general metabolic health story. So the fact that we got to include that little bit about metabolic psychiatry in the film was really awesome.
Yeah, I mean, I said this in our podcast, I believe, but I said something to the effect of, I credit you as being the man who launched a revolution because like so many of us, right? We confront something related to an illness, find out that a diet change has this massive effect. And it's like, we can't help it. We become revolutionaries ourselves. We have to get into, because we can't stand the thought of all these other people who we don't know, who would care about these same decisions if they just knew, if they knew that was a possibility.
Yeah. And that's my own stories. I didn't really want to come forward publicly about this story because it's so personal. But now I feel like I came forward in Campbell and I did that first episode of the Bipolar Keto podcast where I shared my story, and I'm working on a memoir now that I hope is going to be really gritty and is going to take us through the illness and then my own journey with recovery from metabolic therapies. But when I went through this, Dave, and I went on a ketogenic diet in 2021 in January, and I saw my illness literally evaporate, my bipolar disorder go away. And that's not an exaggeration. My manic symptoms stopped happening. And for a lot of people with serious mental illnesses, especially type 1 bipolar, where the problem is those manic episodes, this really seems to be a brain energy metabolism issue. And so I went on the diet and my episodes just stopped. And I've been able to come off 5 medications. I'm at 2 medications at very low doses now, just slowly tapering with a wonderful, fulfilling life and no problems with my mood for a long time now. It's really remarkable.
Yeah, if I'm remembering this correctly from our podcast, the initial introduction was with your mom, Jan Bazooki, and coming across Chris. Why am I blazing?
Chris Palmer. Yes.
Palmer's.
Chris Palmer. Yes.
And you've been working with him ever since, right?
No, I haven't. So Dr. Palmer just treated me during that initial phase and did a fantastic job just helping me set up the diet and get the macronutrients ready and track ketones. And, there was a lot that my family and I didn't know when we started this. We were not experts in ketogenic therapies. We didn't know what is the macronutrient composition going to be? How do we track the ketones? We watch out for mood disturbances during those first few weeks of the diet, because actually coming into ketosis very quickly can throw people into hypomania sometimes, which it's actually a sign that something profound is happening in the brain. But Dr. Palmer helped me during those first few months. Wonderful job. Since then, I've worked with other psychiatrists. But once I got the hang of it, Dave, that was when I was able to start to taper these meds. And it's miraculous that the mania never came back. I remember having to take heavy doses of antipsychotic, just this soul-sucking medication at 20 milligrams, 25 milligrams. I'm taking 1.7 now and slowly tapering off. And the only reason I'm not off it is because the withdrawals are so severe that I have to taper slowly to get off these. It's not actually because I need these medications for my mood illness per se, which is actually just insulin resistance in the brain, I suspect.
Yeah. And by the way, I do recommend the podcast that we did together on the Feldman protocol, because you go into depth on, and people do need to know about this, that there is the potential for having an injury and getting off medication too quickly, which is why it's important to work with the doctor. Again, both things can be true. A ketogenic diet can, get you to a point where you can come off your medication, but at the same time, you still want to work with your doctor. You still want to understand as best as you can how to do the taper responsibly. And it's still all of that is in a backdrop of a lot of uncharted territory. So we're kind of finding this out as we go along.
Yeah, absolutely. Everything you just said. I mean, the reality is that there's so much individual variation in terms of how people handle and process medication, how well people respond to different nutrients, different diets, macronutrient profiles. Some people can eat a lot of protein, stay in ketosis. Some people can't eat as much protein. So there's so much variation, as well as just different life situations when people start this process. Polypharmacy is a whole mess of 3 or 4 medications. And unfortunately, there's no robust testing system for polypharmacy. So we basically have no idea what is going on in your brain neurologically, but also metabolically when you're on 4 or 5 medications. So that's why what I recommend in my own YouTube videos and when I'm talking to people is, and which was what I did, is I stayed on the meds. I went on keto. I worked with a professional, a psychiatrist, Dr. Palmer, got my ketones under control. And then once I saw that my mood was stable, at that point, it was a very, very slow process. And I also love to share this part of the story because I'm stressing the point that this has taken me many years and I'm still not off all my meds after over 5 years of keto. So, some people, maybe you can go on ketogenic, low carb, get the exercise, get the sleep hygiene, drugs, alcohol, abstinence, all of that is great. Just general tools for metabolic health. And come off the meds quickly. That's not my story. It's taken me years.
No, that's why I couldn't be more encouraging of you sharing. And I'm very happy to hear that you're making a memoir, because I think it's such a fantastic story. And again, the part of why I say launched a revolution is then you and your family have become so proactive in a positive way to helping others. And I also want to touch just for a moment on the polypharmacy, just for people who may not be familiar with the term. You're speaking to the fact that these studies often don't have drug-to-drug interaction captured, because often they're trials that try to focus on the drug of intervention, but don't necessarily try to synchronize the other drugs at play, especially if the drug of interest turns out to have side effects that aren't known until the end of the trial. And then it's just assumed that these other drugs that might help mitigate those side effects are probably okay to combine, but we just genuinely don't know these. I mean, these are very unknown things a lot of the times, and it can turn out that there's a problem with it because you don't want to walk into a situation like this and assume that all side effects can be mitigated with other drugs. You may need to be aware of what side effects come.
Yeah, absolutely. Unfortunately, we don't know a lot about how these medications actually act in the brain and what they do. We've been sold this narrative of a chemical imbalance for mental illness, that there's some sort of neurotransmitter imbalance, which I think is attractive to psychiatrists at a mechanistic level. Okay, your brain produces these neurotransmitters between neurons that signal different activity. There's some sort of imbalance, some chemical imbalance going on. These medications are going to go in and correct that imbalance. So from a mechanistic perspective, it looks attractive if you're a psychiatrist, if you're a PhD, if you're a clinician, whatever. But the truth is that mental illness is so multifactorial that just doing medication and doing therapy without treating the underlying metabolic dysfunction, as well as, it could be neuroinflammation, it could be oxidative stress, it could be many, many things. Some people are depressed and they remove dairy and they're not depressed anymore. Some people need full carnivore, so there's so much variation, but we have such a simplistic understanding of mental illness. I think a lot of this goes back to Freud also, unfortunately, where it's really a psychology first approach that dominated this field for many decades. And we're starting to understand now, this is multifactorial, but probably treat the underlying physiology first, then progress in therapy can become more effective once you've done that. A lot of people just spin their wheels in therapy because they have insulin resistance in their brain and can't metabolize glucose. So of course you're not going to make progress.
Yeah, and I tend to find that what ends up not being as useful is how much the online debate is in how we get to this state. And often I'm saying, let that be a long debate. You guys chat about that. The question is, what can you do when you're in it? Because if you're in it, however it is that we got here, some of us, this includes me, have pathological insulin resistance to a degree that I need to care a little bit more about what I'm eating. And getting to the point where I could understand that that was as relevant as it was in my life is all I needed. I just needed to get to that. And then I could start working with the options. Because if it turns out, I know that, but I don't want to make a change in my diet, at least I knew that. For people who, like you and I, were pro freedom of choice to the extent that you can choose what you want to do with, your diet. And as long as you know what you're taking on when you do it, if you want to have loaded French fries every day and it's taking you towards metabolic syndrome or it is affecting your mental health, but at least you know about it. That's the world I want to take you to, right? That's still a choice that you have. What bothers me is how much people have an opinion, and there are many that believe there is nothing they can do for themselves other than to find the right medication that will correct it because there's nothing else will make the difference. If it turns out, and there's going to be a lot of people who at least can find out that a dietary change can make a difference, you and I are those people. Go, well, then I will. Thanks. I'm glad that exists as an option. I would rather do that than take medication if I can. To the extent that I can, I'm going to take myself there, right? And so, again, it comes back to the option, just at least knowing that there's a solution out there. And that's what I hope this movie will help us do. I hope a lot of people will see this movie. A lot of people will tune in for the cholesterol, but stay for the solutions is kind of my hope, right? We'll see.
Yeah, I hope so too. I just love that because when I watched this film, it didn't feel like the film was attempting to be dogmatic about some theory about heart disease, about LDL cholesterol atherosclerosis. It was more, we've had this narrative for many decades that high LDL is an unequivocally dangerous marker for cardiovascular health. And that's just the overwhelming narrative. And so what the film really does, by isolating this cohort, the lean mass hyperresponder of people who show tremendous metabolic health over many years and are like vibrant, robust people. You can just tell watching these people, their skin, their mind, you know someone who's healthy when you see them, you can just tell. And then looking at their LDL and it's like LDL's 500, LDL's, 620 or whatever. And it's just funny. And so my hope is that we can, because unfortunately we have a lot of untruths in, clinical practice, in normal clinical practice, that we can just chip away at those and get people to ask questions. Okay, well, if we have this cohort that is so healthy and doing so well and their LDL is high, maybe this is not the whole story. And then we can start to dig deeper and figure out what's actually going on there.
Yeah, it's the challenge, like the larger topic for everything we talked about in the beginning of this interview. We come around to the central challenge of the movie. Central challenge of the movie is the one that I faced. I don't think you've had to face it, right? Or did you yourself see cholesterol increase?
No, mine was okay.
The challenge is that for a lot of folks, especially if they're on medication, there's the medication that can impact lipids through various channels. So that's why I kind of jumped to that conclusion as far as that's a commonality. But for many people who are, and Robin's is such a great example of that, right? Robin Dobbins' story is she was metabolically challenged initially and then got metabolically healthier. And then ironically, it's only after she got leaner did her cholesterol start going up and she got, in better shape. But she had I shouldn't mention that. You got to watch the movie to
go watch the movie, everyone.
The whole irony. But the larger point that I'm coming to is how many people are facing this right this moment where they find in a ketogenic diet, they are getting improvements for whatever mental health or physical related or, type 1 diabetes, et cetera, are finding this benefit. And this thing jumps up on the radar. Cholesterol. The cholesterol is high. Can I still do this? And just at least getting a sense of scope is already a problem. But then on top of that, there's just no research. We don't do research on metabolically healthy people who have high levels of LDL, which I'm sorry, Matt, it still drives me crazy that as of right now on April 17th of 2026, the Citizen Science Foundation is still the only ones doing it.
Crazy.
I thought there might be more people that, I don't know. I keep underestimating the lack of curiosity on the part of lipidologists and cardiologists to study metabolically healthy people with high LDL, but I hope that changes.
Where do you think that comes from?
Well, we were talking about that earlier in the podcast, and I'm trying not to make this sound conspiratorial because I don't actually think it's conspiratorial per se, such as it's an ecosystem thing. There's not a business model attached to finding out a group of people who, if it turns out to be true, are thought to be high risk, turn out to not be high risk, right? So if indeed we continue to find more and more data that lean mass hyperresponders at a population level are much lower risk than what the lipid hypothesis would assume it to be, that only loses money for existing interventions, right? There's not a way to, if there was like some way to capitalize on it, that might be different, but there really isn't. So that's part of the challenge.
Yeah, it almost seems like we need some way to measure all the metabolic health markers, fasting, insulin, ApoB, triglycerides, everything, and like reward hypertension, just everything. Whatever that high blood glucose, whatever that collection of things for metabolic syndrome is, I think there are 4 or 5 of them or whatever. Reward clinicians for getting positive outcomes in all the main metabolic health markers for their patients. I think the Obama administration tried to do this. It was going to be outcome-based care, and their criterion for success was how adherent a patient was to psychiatry or whatever medication over the course of some period of time. That was their measurement for success, is how many people are taking medication specifically and consistently. So, I mean, yeah, it's a tragic. And then all of this nutrition stuff is based on epidemiology studies, which they're nonsensical. I mean, you can't isolate one variable. The correlative factor is 1.2. So, for example, for smoking, you have an 8 to 32 times greater risk of developing lung cancer if you smoke cigarettes regularly. For these epidemiology studies where they give people a little questionnaire about what food did you eat over the last 5 years, and then try to draw some conclusions, the correlative factor is about 1.2 to 1.4 for most of these, which is very difficult to make some conclusion. But then these get written up in headlines as, oh, eating more berries lowers your risk of dementia later in life. The whole thing is just so preposterous. But again, we just need to chip away.
Yeah, and you're speaking a lot to with epidemiology. This is a place where I do get pretty opinionated myself, because take smoking. Smoking is such a great example. Bradford Hill, who is certainly the modern, I guess you could say the 20th century father of epidemiology, was putting forth his criteria, right? And his criteria was, I want to say 8 or 9. He called it the assessments, but most modern scientists call it criteria. It's not a pass fail, but it's kind of like a knob. As each of them like move up, the strength of the possibility of causation gets greater. But even then, he himself never said it becomes definitively causation. It's just that your confidence level grows as you see more. And so in the case of smoking, like you mentioned, when the hazard ratio is like 8 to 32, if that's a hazard ratio, that's pretty strong data, right? Especially if it hits his other assessments, such as consistency, temporality, and a bunch of those, right? Okay, so in the case of where they're doing exactly what you're talking about, they're looking at, say, something like red meat, and in one group, it's 1.05 versus 1.06 or something like that. They came up with some way of saying, well, we think it probably causes cancer, right? But even then, they're not actually stating it causes cancer. They're saying it probably does. And they're doing it on a level that Bradford Hill himself, in his original, I believe it was in his speech for the assessments, brings up why it is that he can't feel as confident with smoking, and if I remember this correctly, and cardiovascular disease, at least in that initial assessments. And it might be that there's data there, but it's because at that time the hazard ratio was 2. So that's why a lot of people, myself included, point to.
Is that what it's called, the hazard ratio?
Yeah, you're talking about where,
okay,
right?
Got it.
So if Bradford Hill himself didn't like it, or at least didn't consider it that compelling until you at least hit 2 to even start looking at it.
Yes.
I didn't want to look at anything until it was, at that level. And this, by the way, is come up with our study. There's some correlations that we can look to with different blood markers and progression of cardiovascular disease. But I'll be the first to say that I want a strong correlation to get serious. But even a weak one, there's a 2-week of one that I don't even want to talk about it. And I think epidemiology is part of what brought us into this place of looking at really weak associations and wanting to go with it. And that, just to round it out, the reason why things like the berries or stuff like that you're talking about, almost certainly what happens in those cases, as you find with epidemiologists, is they like to use statistical instruments like a sensitivity analysis and then conclude what these other factors are that are causal to help deal with things like healthy user bias. And I am a strong believer in healthy user bias, and I think it's underappreciated. And I think too often they believe that they've ruled it out. And I don't have that. I don't share that level of confidence, me personally.
Right. Yeah. I mean, correlation is not causation. This is the oldest lesson in science. And the epidemiology is founded by a guy named John Snow in London. And there was this cholera outbreak in London in the 19th century. And what he was able to do is he was able to isolate where the cholera was happening in the city. And it was all around this one water pump, the Broad Street pump. And so they shut down the pump. And then all the cholera went away. All the cases were happening around there. But he was able to isolate one variable. And the risk factor, I think in that case, was 4 to 8 times. You were 4 to 8 times more likely to have cholera if you lived around the Broad Street pump and you were drinking your water around there. So he isolated one variable, picked it out. This is what science is. You form a hypothesis, you test, and then this epidemiology nonsense where you're going to ask people some questionnaire about how many berries did you eat over the last. There was one where I think they tracked participants for 15 years. They gave them a ridiculously ambiguous food frequency questionnaire every 3 years, asking how many cups of berries did you eat over the last 3 years, how many cups of fruit juice, with these completely ambiguous measurements. I mean, one small cup of fruit juice, and then you were supposed to estimate your total intake as a participant over the last 3 years, put that in the study, and then they were going to draw some conclusion about causation based on this ridiculous research. And then also all of the health user bias, people who think berries are healthy are more likely to exercise, are more likely to take care of their general health. So this is where we ran into all this trouble. This is the whole Ansel Keys thing. This is the food pyramid. People in the Mediterranean region are healthier than others. Oh, it's got to be they're eating bread and wine and olive oil. Okay, it's got to be that. So the approach I think is better. Obviously RCTs, but dude, just look at nutrition from the inside out rather than the outside in. Which food has nutrients? Which food has anti-nutrients? Which food is nutritious? Like, this is where we need to start, and this is where the whole metabolic nutrition, like Georgia Eads book, why change your diet, change your mind. This is the approach she takes. It's the inside out approach to nutrition.
I'm definitely, and to be sure, I'm absolutely fine with epidemiology for hypothesis building. And I don't say that in a dismissive way. It's a good thing. And the cholera example is such a great example, right? So there's this very high rate that is detected to the extent to where it led to an intervention that could be made, right? And so the intervention was to close it down, and then all of a sudden you saw the benefit, right? But until that point, it was a hypothesis. Again, getting back to Bradford Hill, your hypothesis can have greater and greater strength behind it. But I'm like a wet blanket inside my research teams, because it takes a lot for me to believe that we can make a claim of causality. It's like a ridiculously high bar. And really, I'm never feeling quite good enough until there's some kind of an interventional test of some kind. But even so, in the case of, say, like smoking and lung cancer, I can say I feel strongly enough. But can I say it hits the diamond standard? You know what I mean? Ideally, you do get an interventional experiment. But Bradford Hill did give us something that I thought was really good to be able to get to that place without saying, like, I can be in a place where I could say, I don't need an RCT for smoking and lung cancer, right? To the extent to where I can know exactly how confident I feel in the strength of it versus like other diseases. That's, again, it's fine. Be aware of what the ranges are, right? To what level of degree of certainty there are. I've definitely spent a good chunk of my life talking my family out of being out of smoking, and you speak with some experience. You've been open about
yeah, and it was tough to quit those cigarettes. I mean, the way I did it was using patches and lozenges, and so I would do 2 nicotine patches and lozenges, and I switched over to those. So I dropped the cigarettes and I switched to those, and then I tapered those lozenges and patches over the course of, I think, about 3 months. But again, some people can do it just dropping it. But for me, this was before metabolic therapies too. I actually quit smoking the Thanksgiving before the January that I went on a ketogenic diet.
Oh, wow.
So I needed I had quit drugs and alcohol and smoking the year before. So I needed the taper mechanism.
Matt, you're one of a kind.
Oh, thanks, man.
We're going to have to wrap here in a moment, but thank you
No
so
problem.
much for your time. Hey, tell everyone about your channel.
Oh, yes, everyone. I have a small YouTube channel where I talk about metabolic treatments for serious mental illness. So this is ketogenic diet, this is carnivore diet, physical exercise, sleep hygiene, drug, alcohol abstinence, all of that good stuff for depression, bipolar, schizophrenia, schizoaffective, anxiety. That is the target user objective of the channel. So please, it's just called Matthew Bazooki. You can go check me out there.
And it's awesome. I recommend everyone take and subscribe and look forward to your memoir. It'll be fantastic.
Thank you, Dave. Good luck. I hope that everything goes great. I'm telling everyone I know to go watch the film right now.
Awesome. Thank you so much for joining us.
Okay, see you, man. Bye.
Okay. I am now going to add my very good friend and also someone else who appears in the film to share their story, Michelle Hearn. Thank you, Michelle.
I just saw that I'm muted. Yeah, Dave, thanks so much for having me. I'm so excited. I got to watch the cholesterol code for the first time and several weeks ago, and it was such an honor.
Yeah. So, first of all, I really appreciate that you were able to share your story on the film. A lot of times people just assume in the case of anorexia that in order to eat more, you just need to eat more bad food because it's so full of calories. But it's not quite that simple, is it?
Yeah, unfortunately it's not, and I think it's such a challenging and complex topic. And I think, having, been through anorexia when I was much younger and then struggling with kind of the after effects, a lot of anxiety, depression, racing thoughts around food as an adolescent and adult, I think I have a full appreciation of there's so much more that goes into it than just changing your diet. But kind of the standard now, which was the standard when I was 12, I'll be 43, is just all foods fit all the time, eat as much as possible. And the fact that we statistically have worse outcomes now than we did, one of the highest mortality rates of any psychiatric disorder, more and more people being diagnosed, unfortunately, more and more people passing away from, eating disorders in general and anorexia. It makes me think like maybe we need to reevaluate how we're treating this.
Yeah. So I love that not only were you able to share the story, you got to actually talk a little bit about what the standard treatment is for and Bret Scher also kind of discussed it to some degree. And it is kind of a bit of a concern with regard to, I know you've gone on the same journey I have in that when thinking about it strictly from a calorie standpoint and not thinking about it from a food quality standpoint, there's not enough appreciation as to how much the food could in fact be meaningful toward the decisions somebody's making, like towards their brain health. But I think that you did such a great job of conveying in the film, in your story, that indeed it does, right?
It really does. And it just, if we can really take a step back and just for a moment and take the emotion purely out of it, because it's an incredibly emotionally charged topic. You don't believe me, get on social media and just say like, hey, okay, we'll take anorexia. We have a population of people who are massively underweight, who, psychiatrically they are fearing being fat, they're scared of eating, they might be compulsively exercising, they might be binging and purging, they might be just, purging through laxatives or exercise. I shared in the panel that we were on, like we literally have a study that said that they did with people who were anorexic, and they measured just their gastrointestinal, the villi, like, are they healthy? Are they damaged? And something my 6-year-old niece could figure out is, shock, they're very damaged. Starvation, binging and purging damages your intestinal lining. And so, if you came to the hospital and your arm, you had a massive broken arm, you have damage, you would treat the damage. You wouldn't just say like, well, let's throw everything at it and hope it works. You'd say, so if your intestines and stomach are damaged and we throw just sugar and flour and, and you're like, oh man, your stomach hurts and you're anxious. It just, once again, take the emotion out of it. Let's let your gut heal. And it's very important in this, I think in this moment to say too, like using a ketogenic diet. Yeah, let me start over. Using a ketogenic diet or a low carb diet or therapeutic, even if it's not ketogenic has a pretty specific definition. But using a higher fat, lower carb diet to treat anorexia, it's not a low calorie diet. In general, I've seen success people I've worked with, myself included. We're talking 3, 4, 5,000 calories. This is an incredibly high calorie diet. And in my experience, it's actually much easier to do that because the volume is low. Meaning, 1 tablespoon of butter, 100 calories, you're going to eat 2 cups of cornflakes or something. And obviously those have very different impacts on your body. So yeah, it's interesting. I also want to make sure that I say that I don't necessarily think this is something people would have to do forever. Like, because, all dietitians are like, oh no, another restrictive diet. It's like, one, there's nothing more restrictive, and I will die on this hill, than the depression, the anxiety, the like literal wanting to take your life. There's a study that they showed that 20% of people with anorexia actually take their own lives. They die from, and I've had those feelings as a much younger human, so I get it. And so if you're simply eating in a way that your brain works, because now as opposed to fueling our brain with glucose, we're using ketones, we have another fuel source, just getting that going so you can, gain weight, you can work through whatever's, got you there in the first place. You can start to change your mindset. You can establish some coping mechanisms and some healthy things. Like nobody, and we don't have data that says like, you have to do this the rest of your life. I certainly am not purely ketogenic, but by utilizing these lower carbohydrate diets, one, letting your system heal, and then letting your mind heal, it can be a really powerful tool. And I would imagine that most of us, having spoke with people like Chris Palmer and Satish Shivani that have done research in this area, we want to give people tools, because right now, they literally have none. I shouldn't say that. There's lots of treatment centers for anorexia, but the statistics are still pretty bad.
Yeah, and I don't think that's appreciated as much. And I'm glad you brought that up. And you say this in the movie effectively. But for a lot of people who don't know what it's like to be inside that state, and I say this with love in my heart, but I'm sure you've gotten it a million times over the course of working with the disease. There's people who are just like, can't you just hear a thing I'm going to say to you to snap you out of it? Like, try not to, be so hard on yourself, or try not to. And they mean well, but they don't actually realize that there really is something, it's not strictly behavioral. It's also physiological. And indeed, there's a lot that you're working with. And that part of it is that, like so many illnesses, there's outward minimizing, that what you're presenting is you're hiding more of the illness from the outside. And so they don't actually realize just how serious it can be, to the degree that you were describing. With YouTube, we can't use the word, but to where you might.
Sorry. Yeah, they get a little more creative. And what does YouTube make you do? Like do a rhyme or something silly?
A lot of people use the unalive, but
yes, unalive.
It's that serious. It's that serious.
It is. And, one thing that you said, I've never met somebody, and I've had the privilege of not only, speaking with a lot of people with eating disorders, working with people, being in groups, and every human I've ever met is highly intelligent, highly driven. These aren't people who haven't thought like, oh, gee, I should just eat more, or, oh, gee, I should just stop binging and purging. Like when you look at it as a purely psychiatric disease, then that's what you're kind of compartmentalizing it into. And that seems so unfair, because once again, just like any type of addiction, most people know this isn't working, but by actually addressing well, how do I actually get my brain to work? I wish, as a young person, someone had explained that to me, or said, hey, you know what, let's try this nutritional approach where you're going to eat in a way that you're going to be fueling your brain with a completely different substrate. You're going to eat adequate calories, protein, fat. You're not missing any macronutrients. And you know what? You can be honest with me. You're still eating away. You're going to gain weight. But we're going to really focus, because your brain is just on fire right now. It's not working well. It's inflamed. Because when I started to do that as an adult, I started a low carbohydrate diet at 36. I was blown away by how much better I felt. And going back to, nobody is saying this is the be all and all golden ticket, whatever. But what we're saying is if we can use this as a tool, because the results I've seen with people who try it, adhere to it, and I would say do it correctly, because unfortunately you can make any way of eating. You can eat 300 calories of ketogenic diet. That's not what we're going for here. And that's very, obviously that will keep you sick. But when you do it correctly, the results are pretty incredible.
Yeah. There's another thing that's featured a little bit in the film, but mainly through cutaway shots. And that's that you're also a competitive runner. And when I say competitive runner, I don't mean you do marathons now and then. No, you're actually a very serious runner. One of the most common things that I'm asked about is, well, the ketogenic diet can't be used for serious, endurance exercise. That's just not possible. You need carbs in order to fuel you. for athletic capability. Do you find that that's been your experience?
Once again, this is nuanced. So, I came from, when I was before I did a lower carb diet, I was trying to be a competitive marathoner, and I was very, very high carbohydrate. I would say 400 to 500 grams a day, really lean, doing marathon specifically. So doing the high intensity runs, doing track workouts, doing long runs. And, I had some success. I was, sub-elite. I really wanted to be elite. And that's kind of, my story kind of burned out. And then when I went to a lower carbohydrate diet, I found that my ability to really oxidize fat went off the charts. I was able not to run like the pace that I was doing with marathon, but I was able to run, much longer. Because as you said, I do ultras now. So like 50 miles, 100 kilometers, 6 hours. And to be a successful, I would say, so yeah, some people say you don't need any carbs. If you want to run a marathon and finish,
sorry, did I hear you correctly? Did you say 50 miles, 6 hours?
Oh, no, 50-mile race, 6 hour, 2 different events. So
oh, gotcha. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, 644 is my fastest 50. And so if you want to just like finish a marathon, you certainly don't need any carbohydrates. You could just go, use electrolytes and water. If you're very fat adapted. But my goal isn't just to finish. Like I want a podium, I want to be top 3 and so I use carbohydrates strategically, meaning that I've done a lot of background where I'm doing some more fasted runs. I'm really training my body to use fat effectively, because it's just so important. You're just going such a long way. And then I, used carbohydrates more strategically. So probably, I'd say less than like the traditional, quite a bit less, at least initially, than the traditional endurance athlete. And I've kind of played around with it. I'm not married to anything. I'm always open. And that's another thing, more in just the science space, people growing, learning, evolving. But yeah, I've even found though, having like up to 150 grams of carbohydrates a day with the amount of running I'm doing, I can still be in ketosis.
That's the thing I think a lot of people don't realize is that, ketosis, to achieve ketosis, you're becoming fat adapted. But as often happens with especially like fitfluencer type people, they are already metabolically turning over those glucose stores really quickly. Those usually aren't the folks that are wanting to adopt a ketogenic diet, such as to lose weight or something to that effect. But in the case of running, yes, this comes up a lot. I think you're, of course, familiar with Zach Bitter. Zach Bitter is the same way. He's generally pretty low carb outside of when he's training. When he's training, he knows that the fuel is barely getting in the tank before it's heading into the engine. And so to that,
well, not anymore, but he was for quite a long time.
Yeah. Now that said, there's of course the sticky topic of cholesterol. When did you see your cholesterol go up, and what did it go to?
Yeah, it's funny because even as a young person, I feel like my cholesterol was always like slightly elevated. And my dad was like, oh, I have high cholesterol, so you're going to have high cholesterol. And I didn't totally understand what that meant because back then it was like, oh, it's like, I think it was, when I was in high school, the first time I had labs done, it was like 130 something and whatever. And then my cholesterol has been as high as like 375. So, that's just LDL. So that was kind of scary. Seeing that. And I think the scariest thing for me too was like, it definitely wasn't that. And, my general, my GP was like, that's really high. Cause it was always kind of like, almost 200, we go over 200, even when I was, much higher carbohydrate human. So to have it like jump almost 200 points but we saw a big drop in triglycerides. Like my triglycerides went down, my HDL went up slightly. And so, we were both kind of like, I was like, I'm not worried about this. She was like, well, I have to tell you about it, but I'm kind of worried about it. So I that's why I love what you did. I love the documentary because I really appreciate that the documentary is not like, it's kind of like we're trying to teach people that you can't look at things in a vacuum. You can't just say LDL bad, high LDL bad. You have to look at things in context. And we just don't want lazy science because that's kind of lazy just to say that's bad. Because like, what, like with the case of Robin, or saying like, oh, well, you can't do that. You have to be depressed and anxious your whole life. We want to look like what's actually happening in your arteries. Because if your arteries are fine, then what would the point be of changing something that's improved your mental health so much.
I think that comes through a lot, and it's part of what I've been so proud of. And I've chatted with many people before you on the super stream that I feel like we do a really good job, definitely relative to other documentaries, of bringing nuance. And that if there's anything that I felt more bullish about that I think came through in the documentary as well, is the value of imaging. If you're concerned about cardiovascular disease, look, like, it's easier than ever now to literally get like either a CAC, or if you want to go all the way in for, like, say, a CT angiogram, and find out for yourself, find out what the state of your heart is. If you have concerns, it's never been a lower dose of radiation than it was before. Before, if you were to get, like, say, even a CAC, it was a lot more. But CAC these days is just a little bit more than a mammogram. And so radiation wise, the differential is, relatively small. And granted, a lot of people bring this up, and it's a fair point, that if you're, like, say, in your 30s, it's very unlikely that you'll have a positive score. But that's why I keep bringing it around to, well, do you have a reason? Do you have a reason to be concerned? Because even if it's unlikely that it is a positive score, in some cases it will be a positive score. I would definitely want to know, if I were, say, 32, that had a positive calcium score, if that were the case, if I had reason to be concerned about it. Like, let's say it was very prevalent in my family, for example, and I knew what I know now, then I could see me getting it, like, in my 30s. So
exactly, it's kind of like when we know somebody has a history of, like, cancer or breast cancer in their family. It's if your mother had it, if your grandmother had it, if your sister had it, you're gonna be checked probably earlier in life, probably more frequently. And because, once again, sooner you catch something, if you do, let's say you do get a scan and you do have plaque, like, your ability to do something about it is, the sooner you know, the more, I imagine, just easily treatable or manageable, depending on kind of what direction you're going.
Yeah. I'm curious, outside of your story, was there any part to the movie that stood out to you, like maybe a part that you found to be your own personal favorite?
I didn't know that you documented everything you ate. I found that very funny.
Oh, you didn't know that?
No, that you had pictures literally of everything. Like, it kind of made me laugh, because, like, I was trying to find a picture of my wife to show somebody, and it was just like, Jack, my dog. So I imagine, like, you probably do that with, like, food pictures.
Yes.
I think just my favorite part of the movie, one, really having so many, like, science-minded, smart people that were willing to say nuance, that were willing to do nuance. Because I often think when we see documentaries, they really come across like, I don't know a good way to describe this, almost like, this is the right way, this is the only way, you don't believe this, death to you, and to hear Chris Palmer say, like, yeah, this works for some people, it doesn't work for everybody. And to hear, the doctors say, like, yeah, we like this data, we're going to follow the science, and to hear, I so appreciate that, because it goes to so much that I think, and I'm guilty of this, sometimes we get very excited about an idea and we just want to run with it without, like, kind of being open to the nuance and to listening and making sure people voices are heard. So yeah, the nuance is really cool. And I think it's very easy to understand. I'm very curious, I have people in my family that will be watching it that are not as science-minded, nerdy as us. And so I'll be curious, but feedback that I've gotten from people who have seen it, been at the screenings, have said they felt like it was explained really well.
Awesome. That's been one of our major goals the entire time. Was I wanted to, convey enough about the lipid energy model, but not too much, just enough that they could get a gist of it. Talking about cholesterol, we spent so much time. Jen and I had weekly meetings with the graphics team, and we were just constantly iterating through different variations of the script, how we could say enough but not too much, and how to keep it from feeling like a science lecture at any point in time. So it's parsed out, it's we have little, like, bits here and there, and then by the time the lipid energy model comes around, hopefully the audience is nice and primed. They're wondering, like I was, hey, yeah, why is this happening? And okay, so they're being, they're more based on glucose. What does that mean? And then eventually you're bringing it around, but then ultimately to also bring it around to cholesterol versus insulin. how much is one as meaningful as the
appreciated that.
other? Yeah.
Well, and I think like one thing that I sometimes forget, because I've been so blessed to be, healthy. Like I did just a marathon last Sunday, and just out there running, I just had a moment where it's just like, God, what a miracle, from very, very sick human as a child to literally climbing this freaking, wasn't quite a mountain, but it was a good hill for me. I sometimes take for granted just how much of the world is suffering. And obviously we know from physical manifestations like type 2 diabetes and cardiovascular disease. But I mean, depression is everywhere. Severe, can't get out of bed. And a lot of people have lost hope, schizophrenia, schizoaffective disorder, eating disorders. And maybe somebody watches this and is like, oh my God, like my sister has been dealing with this for 20 years. Like she needs to watch this. Because, all you need to do is kind of get people thinking. Like, once again, we're handing you a tool. Nobody's forcing you or whatever, but we're saying, hey, maybe if you haven't tried this, this is a low cost option. I remember speaking with Dr. Westman very early in my low carb journey. He said, like, there's so little risk to do this, and so much potential reward. And I just, that has really stuck with me, is like, once again, a very powerful tool. Because like, what if, even if, for some people, I imagine if you took someone with just severe, I can't get out of bed, paralyzing depression, and just said, what if your life was 20% better? I mean, cut off my right arm if you need to. Right. What if it was like, like Robin, what if it was like 180? What if it was 99% better? So that's also my hope, is that it just spreads hope, because I think every year we live, I'm like, ooh, the world's getting a little dicey. So I think hope is always a really good thing.
Yeah, it was it's a reoccurring theme that it's beyond just whether or not you're working with efficacy. But I think I restate it several times in the narration, is having hope again. Again, but for people who don't know, and I say this with love in my heart, people who don't know, you don't know what it is to not just feel broken, but to feel like there's no way out, to feel like there's not. So I like to point this out to family and friends who are considering it. I'm saying, try it, treat it as a trial period. Try it for, say, 30 days, and treat it as an information gathering exercise. But that's just it, right? You can do just about anything for a short period of time when you know that there's a finish line, right? You would know this as a runner.
Yes. When you see the mile 20 mark, you're like, I can suffer for another 10K. I got this, But if you didn't know, But
right,
yeah,
exactly.
Most people, and this is the reason most people stick to some form of a low carb diet. A lot of people, when they become metabolically healthy, might start some seasonal carbs depending on activity. But I found it to be a really powerful thing, because people like how they feel. They like energy. They like, who doesn't like energy, sleep, but just that mental stability, and I don't think we can fully, I wish there was a way, but people who've been there will get it, just like the absolute hopelessness that people feel, like being able to step out of that. Sometimes, like, I'll catch my reflection in the mirror. Like I said, when I was running, I just think, like, I used to pray to die, or pray to not live. Sorry. I was that sick. You're that, like, and as a young person, it's like 12, 13-year-old. And now, I'm almost 43, and my life has been so incredible and blessed and full of riches. So, if somebody is watching this and they're just like, gosh, there's no reason to get up in the morning. Like, I think you owe it to yourself just to see if something is just a metabolic therapy, no drugs, no, could actually turn your life around.
By the way, I want to mention, I got 5 copies of your children's book. You made a children's book.
Oh, thanks.
Foxabetes, I think. Is that the name? Is that what it's called?
The Fox Family Food Fight.
Fox Family Food Fight, yes. So
little Freddie does get type 2 Foxabetes, though.
It is great, though, because it kind of is a very excellent way to teach children about, frankly, the industry, if you will, the food industry, and how we get to where we got to, right? I won't spoil it, but I'll say it has a lot of fun pun-like things that are built into it, and it's a fun little parable. So
yeah, we had a lot of fun writing it. I had a friend helping me out with it, and Was very fortunate to have Brian and Kristen Tidwell, people who followed my work, like sponsor the book, and so it was good. Yeah, it's good. And thank you for pointing that out. The goal was to have like, as a child can read it and be like, oh, this is fun. They're gonna fight they're whatever. And adults can kind of see, like you said, like it's basically saying like the food industry took away your power, take it back.
Yeah, exactly. It's just sort of the challenge, right? Is we've got to recognize that I'm very much a free market person, so I don't blame food companies for being food companies anymore, and I blame the medical industry for being the medical industry. There's just I'm pro get everybody to recognize and to take ownership of their own health and to see those choices. But that's why you do something like make the movie we make, just to help bring the science to the people. And that includes even the science they're not expecting. That's part of what I love about this thing is, cholesterol might be the entry door, but a lot of people are going to find stories like yours and find out that there's a lot more to it. There's a lot more to the ketogenic diet than just weight loss.
Oh, 1,000,000%. I imagine, I still think it's pretty new, where it's sometimes I feel like we're in a bubble where I'm like, well, of course people know for depression. And it's like, a lot of people don't. A lot of people, even dietitians that people like, oh, keto's a fad. I'm like, what? It's like a medical therapy, So I think just by introducing people and like you said, having them be aware, because that's all we can do. We can't change. You think you can change people? I got news for you. I hate to burst people's bubbles, but by educating people and giving them tools and giving them options and empowering, basically. Because I often I worked in many healthcare systems. I find it a little disempowering, to be honest with you. Like, take the meds, see you in 6 months, versus like, hey, here's some actionable tools. This is what let's measure, test. What can we expect? So that's what I would really hope. If I ask somebody like, what do you think of the cholesterol code? I learned a lot. That's kind of exciting. Like I'm curious. I'm excited. I want to learn more. It gets me Googling. It gets me doing stuff, maybe gets you conversations started, get some stuff going on Reddit, get people sharing and get just people willing to try. We're such a society of, in my opinion, and I realize my wife's always like, you're an ultra runner, easy. Like I realize I'm kind of a more David Goggins-esque than not, but like we can't be so comfortable. We have to be willing to like step out of our comfort zone. We can't keep doing the same thing and thinking we're going to heal or we're not going to reverse metabolic disease with just medication. We have to look at other options.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And it's just, it takes time, but that said, I don't know. I don't know about you. I've been feeling a lot more optimistic lately that more of this is kind of breaking through and more people are becoming aware. But that said, I don't know. It's a strong headwind, right?
It is, and I think my ultimate goal, like I said earlier, I never feel like I'm responsible for fixing or changing anybody. But like when you have your health just restored, I think you have a story to tell. I think sharing. And if we can see this, like maybe before you and I pass away, we'll see like this being implemented in hospitals or something. But yeah, we are up against a lot because, the medical industry, there's a lot of money made in sick people and then a lot, you take that away from people being well.
I'll concede I'm getting a bit more optimistic with regard to AI. I think AI allows for greater individual capability if done right. I emphasize if done right. Like there's a degree with which companies that are running these LLMs bake in things like the guidelines because they need to care about the survival of the company. And part of that is that they can't, get screen captured giving advice that runs counter to existing guidelines to an extent. But that said, there's only so far they can go. The nature of how those platforms work is that they can have top-down level training, such as those business directives I'm describing. But a lot of times you can just kind of drill into it. And a lot of people like my mom and dad who are not normally techies can figure out that they can get better answers than what their first answers are by drilling in a little bit more. And that's what's neat about it is I think good health advice may not be the first thing that it tells you, But particularly when there's things like epilepsy, for which I can't imagine any AI would not mention the ketogenic diet at this point, right, is going to be more likely to come at least from them than maybe their doctor, which
That is
is
so interesting, Dave. I didn't ponder that, but I could absolutely see that, because it's not, AI is not emotion based.
right.
It's not like, oh, we've been doing this way for, so it's completely, obviously, like you said, correctly used, prepped, but it's going to be using the studies and the data and the research. And
Here's an easy way to like test it, right? So you could literally go to your doctor right now and you could say, so what options do I have, for my epilepsy? And they're going to go off of what is in their field of view, right? Again, I'm not trying to be too critical of them, but I know this because I've now attended a few of these conferences, particularly with lipids, and it's what the current and most exciting medication solutions are, right? There's not a lot of discussion for things outside of that. In the case of an AI, though, if you literally ask it that way, what options do I have to relieve ketogenic symptoms, to relieve epileptic symptoms or something to that effect? I would be surprised if it didn't give you a long answer that included the ketogenic diet, and then you could further drill into it from there. And again, it's not just the emotions, right? It's also the factor that part of its larger top-down training is that it is trying to be comprehensive in what it tells you to keep you happy, the customer, right? So that's the thing.
Oh, thank you for giving me some hope.
Yeah. Well, I actually don't have a guest that's lined up after you, but I was, aiming for slots that were 30 minutes at a time. So if you need to cut loose, that would be fine as well. But this is a super stream. It's going literally until 3:30 or 4 or something like that.
Wow, so you're here all day. Yeah, I got to go pick up my niece. I got about 10 minutes if there's anything else interesting you want to talk about, but I'm happy to bounce, or I'm happy to keep talking.
No, just let me know when you want to take off. Other than that, then if we have a moment longer for overtime, do you want to talk a little bit about the thing you presented on at COSI? If that's a topic.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. So I presented on ketogenic diets and breast cancer specifically. I was very fortunate, actually got to have several email conversations back and forth with Dr. Thomas Seyfried. Shared my wife ended up getting diagnosed with breast cancer, and we only knew that because she works in healthcare. She heard a seminar and was like, oh, we should get mammograms. Neither one of us had one at that point. I think we were both 41. And I was kind of like, oh, we're healthy. We don't need to do this. And she's like, no, we should. And we both had them, and mine came back normal, and they found out she had stage 1 breast cancer, which was terrifying. Like, you just don't expect somebody young and healthy and, to have that. And that kind of flipped my world
at least it was
down.
Stage 1, right?
Yeah, which is another, I'm very grateful that got that done then, and I've told many people, gosh, I don't know how people who aren't literate in medical jargon, and it's a really scary process, because it's like, okay, you're going to see this doctor and the surgeon, and do you want to get a genetic test? Do you have a BRCA gene? You should probably find out, and so I wanted to be at those appointments with her. But one of the first things we did that day she found out was we contacted Miriam, and I'm going to mess up her last name. It starts with a K, but she wrote the book Keto for Cancer. And she did a Zoom with us, setting Karina up on a calorie restricted ketogenic diet. And obviously calorie restricted just for that set period of time. And that kind of depends on where your weight is and what's going on. And Karina was a trooper. Honestly, I'm not sure I would have had as good of attitude. She just followed it to the T, measured ketones, never complained, still went to work, did everything until her surgery. But it was really, really positive results. She originally was told she was going to have 30 sessions of radiation because of the tumor size and where it was. And then when they went to do the surgery, the doctor actually told us it's smaller than it was that first time, 2 months later on the mammogram. And he said, I'll let you know, but I don't think she needs 30 sessions. And it ended up, she only needed 5. And she's had her second follow-up now. And I mean, well, when she went for the follow-up, because I went with her all these appointments, that's giving another funny. I was working at kind of an interesting place then, and I didn't let them know what was going on because people treat you differently. But I was like, I'm on a meeting. I'm just waiting for someone to tell me you can't go. I was like, no, I'm going. But anyway, so when we went back to check, you know, after her surgery, like how it was healing, the doctor was just like, God, it just must be because you're so young. Like this looks great. Like you're healing so well. And so, you know, just it was really challenging going to the doctors and the nurses and when I went with her to radiation, because the only nutrition advice we got from the oncologist was no animal fat. And the only nutrition advice we got from the nurse was, you know, you have a really sad disease. You should eat whatever you want. If you want ice cream, if you want cake, you know, you need to take care of yourself. And my wife had told me, like, do not say anything. We already have a plan. We're not arguing with people. So I was like, you know, okay, respect your wishes. We already have a plan. He was like,
well, if only you weren't already a public educator on this topic.
I was like, thank you. I was like, can I bring a flyer? She's like, no. But that's what the advice people are getting is don't eat animal fat. Okay, what am I supposed to eat? Like tofu, and then
what's the science behind that though? Like, what's the science behind animal fat? And
she said it was inflammatory, and I said, well, you know, once again, I wasn't allowed to say anything, and Jim Green was like, "Thank you for your help." So just let it go.
I was gonna say, then our study, our keto CTA study, all of our people should be all inflamed, right?
Exactly. Everybody should have massive plaque progression if it's truly that inflammatory. And she should have healed slower, theoretically, right? You shouldn't need. But anyway, healed well, tumor smaller, less radiation. We're at the 2-year mark and still cancer free. So, and so just and once again, nobody. And Dr. Seifert as well, I don't think would say like do this instead of. But what we're saying is like as an adjunct treatment, they're showing that it basically can shrink tumor cells. They just don't grow, and they really need glucose and glutamine. They thrive on. You limit those two substrates. The only other thing like I think would be interesting to explore that we didn't really have access at that time. Would it make sense even to take like exogenous ketones? You know, I think there's so much cool studies and stuff we could do for people. But yeah, breast cancer. I mean, oncology in general. You know, I used to work in acute care, and just what they feed people is not necessarily it's not conducive to those ketogenic diets. So and just telling people that like, oh, you're already going through so much. Korean would tell you, like my wife, she would say like, it just felt so good to feel like I'm actually doing something.
Yes.
Like I'm scared. I'm going to work. I cannot control this thing growing in my body, but by following this and by being in ketosis, I felt like I'm setting my body up the best I possibly can to have the best chance of a remission. You know, that's huge. That's a big thing. I think a lot of people would want to do that. And you need less radiation and I'm just speaking from what she has told me. I want to say I've never had this before, but she said it's exhausting. She was so tired afterwards. It's, it's time out of your workday. And she only had 5 sessions. So if you had to have less, like, why would this not potentially be an option? No one's saying this is a cure. We're just saying it could be a very powerful adjunct. And Dr. Seifert has published tons of studies on this, but he said in an email he sent to me, he said, until this can be monetized, he doesn't think it's going to.
I know. We're back to the same thing, right? Like I was just talking about this earlier with the other guests, which is, I think I was even asked this directly. Why, I think Matt before you, why don't you think this is, resulted in a lot more research? And I said, because it's not a business model attached to it.
Yeah, if the business model isn't, if someone can figure out a business model and maybe like, talking about value-based healthcare or at some point, like insurance companies wanting to save money, who knows? If there is a way to do this, I think you would see a lot more people trying this, utilizing it, being taught and trained in this way. But yeah, well, thank you for letting me share that story. So.
Yeah, no, thank you for sharing it. As it happens, I just now saw somebody pop in who is the amazing director of our film, Jennifer Eisenhart.
Hi,
Hey.
Hi, Michelle. How are you?
Hey, I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well. We're driving, so this is like kind of crazy, like doing a live stream while you're in a car. But yeah.
Hey, Now you do what you gotta do. So no, I'm about to have to head out. I gotta go pick up my niece from school. I'm actually in Houston this week, so.
Okay. Well, cool. Well, thanks for doing it. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me, Dave. It was so good to talk to you. Jen, it's good to see you too in California. So.
Yeah, that was great. That was a great event.
Thank you for joining,
Great.
Michelle. We'll see you again soon.
See ya. Bye.
See ya. Awesome. I'm so glad you jumped on. Surprise. Did you get word from Sharon that we had a little bit of a gap in between?
Well, we've been listening to the live stream while we're driving, and I heard you say I have a gap, and so I thought, I think we're in good service. We're getting ready to go stop at a supercharger, so I thought I'll just let Sharon know.
Perfect. No, this is great. I'm so glad you were able to jump in. So for those who don't know, this is literally the director of our film. Thank you. And she's being driven by the director of photography. That's how big time she is. That she can just order her director of photography to drive her around like a driver. Like, what's that about?
Yeah, that's right.
I do what I have to do, Dave.
Yeah.
So how much of the stream have you listened to?
Quite a bit. Yeah, we had it on this morning while we were packing, and Dr. Boz and Ken Berry and Nick.
It's been great.
Yeah,
Really good.
it's been really good. It's been fun to listen to.
Dave, I can't believe you have the stamina you do. I am so impressed by what you're doing in the last couple weeks, all the travel and now this. Congratulations. It's just been great.
No, thank you. I mean, don't get me wrong. After this super stream, I'm going down like.
Yeah.
Sharon's gonna make you go down.
Yeah, you're gonna have to have forced vacation, whether you want it or not, right?
Yeah, I've got a question that I'm sure the chat will be interested in. Do we have any numbers back, or is that something we got to save for later?
We will have numbers back on Tuesday.
Tuesday.
So, yeah, you're gonna get our opening weekend numbers. We'll get back after the weekend. So
this is the first time where I'm actually watching a film I'm used to being able to watch other films on their opening weekend and like watching Box Office Mojo and that kind of stuff.
Right.
Although granted, that's more for money. I'm less concerned about the money than I am about like the views and the, how people are enjoying it. But I'm telling you, every single hour I'm getting texts, I'm getting messages, I'm getting tags. Jen, I don't, obviously I'm looking, you know me, I look for the critical stuff, right? But whoa, the ratio is amazing. Yeah. It's amazing.
Yeah.
People are loving this film.
It is. It's really fun. This is the fun part, right? We've been like heads down working for the last 3 years, trying to get this thing done.
Now we get to share it.
Now we get to share it with everybody. Yes. And we actually had our Boise screening last night in Boise.
Yes, how'd that go?
Yeah. It went really, really well. We had over 150 people. The theater was full. We had several nurses, several physicians, and it was great. People really received it well. It was fun.
Tons of positive comments today. Both of us have had just flowing about the film.
And emails, some personal friends who have families struggling with mental health issues that were just fascinated by the film. Another friend who is in the mental health space as a counselor who has just got turned on to Chris Palmer's work by our project. And now she's just really dived into metabolic psychiatry and that work and helping her with her clients. So, it's just really neat to kind of see the snowball kind of rolling out now. It's really cool.
If I'm not mistaken, yours is I don't think we've had a showing that had 150, right? Like that's.
I mean, not to brag, brag, but I think we have the biggest screening in Boise. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you did. I mean,
Yeah.
you know, what, maybe outside of COSI, right? But that's kind of cheating.
Well, the first
No,
COSA, I think we had 190. Yeah.
yeah,
I think so. That's true.
right.
Yeah.
But
Okay,
no, as
you
far as
win,
just
babe.
as far as just a straight gather screening, you clearly crushed it. 150 is like really good. And don't get me wrong, the screenings I've gone to, they've, you know, the theater is mostly full, sometimes it's totally full, but as the gather screening thing goes, they try to assess how many people you're getting, and it's just more challenging, you know, post COVID and so forth, to try to get lots of people in,
Yeah.
particularly because it's also just how many people are in the city that you're in that can know
Yeah.
about it, that you can then get to
Yeah.
come, right? So that's the challenge.
Yeah, we definitely have figured out with the gather screening. Sorry, we're pulling into a parking lot. It's a little bouncy right at the moment. But we've definitely figured out with the gather screenings that it's like emailing, texting,
Individual.
calling your individual friends, family, colleagues is really the best way to kind of get the word out. And, you know, we are on Amazon now, but there's something very special about these in-person screenings. And so I hope that, you know, people who still have a gather screening up ahead of the film at a theater, you know, aren't disheartened by the fact that we're on Amazon, because it's a conversation that takes place between everyone at the screening. I mean, I think this happened at numerous screenings you've been to too, but everyone went out to the lobby and just hung out for another 45
Yeah.
minutes, and we're talking and sharing information, and it's definitely a next level experience of the movie to see it in person and to have a chance to have these conversations with other like-minded people in the community, other experts in the community. And so I hope that the gather screening hosts, you know, that still have their screenings up ahead, realize that that's still a very special experience.
Yeah, in fact, we should also carry across your tips for this incredibly successful one. There's one that stood out, if you want to share it with us.
Just like emailing and texting people directly?
Yes, as in, don't assume putting up a Facebook post that all your friends are going to see it. Just
Yeah.
take the moment to like write them and invite them, you know, directly. And it makes a big difference as to how many people you actually get to come to your showing.
Yeah, we definitely found that to be the case. We were posting on social about the film, and we sold, you know, 5 or 6 tickets after our social media posts. But then Tom really led the effort and just started emailing and texting our friends and colleagues and family members and telling them about why we were hosting the film, and, you know, how cool it was going to be. We did set up a Q&A afterward with a physician and a nutritional therapist and a metabolic health coach. And so I think a lot of people were really interested in being able to ask questions and be a part of that Q&A afterward. But yeah, it was definitely the direct emails and the direct texts and the calls that got the tickets sold. And yeah.
And this is the other thing, just to capitalize on what you're saying with regard to just actually being in a theater, experiencing it with a whole bunch of other people, is that, to your point, at the end, people want to talk about it. They want to discuss it. And there's yet to be a screening I went to where there was just, you know, a bunch of people who left that were like, okay, well, I was only in here for a movie and now I'm ready to knowing that the Q&A was after. We just would get question after question and other people chiming in. And then, yes, it would often go into the lobby afterwards, because eventually the theater has to kick you out. You get the 30-minute allotment, but then there's more discussion that's afterwards. And it feels good to know that there are so many seeds being planted, you know, that it's not the end of the discussion. The movie for many is the beginning. It's the beginning of a new paradigm for them and for them to start understanding the kind of science we brought to them. So I've been appreciating it. And I strongly endorse getting the theater experience. I even more strongly endorse doing both, right? So
Yeah, that was definitely our call to action at the end of the screening. We were like, thank you for being here. Now go watch it again, please.
yes. Like the way I would always end it would be, now, show of hands, do you have a family member or friend or, colleagues that you'd like to show this to? And almost everyone did. And I'd be like, okay, that's a great second chance. And then you can carry this conversation forward. And if you want to, you can consider, if you want to, further rate and review the movie, that also helps us out as well. Just always give us an honest review, whatever it is.
Yeah. And those reviews really matter in this first month of the film being on Amazon. The platform prefers films that have engagement, just like any social media type platform. And so the more engagement we have, and the better the film will do on the platform. And in the United States, really, the goal is to get the platform moved up to Amazon Prime. Because, as you know, Dave, then people who have Prime memberships can watch the film for free. So we just really hope that folks will watch the film on Amazon and rate and review it. And that just helps spread the message even farther.
And look, even right now, I mean, we've got such a great price. It's $2.99 if you're an Amazon member, right? For everywhere except the UK, where it's free, because in the UK, if you're an Amazon member, you're already on Prime. That was without us actually realizing it. But thank you, UK, for UK Amazon for taking us over to Prime there. So you got no excuse if you're in the UK at all. Watch the movie. Let us know what you think.
Yeah, and I have no idea why they put it straight to Prime in the UK. I was joking that maybe it's because they have national health care there. They also just do health movies for no, I don't know. Anyway, but the goal is to get it on Amazon Prime in the US too. Obviously that would be great. Yeah. So, but do you have any more travels now? Are you hitting any other screenings, Dave? Or are you?
We got Boston coming up.
Oh yeah, Boston.
So it's Boston. I can't remember I think it's Austin first and then Boston. I'll have Sharon text me.
Boston, Austin.
Yeah, Boston, Austin.
Okay. And Boston, I believe, is at the end of the month, if I'm not mistaken, and then Austin after that.
The beginning of May.
So I might be able to hibernate a tiny bit. I have so much to catch up on for Own Your Labs and the Feldman Protocol, which I've gone now 2 weeks without releasing an episode. But anybody who's watching, just so you know, I plan to do some doubling up, to do some catching up. I know you guys have been patient, and I appreciate it. This is the best excuse ever, though, and I'll only be using it once, right? Where I have like a whole major that I'm doing.
It's a pretty good excuse, I'd say.
I hope so. It's kind of crazy, though. The Feldman Protocol is now past 200,000 subscribers. And
that's awesome.
I was thinking about maybe doing an AMA, an Ask Me Anything, and allow for the themes of the movie to be in as well, because I'd like to, also be able to talk about that too once we've got like some numbers in. I think it'll be great. So
yeah, that's going to be really good. Yeah, we should have those opening weekend numbers, like I said, early next week. And that'll be fun to take a look at, and it'll be fun to see the reviews start popping up. I was actually going to look at that really quick. I don't know if I've seen any pop up. It does take a couple days once you write a review. I did have someone ask this question, that they had written a review and it hadn't shown up yet. And it does take a couple days once you write a review. So it may be a couple days before we start seeing those reviews come in. So
yeah, I was looking over here just now just to see if it shows. I don't think I see anything yet, though. On the
I was just looking at it too. I don't.
There's a lag, and it's totally understandable why there's a lag. They don't. You don't want to, as filmmakers, I'm sure you don't want your film to be too offset by early reviews for where, whichever direction they go. But I'm excited. I'm excited to see what people think and just hear all about it.
Yeah,
So.
it's been fun just watching the comments on social though too. Like you said, it's really neat to see it get out into the world. How long are you doing the live stream today, Dave? Who else do you have coming up? Or
Gosh,
is that a secret?
No. We have Stephen Hussey next. We have Philip Ovadia. Then we have Robin Dobbins and Eric Westman. And then
All right.
Eric Rogers, then Eric Westman, and then two crazy ketos.
All
the
right.
two crazy ketos.
Yeah.
Joe and
That's
Rachel,
awesome.
they're awesome. And it may end somewhere around there. We'll see.
Okay.
I'm allowing
You're
for
at
some other people to
4
jump in.
hours right now. 4 hours, 23 minutes. Have you taken a break?
I have not taken a break, but I'm doing all right. I got more sleep last night than I did any other night for the last several weeks. Something
that's good.
Something about knowing our film actually did land.
Yeah.
We should share this with the audience because this is just a true story. We were, of course, intending for this to launch on the 17th. We did secretly, I can share this, right, Jen? We did secretly set it for the 16th just in case there was some weird lag. So if it landed on the afternoon or if it landed on the evening of yesterday, that's okay.
Yeah.
We can be quiet about it until we do our official day, which is the 17th. But hey, always good to, chance for it, right? But no, Amazon literally put it out at like 1 a.m. on the 16th. So we went, well, okay, I guess we're in the other timeline. We're for sure going to just move the launch days, rah-rahs to yesterday. And that made this live stream not a launch day live stream, but just a support live stream. And it worked out great because a number of people, as you know, were able to then watch it. So
yeah, that was great.
Better too.
We thought we were just going to be like sneaky about it and stealth, and that it would like quietly be on Amazon one day, and then we would announce it the next day. The minute it was up there, I was like, "Hey!" We could start getting all these texts and messages and people talking about it, and that was great. But I have to tell you, Thursday morning, I woke up at 3 a.m, just like, I wonder if it's there. And so I had to grab my phone and I looked and it was there. It had been posted, and I screenshotted it and of course texted you at 3 a.m. We're live on Amazon. So that was good.
And I was up already because I was jumping on a flight. So I was up, you texted, and then I texted you back. But then you weren't answering back, and I was like,
I think my phone was like in sleep mode or something. Yeah.
And that's what I figured was that probably you went to sleep. But it's been so awesome. I mean, there's definitely been some bumps on the road, including this week. But all of that said, I mean, we're here, Jen. I mean, this is really it. Like we wait.
So
we went through 4 years. 4 years. It was February. By the way, you were thinking it was the 2021. It is 2022 because in 2022 was when the preliminary data came back.
Okay.
And
wow.
We hurriedly put together a timing. You worked out getting the film crew. I worked out arranging it with Budoff. Hey, let's go ahead and if we can get this filmed me catching it. Then the rest is history. Like the cameras, we made sure the cameras were there for every major moment as it was happening. Except of course for the AHA presentation, but you'll have to watch the movie as to why there's not cameras rolling for that part.
Yeah, they kicked us out.
But it's I can't thank you guys enough for helping us put together something so amazing. And I'm so excited so many people get to experience this right now. It's great.
Yeah, me too. I'm really excited. I hope it helps people. That's always been my goal with these films, is to make something that can help people. And I think we've done that here. So thanks, Dave. Thanks for everything. It's been a great project, and just so glad to have had a chance to work on it with you.
Yeah. And I mean, here's the neat thing. The neat thing is that I really do believe a lot of people who do tune in for the story on the cholesterol are going to just discover all of these things that, when we were first chatting about it, we were trying to see what we could cover. And I think mainly we were thinking, epilepsy and type 1 diabetes because they're kind of the most obvious, but more and more these amazing stories like Robin Dobbins, like Michelle Hearn, they all keep coming into our periphery. And if you would have asked me then, I would have thought, oh, maybe we'll get to 3 of them, maybe 4 stories or something. But no, we've got a bunch. We've got over half a dozen amazing stories.
Yeah.
And I love that we were able to get Eric Rogers in there, by the way. Eric, if you're listening, I'm so glad we were able to get you into as well, because there's just a bunch of people who've been supportive of this movement for the very reason that it's what's helped them. They found their lifeline with this study. So
yeah, I love the people's stories. They're so powerful and so representative of so many people that get caught in the middle between these two challenges. And I just love that we share that in film alongside the science, so that's great.
I do have some comments if you still got a little time.
Okay, sounds good.
We got this.
So we're hanging out here.
That's true. You got nowhere to go, right? So
yeah.
Going to rent and watch Cholesterol Code today. Woohoo! Thank you, Gerard. Awesome. Next up, we've got Michelle Happ. Just finished the film. Wonderfully fantastic. Carnivore, 75-year-old female metabolic coach. That's great, Michelle.
That's awesome.
We've got also purchased 4/16 at 4:40 p.m. on Amazon Prime and slated to watch this weekend. Thank you to all involved.
That's excellent. Thank you.
Awesome.
Yes, loving these comments. And we're not going to be able to get to all of them, but I really do want to I want to emphasize that we're so appreciative. We're so thankful for everything everyone's doing to help not only support the film, but to support the science. So it's been fantastic. And I just couldn't be happier with everything we've been able to do.
Yeah, the community that you have built, Dave, and connected to through your research and now, through the film, they're such good people.
Yeah.
They are such good people, and it's so cool to hear their stories of getting their health back. The mental health stories, the chronic disease, people reversing serious chronic disease, and it's just really exciting to see that, and it's really fun to hear their stories, and then it's also so meaningful to pay it forward. Like, it was so fun at our screening at Boise last night to hear, first of all, to see people really listening and absorbing the information, and then to hear them wanting to learn more. We have 2 good friends who I think are gonna, came up to us afterwards. They've both been struggling with metabolic disease, and I think they're both gonna take on their Restart program, which is a sugar detox program, and they're really going to give it a go. And so it's such a great community of people willing to share their stories to help others, and I just love that.
Yes. Well, thank you for joining us. Thank you for directing this movie. We do have Stephen Hussey up next. But
great.
This was a very pleasant surprise. I'm glad you were able to jump in. So,
all right. You bet.
All right.
Thanks, Dave.
Drive safe, and we'll chat again soon.
We will. Okay.
Thanks, Dave. Appreciate it.
See you later,
Bye.
Tom. We'll talk to you in a bit.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right. I have Stephen Hussey on, who, by the way, also spoke at COSI and twice, actually. You were originally a citizen science speaker, then a featured speaker, and also a published author. Also, lots of great theories, and also on the Feldman Protocol. So we know each other pretty well by this point.
Yeah, it's been a good time. We see a lot of each other these days, so that's good.
That's true. Now, I'll ask you this question. There's no wrong answer. Have you had a chance to watch The Cholesterol Code yet?
Absolutely. I've seen it twice.
Twice. Did you see the original version from last year?
Yeah, saw that one.
Gotcha.
And yeah, well, actually, no, yeah, 3 times now. Yeah, 3 times, because then the screening in North Carolina. So yeah.
Oh, you went to a screening in North Carolina? Is that right? Or yes, you went to the one I was at. What am I thinking? Yes. So you've seen that one as well.
And then both conferences. Yeah. So.
Yeah. Wow. It has been such a journey, but now it's finally out in the wild. And yeah, I appreciate that that now people can just straight up rent it on Amazon. Have you had any other family members or friends that have had a chance to watch it?
I've been telling them all about it. I don't think they haven't had a chance to yet, but my mom is very interested. Yes, definitely. She's in the healthcare field, so she's always interested in the things I'm doing. And I posted all over my Instagram stories yesterday when I saw that you posted that it was out, I guess, early. Yeah, so I'm trying to put it out there as much as I can.
That's great. Thank you so much, of course. I actually, just because it's such an unusual theory and not typical of what other people hear about, I do want to give an introduction to you and sort of your broader theory. I'm sure by this point you've got it in a stock pitch, right? So what would you say people know you for pretty well?
Having a heart attack at age 34. That's what people know me for, I think. But yeah, I guess my interesting theories on heart disease and the fact that I was able to, heal myself from that heart attack without the medications that were recommended. So that's kind of the story. The thing is that I was metabolically healthy at the time of that heart attack. I've always been leaner and fitter, been an athlete most of my life. And yeah, still had a heart attack. So I had to dig deeper, and it drove me to finding these new theories. It's why I guess it is a bit different for me. Because I think that obviously metabolic health is extremely important, but I think there are other factors as well. And that's what kind of drove me that direction, because, I tell people that I work with all the time that, 8 to 10 months after my heart attack, I was worried about where the nearest hospital was anywhere that I went, because I was worried it's going to happen again. Right. And it wasn't until I gained an understanding from my perspective of what happened and how it happened and what I can do going forward to prevent it from happening again, that I didn't think like that anymore. And so then obviously, and then the results coming in as far as how I was reversing plaque and healing my heart and everything like that, that obviously made it feel better too. Like what I was doing was working. But yeah, my low carb carnivore-ish diet stayed the same the entire time, since before the heart attack, obviously during it and after the heart attack. And so that factor, that variable stayed the same for me. And other things changed as far as environment and stuff like that. So yeah, there's multiple factors, and I've just had to dig a little deeper to explain my situation.
So if you saw both versions of the movie, about the interviews we had at the end. I don't want to spoil it for others, but were you surprised by what the content of those interviews were?
No, not at all. I think that the main thing this movie is what I hope it shows people, is that to trust their bodies again. It's almost like I feel medical science has somewhat hijacked health, right? When in reality, the best, I think, indication if you're healthy or not is paying attention to your body, learning the signals of your body, right? Because here we have these people who do this thing and they see these amazing health benefits. Sometimes these mental health illnesses or chronic illnesses go away literally, but then they're told by medicine that this is bad for them. And I think that is medicine hijacking our health in a sense, so I really think that I hope that it's at the beginning of this kind of awakening of trust our bodies again, use logic. It doesn't make sense that your body is doing all these amazing things and it's also killing you. That doesn't make sense to me. So yeah, I think that I hope people get that kind of message from this movie in general.
It is a reoccurring discussion that in the case of LDL cholesterol in particular, the guidelines keep kind of pushing it lower and lower. And I mean, to the point where it's like well below average of what is in the population itself. But exactly what you're describing is something we try to take on in the documentary, which is, well, why not just study? Why not just study people who are both metabolically healthy, but also have not just average LDL, but like have very high LDL. And I mean, that was the purpose of our research, of our study. And that's why I'm glad, you know, we had cameras rolling the whole time while it was going to better understand that. So to that extent, I'm thankful that we were able to capture it and get it into a documentary.
Definitely. Yeah. I mean, and the more times I see it, the more excited I am for that particular type of message. I have a question for you. So, you know, people like Robin in the documentary, like obviously she didn't have the high LDL at first, and then she kind of got metabolically healthy, and then it started to rise after that. Do you, like, you're, I guess, in these circles and maybe the Facebook groups and things like that, does that generally happen for a lot of people?
So that's an interesting question for a few different reasons. One of the things that I think happens and I'm just going to put this forward as a hypothesis. I believe that you're ultimately wanting to remodel your body when it's in a poor metabolic state. And in particular, one area that I think there's some decent, you know, research on that's easier to chart and detect is the adipose tissue itself. So adipose tissue being the fat. And if you look inside fat, healthy fat, it's a bunch of small fat cells, right? Adipocytes. Now, when somebody's becoming, you know, insulin resistant, and especially if they gain a lot of weight, more of that tissue has hypertrophic fat cells. They're engorged, they're large, they're becoming dysfunctional. You even start having a lot of dead macrophages around them. It seems like there's just sort of a war that's getting lost in trying to keep them healthy and dealing with the ones that are failing, right? I believe at the point where you're losing weight, it's not just as simple as you lose more of the contents of those fat cells, which is, of course, the triglycerides out of the sac. I believe you also need them to heal. So they need to get to be healthier versions of adipocytes, right? Now, why that becomes important is it becomes important for the lipid energy model, because a lot of the lipid energy model posits a successful relationship of staging and pacing in and out of your fat cells. And so you want them to be healthy little fat cells. And that process seems to, you know, anecdotally from what I've observed, seems to show more and more the healthier you get. I think that there's greater remodeling of the body. So you can have people like, say, Dr. Tro, who he went from fully obese, I mean, morbidly obese, all the way to fit, but had a period, which I like to call the honeymoon period, for which his LDL was lower. It was even lower than 100. I want to say it was like 80 or something like that. And I predicted to him on Twitter, I said, I predict your LDL is going to slowly start to go up. And I think it's going to happen, you know, for these reasons with lipid energy model. And he was poo-pooing me. And so that became a kind of a famous example because he and I were arguing a lot about cholesterol.
Yeah.
Sure enough, his cholesterol starts going up and up and up and up. And then, you know, he starts taking on principles of the lipid energy model to modify it, which is having modestly higher levels of cholesterol, modestly higher carbohydrates, I believe, to help, you know, keep it lower because he's less comfortable with higher LDL.
Yeah.
But that's kind of I know it's a bit of a long-winded answer.
Yeah.
But it's kind of an important one because it's difficult. Basically, in that context, it's difficult to know. It's difficult to know how many people will be like Robin and how long that time span will be. But that's the hypothesis I'd put forward.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's interesting to me. I mentioned to you before about leptin and stuff, or we briefly talked about it at one point. But it almost, to me, makes it sounds like that not just insulin sensitivity needs to be restored, but leptin sensitivity does too, so that your body can get that proper signal from energy expenditure and energy storage in the fat cells. That sounds super critical. And leptin is highly linked to cortisol. So that's one thing that I'd say. The other thing is that the reason I asked that question, I'm curious about, is because I kind of feel like, and this is just theory, my own opinion, but I kind of feel like the levels that we're seeing in these lean mass hyperresponders could be more of a generally normal level for people, right? In general, because if you think about it, like, we've taken, cholesterol in people who are generally eating a standard American diet of high processed foods and stuff, and so like in that context, lipid energy model, we would think that the lipids are supposed to be lower, so to speak. And yes, the pharmaceutical companies have sponsored the lowering of that recommendation in general, but who's to say that if we're leaner and fitter, like humans are supposed to be, that's not kind of the average or the normal for everybody,
in that context of fat adaptation. So yeah, the larger point you're making, if I can summarize, is maybe there'll be a point where people would say it shouldn't even be called hyper, right? Like lean, or even a responder, like just, somebody who's fat adapted
to a different fuel source kind of.
Right. And it's a good question, because of course it's a very controversial even suggestion at this point in time, because part of, I want to say maybe the best thing that I did from both a research and a paradigm framing perspective was to, wasn't even necessarily the lipid energy model. It was to coin that commonality, that phenotype, right? Because it married the low triglycerides and the high HDL with the high LDL. Having those three held it together. This is why there's so much pushback online. There's a lot of people want to just dismiss the term entirely. Like it's a very frustrating term, because of course, if you're saying, hey, we want to just look at this phenotype, then lo and behold, it's, difficult to find population-wide a lot of high-risk data that existed before we started doing our study. And then we have the study, right? And the study isn't fully lean mass hyperresponders or straight to the cut points, but it's very close. It's near lean mass hyperresponders and a number that are, in fact, lean mass hyperresponders.
Yeah.
But you do, basically, by having the high HDL and low triglycerides, you do effectively link them to greater metabolic health. It kind of forces that into the definition itself. And I think that became very useful.
Yeah, very cool. Yeah. It's all interesting questions to ask, and I love that we're asking them, that we can.
Yeah, I think it's important. Tell us a little bit about fourth phase water, because I always love, because a lot of people didn't think about this. I myself didn't think about it until you started giving us presentations on it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, from a big picture perspective, because I could tell you about the science of structured water and everything, or fourth phase water or bound water, but from a big picture perspective, we live on a water planet charged by the sun. Like the planet is, some huge percentage water. Technically, they say that we're like up to 70, 80% water, 99.9% water by molecular volume. So it kind of makes sense that water would play this role. It's not just this inert thing that biochemistry happens in. And so it turns out that many different scientists over the last 100 years or so have figured out that water has these unique properties, and that it can hold energy. And when it holds energy and it's next to a biological surface or a water-loving hydrophilic surface, it will actually restructure itself into what they're calling fourth phase water, or structured water, or exclusion zone water. There's lots of different scientists that kind of came across it, so they kind of called it different things. But it's basically this idea that this molecular makeup of it is H3O2. So it's not H2O anymore. One of the hydrogens is cleaved off, and the oxygen and hydrogen that are left team up with other oxygens and hydrogens, and they kind of form this lattice-like structure. And the reason it's called more structured is because it's more like a gel. It's not like a liquid water anymore. It's kind of like the consistency of raw egg white. And most of the water in our bodies, like in our cells, is in this state. And Gilbert Ling's work showed that pretty efficiently. But that's why, we feel like gels, right? We can poke ourselves and move the tissue around, and it bounces right back, just like Jell-O does. That's not like just muscles. That's the structured water in the muscles. But there is liquid water in the body, in the blood, in the lymphatic system, in the cerebral spinal fluid. but there are hydrophilic surfaces where that liquid is. And so on those surfaces, like an artery or a lymphatic vessel, or anything like that, structured water can form. And they've actually found this in animal models that it does indeed. There's this cell-free layer, this gel-like anticoagulant layer that people describe the glycocalyx as, is to me this structured water, and that plays a very important role, I think, in the prevention of damage to the lining of the artery, or whatever this atherosclerotic process is. I think, how could it not play a role, right? It's there where this happens. It seems like it's relevant. But yeah, and when you think about the world in structured water, just to make it relevant to people, like structured water is the reason that ice is slippery. Because you ever grabbed ice out of a freezer and it sticks to you? And then as soon as it starts to melt, the ice and your finger are hydrophilic surfaces, and now it becomes water, and that water becomes structured water, and it slips right out of your hand now. Ice is slippery. Same thing with an ice skate. Like the metal ice skate is not a hydrophilic surface, but the ice on the bottom of it. So as your ice skate goes across it, the structured water forms on the ice below it, and your skate slides right across of it. So that's these kind of real world examples of what structured water is, because structured water is a protective layer. It creates flow. It's a frictionless surface, and it's negatively charged. So there's all these unique characteristics of it. So it explains a lot of things we see in physiology. I think not just from a vascular perspective, but from a cellular health perspective as well.
Yeah, and specifically when you're saying fourth phase, we're used to thinking of it in these three forms: in a gas, a liquid, or a solid. And here's a fourth version of that, this like gel version. And in particular, what you're hypothesizing is that there's likely a fourth phase water barrier that's a part of, and correct me if I'm wrong, is the glycocalyx stick. Okay, I'm jumping into the weeds pretty fast. Endothelial cells are the cells that line the vessel walls. What comes out of endothelial cells are a number of proteins, including receptors, but probably the one that's gotten a lot more famous recently, and for good reason, is the stalks called glycocalyx. And it's almost like fur. It's almost like this kind of fur that sticks out of these endothelial cells into the lumen of the vessel wall. And I tend to think of it in my own mind just as it's kind of like a slick fur. It's meant to help, kind of. And I guess the question I had for you was, do you believe that the fourth phase water is kind of like a gel that's incorporated in with the glycocalyx? Would that be a fair way of describing it?
Yeah, I would say that the glycocalyx is the hydrophilic surface for which structured water can form on, because it needs that surface. And anytime you have I can mention like shag carpet, they're kind of like shag carpet things. Anytime you have that thing, it's the body trying to increase surface area when it does that kind of stuff. Same with like the rugae and the intestines and the folds and things like that. It's the body's trying to increase surface area, and for me, it makes sense that that's the surface area that's created for structured water to form there, and it's what gives the glycocalyx like this slippery, non or frictionless surface that anything in the lumen of the artery can flow past easily. And yeah, like the theory is that there's this layer of structured water sitting in between the glycocalyx, and then as the glycocalyx gets more gel-like, then the structured water continues to form on itself if we're in the right conditions, right? Because the right conditions are, the thing that builds structured water the most is infrared light. And so infrared light, that's what they found in Dr. Pollack's lab. That's what grows, and it's pretty instant. You shine infrared light on water next to a hydrophilic surface, and the structured water starts to form instantaneously. It builds up. You turn it off, it'll start to come down, right? So it basically shows that we need to be in that environment all the time if we can, right? Which makes sense because all life on the planet is outside under infrared light all day long, and humans are not. We are living indoors away from infrared light. And
because
so,
we used to be outside all the time,
Right. So we used to always have this, because it's all about energy dynamics, right? It's all about, biophysics, because all our bodies are trying to do are gain energy from its environment in the form of electrons. You can do that from direct sunlight absorption. You can do it from direct contact with the earth. You can harvest the chemical bonds, break down the chemical bonds in food and harvest electrons from that. And when the body tries to store electrons, we think that it's stored as ATP, but Gilbert Ling disproved that a long time ago. Nobody talks about Gilbert Ling, but his work basically allowed people to make MRI machines, structured water in MRI. Like, you put the magnetic field through it, it rearranges the water molecules, you can get an image. And they were like, thanks for the technology, Gilbert. And he was like, what about the cellular structures? And they're like, no, we just want the MRI machine. But yeah, he disproved that ATP could hold all the energy a cell would need. And so when you get energy from your environment to your body, you build structured water. That's what it is, because you're building, you're storing energy in the body. So structured water is like the energy storage form of the body, where we are structured water batteries charged by the sun. I think that's the way all life is, and we're somewhat divorcing ourselves from that. Because even before, before the 50s, it was either inside light was either incandescent, which is infrared, or it was fire, right? And then in the 50s, we invented fluorescent light, and then later came LEDs. And so now, under all this light, we're not outside in this infrared. Because even if you're sitting in the shade, the color that reflects infrared the most is green. So that's the reason that the grass is green and the trees are green. They're reflecting it to you. And so I try and be in those environments as often as I can to build the structured water in my body, protect arteries, that kind of thing.
That's pretty cool. So with regard to the film, what do you think? Do you think our documentary may end up having at least somewhat of an impact in the medical establishment? Do you think that there'll be some doctors, especially lipidologists and cardiologists, who might actually find the film to be compelling, given your experience?
Absolutely. I absolutely think that there will be individual lipidologists, cardiologists, even endocrinologists, any other type of doctor who find this film and say, wow, that's really interesting. Unfortunately, there'll be a lot that don't, to see it and be like, that's ridiculous. But I do think on an individual physician level, or even just people in medicine, or individual person, average Joe out there, it's going to have an impact on their life. I hope that it has an impact on enough people's life that it starts to change the other side of things, the establishment, but we may be a long way from that. But yes, absolutely. I think that there are, because people talk a lot of bad things about the medical system. And I've always said that, yes, I think that there are maybe powers that be, or there's a system in place that keeps it that way. But most of the time it's just good people stuck in a bad system.
100%.
Right?
Yeah.
And like, I think that those good people stuck in a bad system want to help their patients. Right. And so if they see this stuff and they're like, man, look at these people that have completely changed their lives. And now we've got some research here that suggests that this number, like it's just like in Robin's situation, it was like, I don't like it. She got to the point where it's like, it's not worth, trying to lower that LDL by eating more carbs and going back and being depressed. It's like, I don't care about that number because I have my life back. And that's a very impactful thing for an individual person. And if doctors have that in their pocket, I think that's huge. And so the more doctors that see that, I think that's ultimately what they're going to want to do. They're going to want to help people.
Yeah, I plan to ask the same question with my next guest, who after you is going to be Dr. Philip Ovadia. So I'm sure he'll have some thoughts on that as well. Mm-hmm. But it is something that I found throughout this whole journey is, even though we absolutely need to do the research properly, we need to publish it, of course. I find even things like my simple guide to lipid metabolism, going all the way back to the beginning of the cholesterolcode.com blog, doctors would come at me appreciating that more than, in 2022, we published the lipid energy model. Lipid energy model it's a tough read because it has to be. We're getting into the depths of how it actually works mechanistically. But the truth is, I'm, 99% of the people I'm trying to reach, I'm probably not going to get to, but I still have to do both. Still have to get the, the published mechanisms, still have to get the published, the CTA study, all of those things. They all have to happen alongside things like the guides and, of course, like the movie, right? And when you've got that, then you can cover all the bases.
Yeah,
so
I completely agree, because I read all the science and everything, but then I work with my clients. It's presentations of me, relaying it to them on their level that they get it. So it's the same thing. We've got to do both to apply to everybody.
Real quick, Stephen, where can people find you?
My website is resourceyourhealth.com, and I'm on various social media places, just Dr. Stephen Hussey, Dr. Stephen Hussey.
And thank you, by the way, for all of your efforts in helping us get this movie out to everyone. I hope people are, I hope more people can see it. And I definitely think they're going to find a lot of the things you and I have been chatting about for years are discussed quite a bit within the film. So thanks for coming
for
on.
all your work, Dave. It's amazing. You've given people a kind of its inspiration and this place to go when they're questioning things and ask our own questions. So kudos to you, and thanks for letting me be involved.
Absolutely. Cheers.
See ya.
Dr. Filippo Vadia, it's like I just saw you.
I know, Dave. I think I see you more than my family sometimes at this point. Just great to be back with you.
Yeah, just for way of background for people, part of the inside joke is we recorded and I've released a Feldman protocol with you where you were able to come over here to Vegas. But B, I went to see you in St. Pete where we got to watch an in-theater showing of The Cholesterol Code. So was that literally the first time you watched it?
That was the first time that I had seen it. I had really only seen some bits and pieces, some of the preview clips that you had released, and that was my first time seeing it. Amazing experience. We had a packed house, literally packed, and great reception to the movie. And, I was blown away by it, to be honest. And I thought it was amazing, and just real happy now that it's out there and everyone can see it.
Yeah, it's great because I don't think we actually got a chance. I had to zip off after that anyway, but I don't think we got a chance to talk about the movie afterwards. Were you surprised by it has various twists in it, right? One of those, and I don't want to ruin the movie, but I'll just say one of those was when we wanted to present on the match analysis. And I'm curious if you were surprised by how that turned out.
Even for me, right. And again, behind the scenes, right. Dave and I have talked about these things as they were evolving. And obviously, I have great interest as I see a lot of these patients in my practice, and I have kind of a unique insight into all of this. But even knowing what I knew, I was still surprised by some of the things in the film. I think that people will certainly be surprised by a lot of what's in the film, right? That goes well beyond what you've talked about, publicly and on social media and in your presentations. Ultimately, for me, the stories, right? Hearing the stories behind the participants, that I think is what is most powerful. And that was largely new to me, even though I do know one or two of them personally, but still, hearing all the stories was amazing. And, I can't recommend this enough. It just so happened, right? I had someone who I used to work with, haven't spoken to in a while. They happened to text me today and wanted to pick my brain on their cholesterol panel. And so after answering their question, I said, you got to go watch this movie that just dropped. And so, it does have real world applicability. I've been recommending it to all my patients, and just was really, impressed by how it came out.
Yeah, well, thank you for the kind words. We're obviously very happy that it's finally out there, and just that, all the work that we put into it. But on top of that the cameras were just rolling from the jump, from the first time I got the original preliminary data all the way up to when I got the successive data for the first analysis, the semi-quantitative. But what was neat was the movie from last year, we didn't have the heart flow data by that point. And so having both the Q-angio data, which is the pre-specified endpoint for the whole study, but on top of that, the heart flow data was fantastic, because then we, as you know, we have another big surprise that's in the ending. I'm going to guess you weren't surprised either by that, the final interview with the 4 individuals. Again, I'm trying to not spoil it too much, but did that surprise you by chance?
Again, that wasn't as much of a surprise, because you and I have been talking behind the scenes, but for people who, again, don't get that behind the scenes information, I think it is going to be very surprising. And some of the people that I spoke with at the event afterwards, they had no idea, I'll say, about some of the things that had gone on around all of this. And I think that is going to make this film quite the hit with people.
Yeah. Now you yourself, you're a cardiothoracic surgeon. You're not, talk about coronary artery disease. You're right in there, right? Like that's the thing. Many of your colleagues, I suspect, would be coming from a different position you are. You have a social media presence. You've got a very thriving organization all around, iFix Hearts. But cholesterol, you yourself see in a very nuanced light, right? And one of the tweets that always gets social media, riled up, that you just keep repeating because you keep saying, let me see if I can rephrase it correctly. I don't believe that cholesterol is the central cause of heart disease, or something to that effect. Am I saying that correctly?
Yeah, exactly. It really just says, I don't believe in the LDL hypothesis anymore, and I don't think the story that I was educated on, right, that I was taught, is the full story. Like you, I do my best to try and bring out the subtleties in that, which is always challenging on social media and in public forums, right? It's not that we, any of us are out there trying to say LDL is completely meaningless and everyone should ignore it, right? It's that there is nuance around this. And that, I think, is what, you have been on this mission to bring to light. And the film tries to bring to light, that it's not as simple as the medical system, we'll call it, wants to make it out to be, that LDL is always bad and everyone needs a lower LDL level. And if you're doing anything in your body that raises, that results in elevated LDL, it's got to be a bad thing.
Right.
And, again, I think the central message in the movie, right, showing why people are on these diets, why it's so essential to their health, and going off the diet, right, isn't a simple choice for them. And they perhaps are being put into a situation that they really shouldn't need to be in, right, where they have gotten amazing improvements in all different aspects of health, and yet they're being told that what they're doing is killing them and they have no choice but to stop it because of this one metric.
Yeah, that's kind of the key aspect to breaking into the nuance, is when you were talking about something causal, like let's say cigarette smoke, and it doesn't matter if you get 3 packs a day of cigarette smoke because you smoked it, or 3 packs a day of cigarette smoke that came secondhand, or at least to what degree it matters is very little relevance, right? To the reason for the higher smoke inhalation turns out to be not that important. But now we get to something like cholesterol. Is the reason for the high cholesterol relevant towards the risk of cardiovascular disease? And we'd like to think that if the science is saying that it's settled, right? If your colleagues are going, this is already settled, it's already we know the answer to this. In fact, there's already existing studies and so forth. Then the fact that there's not only a study that we're putting forward for which we're looking at metabolically healthy people with high LDL, where we do have data, but on top of that, if it's not falling in line with what the expectation is, that would actually garner more interest and more desire to try to study to find out if it is more nuanced. Because this is, I think, one of the biggest takeaways is that we should care a lot about knowing who are the high severity patients and who aren't. And if there is more to the story with LDL, then it's high time we get to that, right?
Yeah, very much so. And again, my perspective over, the past decade, has been, right. The central problem, I guess, that I face, right, is that the results around heart disease are very disappointing, right? The fact that heart disease remains far and away the number one killer worldwide in the US has been that way, here in the US now for 100 years, and we're not making headway against this, right? And this perception, right, that it is all about LDL and it is only about LDL is what is keeping us from making any further progress in this field. And so the fact that, we're not allowed to question that, that the mainstream, does not want to question that, does not want to understand these nuances that, you've been bringing to light, right? For me as a physician, right? If I am locked into that model, I am handicapped. I can't use all the tools that I should be using to help prevent heart disease ultimately. And we see the patients that are being harmed by that. And quite frankly, the doctors are being harmed by it because, there's nothing more frustrating to a doctor than not getting good results for your patients. And all of the doctors in the heart space, right? And this is oftentimes the way that I start to broach this conversation with my colleagues is simply, are you truly happy with the results that you're getting from your patients? You're putting them down this treatment paradigm, you're putting them on this medication, on these medications, you're giving them whatever dietary advice you might be giving them, are you actually happy with the results that you're getting from the patients? And, it was asking myself that question that really, was a central part of this journey. And I think more and more doctors need to be asking that question and need to be opening their minds to the possibility that we can do better than this. And questions like this, understanding the nuance, is what is going to lead us to be able to do better.
Yeah, there's so many times where that I've not only talked to, but have heard on stage doctors like, Dr. David Unwin or Dr. Ted Naiman, who would talk about a particular patient that got, became a big click for them, that started getting them to rethink different things that they had learned through training. And, exactly like many of the other guests have discussed, and that I'll say myself again, which is that it's doctors come to heal. That's what they're interested in doing. That's what they've all wanted to do. And to the degree with which there's a lot of training, I can sympathize that standard of care can take you to a certain direction. And then on top of that, you do have a number of patients that come in, have read things on the internet that really are outlandish. The internet is a source of a lot of bad information, right? So if the first 19 people were talking about crystal healing or something, and then the 20th person is now talking about lean mass hyperresponders, and that's nowhere in the medical, literature, I get why it is that they might go, okay. But then that's why you do the real science as well, right? We crowdfund this study, we published on the lipid energy model. You want to have both. You want to have the science, and then you also want to have the messaging. The difficult part is that it is a challenge sometimes to to get through like the institutions and the a lot of what's out there that kind of let's just say is entrenched. And so to the degree with which you're bringing up cholesterol in this context of how much it can be distracting, I appreciate, because I'm watching it in real time with family members. I have family members who are so excited that their cholesterol is so low that they think they're at a low risk of heart disease just because of the cholesterol being low. And that I get a bit animated about this, because if they still check 4 or 5 of the criteria of metabolic syndrome, I'm sorry, that's an independent risk for cardiovascular disease, no matter how low your LDL is. If it was just about getting your LDL low enough, then the PCSK9 trials would have absolutely, they would have been done in, a matter of months, because there'd just be nobody in the treatment arm that would be experiencing cardiovascular disease if that's just all it took.
Yeah, agree with all of that, right? And, broad, again, I think, and I had commented to you, right, what was the film really, and the whole experience around this trial really brings up a lot more than just the cholesterol question, right? Because again, as me as a physician, working through the cholesterol question, right? And it, of course, should lead a curious person to say, well, what else, aren't we looking at? What else aren't we understanding the nuance of? And, ultimately this push towards treating everyone the same, through the guidelines. I think it really has been a step backwards for medicine. No matter what you believe, right? When you are looking at population level data, there's always variance, right? Any trial you want to pick on any topic, right? The results are sort of the average result across the population, but we know that, human to human, there is always variability. And this, cholesterol, for some reason, has become this like area of medicine where we just completely forget that, and everyone needs to be treated the same. And it really doesn't make any sense, when you think about humans and medicine as a whole. But it not only gets accepted that we talk that way about LDL cholesterol, again, any attempt to question that is loudly squashed, forcefully squashed. So the whole journey around cholesterol, coming across your work. And again, I'll give the backstory, right? The first time you and I met was at one of the early low carb conferences, 2018, 2019, something like that. And, I was maybe a year or two into my low carb journey and hadn't really started to think about, this cholesterol question. Not being a lean mass hyper responder myself, I went on a low carb diet, and, my cholesterol went up a little bit when I lost some weight. Then it came back down. It was only, further into my journey that I actually did see it start to increase. And as I've told you many times, my goal is still to meet the full lean mass hyper responder criteria. I'm getting pretty darn close now. I think I've almost worked my way there, but it's something I continue to work on. But again, hearing you talk at that early conference, right, was the first time I really started to think about these questions. And honestly, right, if I was like a lot of my colleagues, my response would have been the response that you get all the time, right? Why should I listen to this engineer, right, about a medical problem? Thankfully, that wasn't my response. And, you have over the years probably taught me more about cholesterol than I ever learned about it in school or from my colleagues. And so, that is very much to your credit. And I think that, again, comes out well through this film.
That's very kind. It's interesting to me because we are in a day and age where you can get a university level education just off the internet as long as you're motivated enough. And AI is making that even more pronounced. I mean, the level of mentorship that you can get to further advance on the knowledge is even better. But I've also observed in real time as the goalposts continue moving anyway. So at first it's like, well, you're just writing a blog. Okay, well now I have it published. Yeah, but you only have one publication. It's like, okay, well now I have like a dozen Yeah, but I mean, are you attached to a university? No. Have you how many years at the center have you been there or something along those lines? It's it's okay because this is an old story, right? To the extent that if, and I want to be a good scientist and say if, I don't know if we'll continue to see the kinds of results that we see with the current study. That's why we're doing more. But if it does continue to be replicated, which is what good science requires, then it won't be surprising that there was a lot of resistance on the front end and that there was a lot of pushback on things other than the data, right? If you don't like the messenger of the data, you might just shoot the messenger, right? And so the challenge is both getting the research together, but then also doing things like this documentary. I think the documentary will do way more to get the message out, the message that includes the data, and that includes not just the personal stories, but also the prospective study than almost anything else we could do.
Yeah, very much so. And, again, one of the aspects of this, right, is the transparency that you have around the data, right? And what's so unusual about that, right? Because that should be the standard, right?
Yeah.
Anyone that's doing science should be willing to say, here's my data, have at it, show me where I'm wrong, right? That's what science is about. And yet that the exact opposite, is what usually happens. And again, one of the things that's admirable is, the way that you've done that, all along. And again, that's something that comes out in the film. But you continue to do that, as soon as you could within the confines of, what are necessary restrictions when you're running a trial. As soon as you could, you put that data out there and said to everyone, please show us where we're wrong, right? And again, getting back to the social media world, which isn't something we necessarily want to focus on, but when you get those attacks, they're usually not on the actual data themselves, right? They'll start to attack you personally, or your motivations, or the way that messaging is coming across, this and that, right? But there's very little of Dave, you analyzed this data wrong, or there's something you didn't appreciate in the data. Like I said, it's another thing I applaud about this whole effort is you're doing it the way that science really should be done, and hopefully others will follow that lead.
Yeah, thank you for that. It's absolutely true. And part of the challenge, if I'm being honest, is while there's the principles that I really do believe are just important to all scientists, I think the degree of not only being transparent, but being transparent as early as possible at every stage you can. So announcing your hypothesis in advance of getting the data, for example, and trying your best to, connect as much as you can between the researchers that are doing this with the expectation that this will all be released, this will all be opened up, I found that it's turned out to be a challenge because of social media, because there are a lot of scientists that will say, well, wait a sec, if we open the data, there'll be lots of nitpicking on this or that with regard to how things are done, or they may actually find mistakes that we've made, but they're pretty superfluous mistakes. And just to save time, my answer to that is, well, that's a feature, not a bug. We shouldn't be afraid of anybody finding any problems with anything we do that are genuine problems, that are material, worthy of correction problems, right? to the extent to where there's this like period of time after you publish the corrigendum phase, where something can get published, but then a mistake can be found, whether it's by you or a supporter or a critic. Shouldn't matter. If a correction needs to happen, then it needs to happen. That's one of the things I'm very proud of, is with the paper from, the one that was based on Clearly from last year. The critics were right on catching something that I felt right away that not only should we make the correction on, but I wanted to be out front and own that was a mistake we made on our part, worthy of calling out, right? However, at the same time, the Clearly analysis itself, as you know, became a bit of a disruption for us because it turned out we needed to further look into it. Turned out that more and more its credibility was falling off. I would have loved if that would have been a nice moment for, many people who were the critics, who were very attached to that data set, to also share in kind, to keep on the table all the things that are true, especially if their own opinion has shifted about it, which I guess it has, because almost nobody's talked about it since but that's part of that journey, right? Is science is about discovery. It's also about mistakes. And that's not a bad thing. To err is to be human, right? And I appreciate that. I've worked with so many great researchers and scientists who are proactive and embrace this transparency. So I like that.
Yeah, I always think back to the quip that we hear over and over again in medical school, right? That half of what we learn during school will be proven wrong by the time we end our career. And yet it never ceases to amaze me, that people just won't consider, that this or other issues, right, might be in that half. And, what I've now come to recognize is usually the ones that people think can't possibly be in that half that's proven wrong are the ones that are most likely to ultimately be proven wrong. And,
right.
Again, we have all sorts of examples of this going back through the history of medicine and science. But, LDL with each passing day strikes me, more and more that, maybe not in my career, but, hopefully by the time I leave this earth, right, we'll have looked back and said, how did we ever think, that was what we thought it was?
Yeah, one of my favorite examples for this is the earth being round. So should we publish a paper, a consensus statement that the earth is round, that has lots of authors attached to it, a blue ribbon panel, that no, we don't need to do that. We don't. There are definitely some people who are arguing the earth is not round, that it's flat. That's fine. They really, even though they get highlighted a lot, they really don't have that much traction. Why would you feel the need to make a consensus statement for something for which there's other data that might be counter what the consensus statement would be for? Then don't call it a consensus statement. Try to recognize and incorporate all the data that's available. And all we can do is to keep trying to get more of it ourselves. And that's what I love about this movie. I love that we were able to capture it when it happened. And so far, I've loved the reception on the movie. It's been great. I hope. Can I ask, have you had any friends or family that you've introduced the movie to yet?
Yeah, well, like I said, I had that one friend who texted me, and I immediately, went back and said,
that's right.
"Yep, you gotta watch this movie." At the screening, my wife and kids both attended, and unsurprisingly, right, they're not quite as interested in this topic as they might be, but they had a very positive reception. They all said, wow, that was a really good movie. And so, I can't say I've been on Amazon looking at reviews yet of it, but I will be surprised if it's not well received. And, I am looking forward to getting the opportunity now to promote this to my friends, to my family, to my patients, because I think, they can benefit from watching it.
Yeah, well, and thanks so much for helping out. And as always, I'll say, if people enjoy it, then consider adding your rating or review, because that also helps out the film as well and helps out the research, which in turn will help out the film and, get more people to be aware of it. Really appreciate you taking the time to do this with me, Philip. I can just tell people to look at iFix Hearts, right? iFix Hearts is a cinematic universe now. It's fairly sizable, right? You've got quite a team.
Yes, thank you. But yes, ifixhearts.com, and then ifixhearts on all the social medias is where you can find me and my amazing team.
Well, thank you for joining me and jumping on the super stream.
Thanks, Dave.
All right, cheers. Oh, no, I'm good, actually. I'm good. Thanks. I'm now going to add Miss Robin Dobbins. Have you been listening to the live stream? How long have you been listening to it?
Almost the entire time. I did, just full disclosure, I had surgery yesterday, so I'm supposed to go for walks. So I walked away from it, and then I was like, that's silly. You could put on your headphones. So
Yes.
I was only away from it or at least away from the chat for like 20 minutes. But yeah, I pretty much listened the whole time.
So for those who don't know, who literally been living under a rock, Robin Dobbins isn't just highly featured in the film with one of the most touching stories you're going to find. She also has been so great at raising awareness on the film. And now you know this if you've been listening. I'm glad you've been listening to it because you have been cited so many times. Your story has touched so many just in this super stream alone. And that's why I cannot thank you enough for bringing us into your house, into your world, and everything that you've gone through to make this health journey such a success.
I have cried and am tearing up now. I keep hearing my name come across the lips of people who I've been following and learning from for years, and I'm like, this can't be real. This can't be possible. It's you were with me on Wednesday, so we've talked about it, but just the weight of it landing on my shoulders is really just hitting now. And I'm just emotional. It's just so big and unbelievable. It really is.
You're getting me a little bit misty-eyed as well. But look, it says so much that you can go through this and then bring it to us, right? Bring it to the world. Because how many, like, really, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands who, like you were, thought that this was just something they'd have to treat forever, and then just going from one thing to the next. I mean, having chatted with you at length for the protocol here, the roller coaster, it just seems never ending, right? And
there's nothing that's really giving hope. Like, finding out I had a diagnosis was like, yes, okay, well, we know what's going on now, and there's going to be medicines to treat this, and I'm going to be better. But better never came. That was it. It just, this is what this is. I guess this is what life looks like now. And I didn't know it though at the time. It takes actually getting better to realize how bad what one thought was good with medications actually was. So yeah, I don't know. I'm very speechless today. It's just this super stream. I was very excited about it, but I didn't know it was going to be so Robin heavy. This is.
Well, listen, it's so well deserved, because it really is a story. Every way in which we can break through and bring to light to people that diet actually turns out to matter more than you think it does. For not everybody, but I'd be willing to bet for most people. I'd be willing to bet most people don't realize how much diet is affecting them who don't even have major diseases that they're contending with, or for that matter, don't realize how much it may affect their future longevity to the degree that it does. But particularly for something like bipolar, and I shared this with you before, I'll just share it again. It was the one time early on that I said, oh, yeah, I guess this is one, disease related around mental health that psychiatry can't help or anything along those lines. It just takes medication. And here I am, 22, 23 years later from when I had that understanding, going, oh my gosh, how could I have ever thought that there couldn't be other variables? How could we think that what we put into our body from what we eat couldn't turn out to be relevant to the health of our brain?
How often have we said we are what we eat and
Yeah.
not actually connected those dots? Like I'm eating candy all the time. Why do all my joints hurt? I don't know, just getting old. Like none of it makes sense. But you have to get kicked in the head with it, I guess, a few times before you actually realize what you're saying and what you're doing. And that food absolutely is a major contributing factor to wellness or unwellness, depending on what you're eating.
Yeah, I used to think it was, 60, 70% exercise and maybe 20, 30% diet. And, anybody who was eating differently than the way I was, I just called a health nut. If they, they seemed to be mindful of what they were eating and why. And used to be I used to be proud of being a rail, like just being super thin up until like say 27, 28, and kept always hearing that, well, you've just got a high metabolism or something to that effect. And now I chastise that as an engineer, I didn't actually think about these component parts and how relevant that is. But I don't know about you. In this later stage of my life of becoming more aware of nutrition, I think back to so many other stories, like the one I've shared with you before with regard to another friend of mine who had bipolar, that I wonder, I wonder how much that could have helped then. I try not to get, stuck in that mode, but you kind of can't help it, right? Like I also think back to my grandparents and their cognitive progression and how much that could have been maybe helped depending on diet. I don't know. But
We all have those people that we wish we could have helped and we weren't able to. I don't think that's going to go away because unfortunately we're not going to capture everyone possibly with enough time. I mean, I'm not saying it's never too late to try, but we can't account for the damage that we did before we change. But all we can do is hope and spread that message of hope. And, I can tell the story because it's poignant. It doesn't have to do with mental health, which is why I'm here. But I've had two events in my family, and one was that my mother was diagnosed with a rare cancer after this was probably her fifth different type of cancer. After her first round of chemo years ago, she lost the taste for eggs. She couldn't eat them. So naturally, the second choice, because if you can't eat eggs, the second choice is a nutty bar. That's the next best thing. There's nothing in between. And so I watched her for years wake up every morning and eat a nutty bar. So that's a chocolate wafer. A wafer with peanut butter covered in chocolate. If you don't know what a nutty bar is, every morning for breakfast, because she had to take medication and she needed something on her stomach. Again, nothing bacon, no, straight to nutty bar. And eventually she passes away with cancer. And I'm thinking the whole time I could have helped her if she would have just embraced what I was doing. She was seeing what I was doing, but just didn't want to embrace it. Then I can go less than 4 months after my mom passed away. My dad was diagnosed with cancer. My dad was already watching what I was doing. My dad was already eating a low carb lifestyle, lifting weights, walking, living a healthy lifestyle. And just talked to him yesterday. So it's been just less than a year since this traumatic diagnosis, and 2 areas where he had lesions. The lesions are gone.
Wow.
He stayed keto the entire time. He had his treatments, but it's gone. So there are people who are watching us, and we don't know that they're watching us, who are able to turn around this cancer that was caused as environmental cancer. It was the way you keep bringing up smoking and not smoking or being in a room with smoke. That's what caused his cancer. He grew up in a household full of smoke. And yet he was able to really change the outcome. The medication that he was on was used, right? Like your body can use the medication in a different way if your body itself is fueled differently. So yeah, he still needed to have chemo, but this chemo was more effective. His doctor, his oncologist, is calling him a miracle. So I have 2 opposite ends of the spectrum within this past year and a half that really shows what this lifestyle can do or not do. Right? Like, and that there's these people that we're going to watch, and unfortunately we love them and we care about them so much, but we're going to watch them decline, and we can't do anything about it except always just be yourself and be the example. And maybe one day something will trigger that will make them make that change. And it's not going to be everyone, and that's going to hurt, but someone's going to see it and someone's going to make a change. They have to stumble and fall, right? We all had that moment that switched us to this position. We weren't always here where we are preaching about metabolic therapies. We had to have that event, and we just have to be patient while we watch our loved ones go through it also.
There's this thing Ken Berry describes. He calls it powdered butt syndrome. Have you heard this?
I think so, but you can remind me.
It's this if you've had a family member who was old enough when you were young enough that you were a baby that they were able to powder your butt, they're never going to take you very seriously for life advice, particularly for something like medical advice. And I mean, it's not above and beyond that. I think it's just family in general. I definitely have some family cases, some tough family cases. I've had a lot of good family cases. Many people I have influenced, including, my dad and my sister, for example. But I also have some family that's just tougher. They have diabetes, and I want to talk them into, considering something because it's fairly far along, for example, with a couple of them. But yeah, it is tough because particularly when you are your own example of proving that it's possible, you want to just give that to people, right?
Right.
You want to say, I was also dismissive of nutrition advice. I was also dismissive that this could be sustainable. I was there. I was there where you're at. Try it for a little bit. Just a little bit. If for no other reason than to get some new blood work to find out if what I'm describing could be helpful. And
we all have this moment where we have this clarity, and it's like, I want to go climb to the top of that mountain and just scream it. Like, this is it, everybody. You guys, this is it. Don't listen to anything else. Listen to me. It just unfortunately doesn't work that way.
Yeah. Yes. It's and it's difficult when it's diseases the keto diet could potentially be very efficacious for. If you've listened to me all day on the stream and you've listened to me on social media, I do my absolute best to try not to make it sound like it's a one size fits all, because I don't think it is. I think we do that pretty well in the movie. But okay, with all that said,
You're too tired to hold back.
yes, with all that said, for goodness sakes, there's so many people who would be benefiting from at least knowing about it and knowing what's getting done. For some people, in the way that they get broken, we may not know exactly how they got broken in that way. But like bipolar, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? For people who don't know, that's why I'm so glad it's so well portrayed in the film. I can still, every time I see it, every single time when I'm watching those shots, and especially the ones where you're on the couch and you're describing how you felt like you're just watching. You feel like you're watching your life go by. You're watching your family from a distance. That's so tough. It's so hard to watch. And it's happening again. It's such an emotional, this is why it's been a Robin heavy day, is because of our personal stories. They're all great. Don't get me wrong, but yours, I really appreciate so much of it was captured. So thank you for sharing that with us.
Yeah, some of those pictures that flip up on the screen, I'm like, I can't believe I shared those with Jen and the team, and they're in the film, but they were important. They tell the tale for sure. I searched for the one on the couch, the one you were talking about. I knew that photo existed. I think I looked for it for like 3 months, and I kept saying, I know I have this picture. Just wait. I have this picture. So it was perfect to describe the situation. And Easter Sunday, my kiddos are running around on an Easter egg hunt, and there's me. You have to see the film, see the picture.
Yep.
Excuse me.
It's quite a story. I do want to make a mention real quick, because I want to be sure we plug. You have your own channel where you've been discussing these keto stories, which, by the way, includes arguably the most extensive direct interview series on the Cholesterol Code documentary, right? And
yeah, I think I had 8 consecutive in the Cholesterol Code series.
And it's called Keto Biography. They can just do a search on Keto Biography.
Just do a search on Keto Biography. It's on YouTube and it's on podcast channels. So I just did an 8-week series on the Cholesterol Code leading up to the drop of the film. And I spent today editing the last one in the series, which you may be familiar with.
Yes.
So
had a guest live
alert.
in person.
A live in person, side-by-side interview. That the audio turned out fine, by the way.
Oh, good. That was a worry. Yeah, we recorded it. Spoiler alert, it's me. But yes, when we recorded it, the concern was that the audio might not have come out right. So
yeah, it turned out fine. It's a great short little episode, since we were kind of in a rush, but I think it was the perfect way to end the series, was to cap it off with you on the last day of your whirlwind tour of seeing the film, maybe a little loopy and a little tired, but it was a good way to cap off the series, and it was fun. It took me out of my comfort zone, because I think I told you when I floated the idea to Jen, and then she sent me this list of names, and I'm like, yeah, these people are like people I look up to. I would never reach out to them. Are you crazy? They won't want to talk to me. And they all said yes. So I got really nervous. Oddly enough, I got super nervous talking to Bret, and I met him, but I just he does so much for especially the mental health community that I was just a nervous wreck. So that one goes by really fast. Maybe not my best work as an interviewer, but it's all part of the learning process. And
that's right.
It's a healing thing for me. I was always very nervous to talk to people. I always had a lot of anxiety, and now I'm kind of doing it. That's my passion now, is to really talk to people and get those stories out there, as I've said before, and it's very much shown in your film. It can't just be the science. because there's going to be a whole world of people who don't understand that. So it
Yeah.
also has to be the stories, and they have to meet in the middle somewhere in order to pop this bubble and make it more mainstream. And that's where my passion comes in, is the storytelling.
Yeah, it's absolutely necessary, because if we're just flashing graphs, if we're just, I mean, they could be 100 people, they could be 1,000 people, we don't know. They're just bar charts, right? It helps for people to not only see the kind of concern that these families have, not just for the cholesterol, but for the reason they ever got to those levels of cholesterol in the first place. Because how difficult of a conflict is it to have a problem for decades? I mean, decades. And then to feel like you solved it, and then there's this new problem, this new horrible problem that the medical establishment absolutely feels is an unavoidable catastrophe. Like it's just something that you're absolutely, everybody who has high LDL is thought to be at high risk. And that's why, we need to have this research.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I have this experience of feeling the best I've ever felt before, and getting myself off of all of these medications and living very well and feeling great, and then having my doctor look at me like, you absolutely need to go on a statin right now or you're going to die tomorrow. And I'm like, but I feel the best I've ever felt. It just doesn't make sense at all. And it's a really good time to remind everyone that you are your best advocate and that you need to bring it up.
Yes.
It might not necessarily come from your doctor. They might not know, and it's okay. The establishment is what the establishment is, and we're working on changing that, but it's not going to be overnight. So it's okay to have those conversations with your doctor and advocate for yourself. I mean, my story starts with me just asking my doctor, do you mind if I try to change my diet? Because I've heard that this might work. And he was like, okay, he was totally okay with it. So even at that time, I didn't understand. It was in 2017. I just had heard on a whim that changing your diet could change your cholesterol levels. And that's how I got started in this space. But if you don't engage in the conversation, and moreover, if the doctor's not willing to engage in a conversation, if you're able to, try to find somebody else. It should be a partnership. It shouldn't be a one-sided conversation.
Absolutely. It's ultimately your medical professionals should be working with you. You don't want to necessarily have people in a position where they're a god. It's not good for you or for them.
No,
and
absolutely
to that
not.
extent, you want to think of them like a consultant. They're a health consultant, and you, of course, still need to, as you said, you need to still be the one who assumes ownership of your health. The bottom line is nobody will like you will.
Oh, yeah. I know, but they're not going to remember the conversation you had. They see a lot of patients. So you've got to remember that stuff. It's totally up to you. You hire them, and it's not the other way around. And I think we just have been taught, we need to put the doctors on this pedestal. They've been educated. They know this stuff. And they do. They know a lot of stuff, and they've gone through a lot of training. But it doesn't necessarily mean they know you personally and what your needs are. And you need to speak up. I mean, that could be you're getting treated for something, but you're still symptomatic, and they don't want to change how they're treating it. Like, symptoms matter. You need to find somebody who's willing to work with you.
So I have our next guest already up and queued. You already know him well. That would be Dr. Eric Rogers. Hi, Eric. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing good. You're tired.
Do I look tired?
No. I know what you've done all day.
We both know what you look like tired.
You've never worked
Yes.
this hard. You ever worked this hard in your life?
No, I've not. And I've launched startups. I've worked on 2 digital Super Bowl campaigns. I will say this has been a level of work but I will say this: I did get a better than usual night's sleep last night. So I think
Nice.
I knew I would need to for this thing, because I'm looking over at the counter. We're now at 5 hours, 52 minutes.
All right. So yeah,
So
this is longer than your Feldman protocol at this point.
it's about to be, yeah, because the longest Feldman protocol I did was with Nick Norwitz, and I still have 2 more guests after you guys. So I have Eric Westman, and I also have after that 2 Crazy Ketos. They're going to jump on after that. And then if somebody else can still decide that they're going to jump on, and they were somebody we already asked that Sharon's got contacts with, then we'll see. We'll see if I'm still ticking, right?
Sharon will have to lead a couple of them. Sure, she'll love doing that.
Yeah, I'm trying to look over to I can see the little mini camera where Sharon's at, but she was on the phone at that time, so she probably didn't pick up the joke.
Yeah, I've been watching on and off today, but I don't think I saw anybody wear this hat.
Oh, yes, that's true. Nobody has worn that hat as of yet.
Mines are here.
Robin's got one. She would have
Oh,
one.
Robin's got one. Am I the only one on the stream that doesn't have one of those?
It looks like it. That's
Yeah. You got to know the right people.
Yeah.
I like wearing that at the gym. You get some funny looks, and every now and then you can tell it's a doctor that's like looking at you.
And then what you got to do is you got to retort with, "I'm a doctor."
There you go. Exactly.
So I got a message from Sharon. It sounds like Robin, you and Eric are happy to hang on together with me, right?
Oh yeah. Well, I
Keep it
am.
a 3-way conversation. That'd be awesome.
Man, more Eric. No. Yeah. I was talking to Eric earlier today. So I was out for my surgery yesterday, and I was actually mad when I started waking back up again, because it was the best sleep I had in several weeks. And I thought of you, Dave. I was like, maybe he just needs some anesthesia for a little while, get some good rest.
Extended surgery.
Yeah, that's not necessarily the safest route, but it does put you out. There's no getting around that part.
I was having this great dream. It was so good.
Because when I went out to California, I thought days in advance, I was like, I got to get good sleep. I got to get sleep. And it actually helped.
Well, it's kind of funny because we didn't know for sure that we'd be launching early, even though we set the date for the 16th. This was one of the things that was going on behind the scenes. Is it's not a guarantee. Amazon won't guarantee that you'll get released on the date that you say you want to release on. So the aggregator said in the 39 times she's done this, it's always launched on the day that was requested. However, I don't know if you guys are familiar with Vinnie Tortorich and his story. He's released 4 films, but the 4th one, it was this situation where he promoted a particular date, and then the date finally came, and then it didn't work. It got delayed for, I think, as much as a month or something.
I actually have it. I might be able to find how many days. I think it was like 60 days.
But then,
really?
But now I'm looking at the reviews, the ratings, and then I heard Jen. I caught a little bit of hers, and she said it'll be Tuesday, as she said, or it'll certainly be Monday before we start to see on Amazon the review.
Oh, are you able to see it now?
No. I've been looking.
Gotcha. Yeah.
And then, but she said to you today, it's going to be over the weekend. Got to wait till the weekend.
Yeah, so it's okay. I mean, it's probably just as well. It'd be another thing for me to obsess over. But no, where I was going with this story was that were this going to be the launch day, if indeed, because we requested on the 16th and it didn't land on the 16th, then I would have had a terrible night's sleep last night, and I would have been in terrible shape for the stream today. Because then, of course, it'd just be a support stream and, hey, whenever it gets released. But the fact that it got released, I mean, don't get me wrong. Yesterday was a very busy day. Lots of, sending out all the news to everybody, letting everyone know, and getting on all the socials. It was a lot of work. But I liked doing it that way because then a bunch of people were able to also watch it by the time they were coming in for today. So I thought that worked out pretty well.
You just got a little muffled, by the way.
Oh, I did?
Your voice.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's fine.
Done.
So I'd have a question, and I don't know if this is something you control, but it's listed under special interest. Is that something you
Yeah, I
have?
saw that too. I don't know if
I just thought that was because I have experience with the Vinny documentary situation, and he got his topic got bounced around for many things, and none of them were ever like health or fitness. And I didn't know if you had questions or if that's what you asked it to be put under, or if you have any control of that.
I don't have control over that, but I definitely am. Literally, I just now messaged Sharon to pass along, because that is surprising to me. And
Yeah.
she's got other stuff she's doing right now, but in the stream, she can also pass that note along, unless there's just more interest. But I would have thought that would be like in the health category. There may be some strategic reason I'm unaware of as to why it makes sense to do it that way, but not. I wouldn't have done that. I would have put it in like health and fitness myself. Or is there a documentaries category?
Yeah, there's a documentary category.
Wow.
I remember Vinny being like, the title of my film is literally Fat, a documentary, and it's not in the documentary section.
So
but I think it affects like when it says it's number one in,
Oh,
and it'll
good
say number
point.
one in a
Good point.
category. So it's going to say potentially number one in special interest, but maybe not number one in document. So I don't know, just something I'm seeing because I put it up on the screen right now, and I thought that was interesting.
No, I'm very glad you mentioned that. That's certainly something I would care about. This is registered as nonfiction, health and nutrition. Okay, so got back a message. That was fast. That was a fast relay. Yes, we did speak to the aggregator about this. It is registered as, quote, nonfiction, health and nutrition. So that's what it's registered as. Okay. Well, I guess we'll hear more about it.
Yeah.
I'll do an update a little bit later.
Stay tuned, everyone.
Stay tuned.
Well, I don't want to be whatever, just a fan boy or whatever, but the feedback I've gotten since my screening is tremendous. I mean, I know we keep saying that, but it really has been. And I'm surprised how people caught the science part of it. And I know, Dave, you said that, but I didn't really. When you asked it in the theater, I said, well, of course they're going to raise their hands. But a fair number. I was really surprised. Yeah.
Yeah, certainly the level of queries, the questions people have come back at me with, lead me to feel like it did deliver what I was hoping, that more people actually, let me put it this way, people are asking more intelligent questions about the science, and how, rather than just saying, oh, now I just got it. They're like, oh, now I see. So cholesterol really is more a passenger in, this system that's delivering fat. And I'm like, yep, that's it. Yes. Awesome. So I did appreciate that. I've said that through the stream all day long, but it's maybe one of my favorite achievements that we've succeeded in, is trying to package up the science, iterating on it, getting it just tightened up enough, and then delivering. And as far as I know, we did okay.
Well, even last year at the first iteration of the film, when we saw it in Vegas, Tom, funny enough, had asked me what my favorite part was. And I was like, I know that you did all the filming and you're the director of that. But I love the graphics. So they really pull it all together. And you could tell you guys took your time to like really work that out and how to strategically use them to explain that part. Because I'm no scientist. This stuff, I'm part of this world, but it's not my life. So I don't understand a lot of it. So seeing it in that way and, with the graphics really helped explain it.
But if it was just that and not the personal stories, it doesn't.
Oh, yeah.
It's just
it all had to be together
more like
to make sense.
a college lecture. Yeah.
Right. That would we'd fail hard. I might
you
be like
you would like it, but
I'm not. No, that's the thing. I would I really have to credit Jen for the level for which I really wanted to accomplish. Yes, talking about the study and possibly having different shots of the study and so forth, but how she was pointing out the personal stories can be so effective and so meaningful. And really early in, I was starting to more and more get not only on that side, but even I started cutting down more of the science stuff wherever I could. It was more about getting to a minimum viable, right? What's the least amount of science we could deliver, but that absolutely achieved the goal of getting enough across, right?
Exactly. For the
And
yeah.
that it's hard. Human biology is complex. So just like little things. So for example, you saw the lipoprotein, how we split it apart, and then we could have been more accurate to have like literally the molecules accurately portrayed and so forth, but that would have been too much noise. So even if they were just spheres, but the spheres represented the different things, that's still accurate enough, but not so loose that we're going to get a whole bunch of flack from the scientific community that feel like it was oversimplified. Make no mistake, some things were simplified for some level of brevity, but not in a way that I believe at any point would be objected to by the time we were done. So that, like I said, took a lot of iteration. We had to keep finding different ways to do it. We also had kind of a color scheme. That was a big push on my part. I sort of wanted a particular hue that was kind of the ether. I had, anytime cholesterol was on, I wanted to have a particular accent color. That became meaningful in the way that some graphics would portray. But at the same time, it allowed for something that I thought was a lot more intuitive. So you'd start visually seeing the cues, and the cues would link back in your mind to when you're seeing the thing of relevance that we're talking about, right? But yeah, not gonna lie,
No.
the graphics were probably.
And I'm trying to remember. I feel like that Budoff at one point precedes me. I come in, tell a little bit of what's going on there, and then Agustin comes in, and they're both saying, is that I don't want to give. I know you don't like spoilers, but is that the sequence? Is it Budoff, then I jump in, and then Agustin?
No, if I'm remembering this correctly, it's actually we're going through a number of different people's stories, and
Yeah.
I don't mind if we spoil this part because it's fine. After we go through a bunch of different stories, we have your story, which I'll just reiterate is something I specifically wanted in for that very reason, as you know. Like it was in nuance injection because every I'll say this, it's not really a spoiler per se, but I'll just say everybody's stories were so successful in terms of that thing that was getting looked at.
Yeah.
That was like, it's going to feel almost propaganda-ish.
Well, yeah, that's not real life.
Right, exactly. And we should have a real life example, and something where there's somebody taking on a different direction, different decision, given this context, right?
I just feel like every time I watch it, I feel like I hear Budoff say, if you treat the disease, and then I hear Agustin say, treat the disease, and I'm like, okay, where's my medicine again?
right, exactly. So it is all together. So it's I think it's you, then it's Agustin, then it's Budoff, and then it's me at the table, and I say, many share the opinions of Agustin, Budoff.
That's it.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much the gist. But
but Robin's story is what we've always said is the most powerful. That's just they're all powerful, really. Johnny,
they're all powerful. It's just that Robin's definitely stands out a lot, especially in this super stream. And it's, we got to spend some solid time with her and her family.
And that's how you got that. And I don't think this is the spoiler, but I didn't realize you were interviewed separately. I thought, everybody was in the room all together.
No, yeah, we were all, I mean, we were in the building when Laura was interviewed, but we were not in the room.
That's
so that's all
powerful,
purely
right?
her.
Yeah.
This gets back to something I said earlier, and I'm not sure if they're listening again. Jen, Tom, you guys are so freaking awesome how you constantly do new setups. So we'll have, say, one giant room or something that we might be filming in the case with you, Robin, it was gym that we were filming in. But they'll do entirely new lighting setups and everything. So it feels like it could be an entirely different place.
Well, it's extremely high quality video.
It is. They are the
There's no
pros.
denying that this is a professional film. That's
Oh,
for sure.
and
Beautifully shot.
documentaries don't usually go that route, right?
I mean,
Well, there's a lot of people carrying around just pocket cameras and doing a film,
Yeah,
but
I'm
that's
sure
how this
there's
got its
some high
start.
quality ones, but the ones I'm thinking of aren't quite.
It depends on the production level, because obviously some are, like Game Changers was, James Cameron, and pretty high quality for what it
I
was.
didn't watch that one, so
Yeah, that was the top of my list. Hey, Dave, I want to say that there's some stuff going on in the comments, and
let me pull that up.
one of the things that keeps popping up is, hey, I left a review and I don't see it yet. So I just want to reiterate to everybody that it'll take a couple days, that Amazon likes to make sure that you're a real human and that you actually watched the film. So it might take a few days. You will get an email most likely to say that your review was accepted.
I see my sister, who's a nurse, and a good critic, and she said a perfect blend of science data with personal experiences that are relatable, which makes it meaningful.
I've got her up on screen.
There it is. Yeah.
Oh, there it is. Yeah.
Robins Unite. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, that's right. Except one of you spell it wrong. I don't know which one.
Oh,
Which
sorry.
one
I guess
of
there
us,
was
yeah.
there was a follow up. There was a
Yeah,
follow up one, so I got up there as well.
Yeah.
I also have
and-
seen several times people are saying that they're having trouble finding it, and I want to. This is just because I've had this experience, because I was involved when Vinny's films were coming out. If you're using the app to look for the film, you may not be able to find it. You have to actually go on the website, and that's also the best place to leave your review as well, is through the website.
Well,
not
and
through
so
the
is
app.
that also true regarding, like, when I'm watching it through Apple TV or something? Through, how is it as easy to find on your TV device as it is on your laptop?
I don't know. I will say
not-
this. I was able to find the cholesterol code just typing that in my app, in my Prime app. But
yeah, so that, but boy, is it an Apple box, or what type of box for your TV? Does that know what I'm saying? The what's the other one?
No. I mean, I'm just saying the app on my phone.
Right. No, okay.
I haven't tried it on Apple TV. Here's the thing. For anybody who's watching this right now, you can also just go to cholesterolcodemovie.com. Cholesterolcodemovie.com. Right there is a link.
Right on there. Just click the
Take
button.
this straight to it, right? And you could also probably do that on your phone. In fact, I kind of want to test it right now. I'll bet if I clicked it on my phone, maybe not. Maybe not. I'll see.
I know everybody's saying how easy it is to find in the
cholesterolcodemovie.com.
UK. It's on Prime in the UK. We don't have,
Yes.
have that.
So awesome. Thank you.
That is
UK.
awesome.
All right, I'm clicking. Oh, okay. Well, it takes me to the web version of.
Yeah, it'll take you to the web version. It just doesn't work as well on the app. So a lot of people have been saying within the chat that they haven't been able to find it, and that's probably why, because you probably went through the app instead of actually going to the website. It's just weird things that Amazon does with their films. It's not explainable.
So what have you been hearing back from doctors, Dave, who saw it for the first time, who were kind of new to your whole area?
Well, so that was 2 of the messages that I got from yesterday. and they were new. They were actually one of them was through LinkedIn, which I'm not normally on LinkedIn, but I just happened to have caught it there. And you guys know me by now. I try to be mindful of confidences, so I don't want to out anyone. But I'll just say, in the case of the LinkedIn person, and also in the case of the Facebook person is somebody who I've actually known for a long time, and they're a little more interesting because I did have some DM conversations with them before. And I mean, we're talking 6-7 years ago, very early into the research, and sent appreciation, congrats for doing this study, and that the movie really has him rethinking things, which I love. Is awesome. I'm wanting him to actually see if basically what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to see if I can talk him into being interviewed. I'd like to have him on the Feldman Protocol, because I'd love to get anybody who, came from a different perspective and might have
this got more curious. Yeah.
I found it very hopeful after the screening that the doctors that were in attendance, that they stayed longer and picked your brain a little bit more afterwards. So I do feel like the film is doing what we all want it to do, which is just to open up those conversations.
Well, and I want to throw this in every time I say anything is I want the person who I was in 2017 to hear, oh, wait a minute, diet might fix this. Might fix your depression. I mean, and it's okay. And this is something else I want to say. It's like, I don't want to end up gaslighting myself.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, it's been, we're close to 9 years now, and 10 years. And then eventually, was I ever really depressed? I don't remember. Yeah, no, I absolutely was.
Yeah.
And was it really that? Yes, it actually, and so in some ways, I just can't just blow past it and and so there's that person sitting out there that might hear this story, Robin's, mine, Matt's, and that turns it, because seeing papers and hearing about books written about scientific stuff, that's good, but wow, I see a person that got better. I'm looking at them, and it was freaking food.
Right. It was a change in diet. The thing that you're describing with regard to gaslighting yourself, I think our greatest, as a species, I think our greatest strength and our greatest weakness is our adaptability. And this is a thing that kind of gets touched on in the film with this whole "the lights come on" thing. You don't know, if you don't have a reference point with other people, what it must be like to be that way, right? So if all you've ever known is this kind of sluggish existence, and that's your normal, right? Part of it is you just kind of think that's just not how I operate. That's not how I'm wired, in a way that feels so permanent. But I've heard stories like you just mentioned, Eric, where people have been on keto for like a long time, or whatever, scenario that they're under, where they now have a normal, and it's such a new normal that they almost kind of minimize what it was before. And then they go off diet, or they have some other catalyst, and then they're like, oh, that's right. That's right.
It'll remind you real quick. Oh yeah, that's what life used to be like.
Right.
Eric, did you have like this awakening that like you looked at everything like it was brand new for the very first time?
Impossible to describe, but it actually started before keto, and I've told both of y'all this story, I'm sure, but it was as I was losing weight, because I ended up not interested in eating, and I accidentally lost weight, and then that actually got me just a fraction better, and it was a light bulb moment. I was walking Kona, who's laying on the floor right here, looking up now, and it was just like, wow, that was like a bolt of not despair. And it was remarkable. And so yeah, so I had that moment, and then it was just a gradual thing. But I like what Ian Campbell, I don't want to forget to say this. He said his feeling was like, oh, wait a minute, is this what people actually feel like? Is this how it's supposed to be? Yeah, a lot of that.
Yeah, I can relate to that too.
Yeah,
Like,
well, yeah, that
I had
your
no
story,
idea.
you say that exactly. You could, well, you say it perfectly. You say you could see that happiness is out there. You just didn't have it, and you knew that it existed. Yeah.
I think I've told you about this, Eric, but I don't know, Robin, if I've told you about this story. I had this weird, like, moment over around like 17 hours, 16 or 17 hours during an experiment where it's like I kind of broke my brain somehow. I was in the midst of all of my N-of-1 experiments, and this was a carb swap experiment. It was going pretty much like I figured it would. And it was on the 5th day, and this was in 2018, I want to say. And my mood suddenly shifted. I remember this distinctly because I was on a spreadsheet. There was no good catalyst. There was no thing that seemed to activate it. But all of a sudden, I just had two things happen at the same time. I had this sudden like dip in my energy levels. Like it just went down, whereas like it's just like really exhausted. And then simultaneously, I had this kind of dour, pessimistic tinge to everything. Like all of a sudden, everything I was thinking of felt less hopeful overall. And I mean, it's just like wherever my brain went, that was the thing that was striking to me, was that, first of all, it started with the spreadsheet. I was like, I'm never going to get done with the spreadsheet. And then I was thinking about other plans I had for that week. And it just immediately I was like, I'm not going to get done with
everything. It painted everything.
Exactly. And
that's it.
It took me like 5-10 minutes before I went, wait, what's happening to me? Like something hormonal, something.
Now you got interested in it.
Yeah. And so I started keeping a 10 scale for each hour to like mark my mood, and thinking, okay, well, this is clearly like an experiment. This is because I'm already in experiment mode. So I'm like trying to track everything. But as I'm tracking it, I really had this thought several times through that span where I was like, I hope this is not permanent. I hope I didn't actually do something.
I hate that you had that experience.
Oh, it was a terrible sensation to be like,
Am I stuck?
Exactly. Like it was, and I say 16, 17 hours because it was the next morning that I was trying to taper off. And I had some really good heart-to-heart conversations with Siobhan where I said, that was one of the most mind-blowing experiences I've ever had. And she goes, yeah, everything you described sounds exactly like what I was dealing with before I went keto. She says, now imagine that's your everyday.
Exactly.
Every single day you have.
End over end over end over end every single day. Yeah. That you had the experience of noticing it coming on.
Right.
I don't have it. I don't have that experience. That's just
right.
It's just where that went. Like that's how it was
all the
time. Probably
why I was able to catch it, because it was so acute. It happened, I mean, literally within a minute. And it's funny, another thing that happened because of that, which is going to sound bad, but I felt like I wanted to go
acting up.
Yeah.
I felt like I wanted to go and apologize to all my ex-girlfriends who I've ever thought were, playing up that time of the month. Because I was like, wow, if this is, because
you've never had your brain
right
switch gears.
You just don't know until you've experienced that something hormonally, whatever the heck it was, could actually have this super forward impact on your whole thought process.
You had sudden onset mitochondrial dysfunction, body system wide.
I guess I still can't.
Self-induced.
Depression comes with lethargy. Often you're just laying on the couch all day, and so that was part of what you felt. Just I got no energy.
Yeah, but it was coupled with this kind of like, what's the point kind of sensation. It's just sort of like,
That's exactly what it is.
Yeah. So it wasn't just, oh, I'm tired. I should get some rest so I can get back up. It's kind of like, I don't even know why I'm even doing any of this.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's just sort of weird, dour.
You've never had that before, really?
Never. And it's a very, like, I can remember it like it was yesterday, but I don't want it ever to happen to me again. Like, I could say I've been there. I don't know how I got there. I don't want to go back ever. It made me very scared to do like another carb swap experiment again. Even though, again, I've done so many other versions of it. It just this time around.
And you're probably healthier now than you were when you did that one.
Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe your starting off point was just low enough that it took you over the edge.
No, I mean just your insulin resistance might be better now than it was then.
Don't know. I hate
We're
to
going to
sound.
find out either. See, Dave, you're right where me and Robin are.
There's no reason to find
You're right
out.
where we are. We're like, well, could you eat all this or that? Well, I don't know, and I'm not going to find out.
I'm typically very pro like self-experimentation, but when I see it happening over and over and over again, I do get concerned. I it's like at some point it would just be good to just move on. So it's okay if you don't want to do any of these experiments anymore. We know what happens, maybe the next round of people can take that on.
It didn't make it in the film, but your recovery was months. It wasn't days.
Correct. Right.
Or hours.
No, this is the. So I also did this weight gain experiment in 2018 that took months to get back.
I remember that when you did that.
Yeah.
And again, at the time, I thought, oh no, I'm going to do this. I'm going to capture all of this great lipid data, which I did. It was fantastic data that I captured, but that, I was pretty cavalier that I can go gain weight, go back down again. And spoiler alert, I never returned to the weight that I was from when I did the original experiment. And now, so the new data, that what I like bringing this up to people for is I go, by the way, when you say that you're going to go off your diet just for the holidays, let me tell you about my weight gain experiment where it was literally induced. I intended to gain weight and then intended to lose it. Right. And no, that's why, Eric, I kind of mentioned this is part of why I can't say I know for sure on where I stand on insulin resistance is I'm very open in my podcast and public in general that I've got two issues. I've got sleep and I've got stress. Those are both not good to have a lot of, right? Or to have too little sleep and too much stress.
It induced insulin resistance.
It does. There's plenty of research about it. You know what? We should get to some of these. One of these is Casey Ruff.
Casey.
Love you guys. Keep up the amazing work.
Awesome.
Can't wait to have you on the podcast, Casey.
Absolutely.
We love you too.
He canceled with me to go with you, and I'm still mad about it. And it hasn't even happened yet.
We also have another one from Jerry. Just watched on Amazon Prime. Fantastic job. Thank you so much, Jerry. We also have from Institute of Optimum Nutrition, easy to find on Amazon in the UK. Good, because that's another one. Actually, this is another good one here. So enter cholesterol code movie in Amazon search.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
that's a good tip.
That is a great tip. I noticed that like yesterday I wrote in the cholesterol code and like all these things came up and I have it so that my cache is always cleared so it doesn't remember the search. So now when I type it in, it's like number 2 in my search.
Well, I just typed in
before it was way down at the bottom. So it's moving up. People are looking for it.
I type in the cholesterol code and it pops right up. But I'm in Prime Video. I'm in the Prime Video section. It just pops right up.
Perfect.
We got another great comment here. So thank you, Robin. The film is a perfect blend of science data with personal experiences that are relatable, which makes it meaningful. Great work.
That's awesome. Eric's sister. She's just trying to get some brownie points.
There you go. Well, she's becoming an influencer in her sphere, which is great.
Oh, we do have a question. This is from Martin's. Can we purchase a
Good
Blu-ray
question.
disc that physical media has many advantages? That's a question for Jen Eisenhart, and ultimately the aggregator. I couldn't answer that right now. I know there's nothing, at least in the immediate works, on
What are the
that.
advantages? I mean, Dave, you would know that.
I mean, obviously, if there's an internet outage or
Yeah.
something to that effect, that would be one advantage. A lot of times, if you're doing something like a Blu-ray, you have like additional extras, which maybe the streaming service may not allow for. I don't
Oh,
don't
there's
know.
all kinds of extras that aren't in the
Maybe
film.
there's an update to the study.
Yeah, that
That's
sounds like I love this
true.
idea.
Well, and therein is another thing. We've been actually chatting for a bit about what the follow-up piece will be, because we're pretty sure we're going to do a follow-up piece, maybe not necessarily a full sequel or anything like that, but maybe something that covers the
Yeah,
the
I've heard you
disruption of
mention
the
that.
last year.
Yeah, I've heard you mention that.
That might be coming, but even then, it's still a bit early to say. We've still got a lot to.
It's time for a break right now.
You know what? I think you should
Exactly.
enjoy what's going on right now. You don't have to think ahead too much further. Let's just do this.
You've done. Now it's time to sow
Yeah.
the rewards of your work.
This should be the
now.
This should feel like the culmination of a
This
lot
is-
of
this
great
is
things
the-
and
I
should be
can-
very exciting. We don't have to keep
And,
pushing.
watch the rewards from all my work here.
Yeah, it's back to that sleep and stress thing, right?
Yeah. In June.
Yeah, but I don't know. If I'm you, I don't even know. I'm too excited to sleep.
We got another comment from Casey. Maybe it's worth mentioning, just like with all the Vinnie Tortorich movies, if somebody can't afford to rent Cholesterol Code, then have them message me and I will reimburse them personally. Wow, that's super generous. For what it's worth, Casey, I mean, the good news is that it's so inexpensive. It's $3 if you do have to rent it. And then, of course, in the UK, it's free. Woohoo! UK. But that's been part of our intention, is we wanted to just get as many eyes on it as
So this will
possible.
be interesting. You can watch Traction UK versus US, I imagine.
Watch tracks.
Yeah, watch how many views there are per country.
Oh, gotcha. Yes.
Like, is this really taking off here or there?
I do. I want to find out what that information will be.
You have to wait till Tuesday. Isn't that what Jen said? You have to wait till Tuesday.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. Awesome to meet you all in Durham.
Oh, there
at
we
the
go.
stream. Stay curious. Thank you so much. And then we got. Oh, we shared the link with our students and faculty.
Nice.
Thank
That's
you.
what I want to
Institute.
hear.
That's
Yes.
awesome. Yeah.
Oh, and I actually know this one. So it's $199 for standard definition. So if you don't want to watch it in high definition, it's a little bit
You know
cheaper.
what? Eric, there you go. Tell everybody to watch it in standard, not in high def.
There we go.
So yeah, I'm super stoked because not only is the day behind us, but we've still got the next
It
few
also
days.
happened. I got a
Yeah.
little freaked out when it was like, there could be no, I didn't. Anyway, it happened.
Yes. By the way, while we were going to have Eric Westman on, I believe he's just texted. I'm going to double check. I think he's, just peeking out right now. He has a conflict that he has to deal with, so it looks as if he won't be able to make his slot, which means that it's probably the two crazy ketos in 30 minutes, I think. So if you guys want to hang a little bit longer, it's kind of great to have two of the two of the stars of the show in the movie that are there.
Crazy.
How many? Yeah, so let's see. Let's have a little fun here. We got to figure out the exact math. I've got to think in terms of just what I've seen, including co-sci. If I'm including co-sci, so theatrical releases in a theater, that's easy. I can say 5. Robin, you're 3 or 4?
How many times I've seen it in the theater?
In a theater,
1,
yeah.
2,
Yeah.
5. I have 5.
have
you
seen it
have to
5
be
times.
more than that. Yeah, I've seen it 5 times. I saw both COSIs, Menlo Park,
Oh, yes. Sorry.
Durham, and my own in Dallas.
Sorry. So yes, that would be 6 if I go with the COSI from last year. I was just talking about this iteration. But that's
Okay.
Yeah.
For this iteration.
Yeah. So
But you've
I'm
seen
at,
it more
I'm
than
at
that 'cause you
3,
saw it
unless
in-
you count the one that I played on Amazon while I was doing other things.
Ah,
But you saw Tennessee, you saw St. Pete, so that's 2 more than mine. So
Oh wait, Menlo Park. Yeah, what am I thinking?
Yeah.
I forgot about Menlo Park. So no,
Yeah,
that's
but
How can you forget about
Boston
Menlo
is
Park?
the one
Yeah.
I'm cringing that I'm not getting to Boston. I'm over here cringing.
Boston,
Oh.
I know.
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm like, oh, I'd
Mm.
love to go to that one. That
'Cause I'm
sounds like it'd
hoping
be
there's
great.
a lot of doctors, medical professionals, students involved in
Yeah.
that one.
You guys
Yeah,
have
that'd be good.
conflicts?
I'm afraid I do.
Oh, I actually don't know. I haven't actually looked. So is
I
it
don't
2
know
weeks?
either, but I know I do.
Yeah, there's I assume the bank account can't allow for
Yeah,
unlimited
it's
travel
a lot
too.
of
So,
factors. Yeah.
Yeah.
well, listen though, if we get the footage, you guys can chat with me offline. Maybe I can make some special arrangements as a perk for appearing in the film itself. There might be something we could do
that's
there.
just I can't thank you enough for letting me do that.
Yeah,
It's a
no.
quote from some show I watched. It's like you can't, people say everything happens for a reason, but it's more like you have to find the reason why something happened. It's not, it's after the fact. It's not, you don't just assume, well, that happened for a reason. No, that I went through that so I could tell this story on the other side. And it makes all that meaningful.
Yes. Well, listen, Eric, I was stoked the moment we worked out that you could be in the film, because I think of you as very much a constant through all of this, right?
Well, I don't know when I saw you. I still don't know the first time we interacted on X or Twitter, but it's been a while. I've followed you for a good while, and you've posed very reasonable questions for 10 years, and we're still there with questions. You have some answers now.
Yes. And some questions I've never gotten answers to from others,
Others, yeah, but you're creating your own answers.
Yeah. But it's we spent so much time both getting all of the data together, all of the analyses on the study, and like that was coming up to this certain point, and then we have the documentary. And so this really is like, I was going to talk to Michelle about this, but it's like that feeling after you've done a marathon. Well, actually, you would relate to this, Eric.
I don't get it. You guys talk about running all you want. I have no idea.
It's that sense that you're finally at the finish line, but you're like so exhausted. It's almost like you can't enjoy it like you thought you would.
Mm-hmm.
It's not that you don't appreciate that you did it. It's just that you're kind of almost in this like state of shock.
You're in limbo.
Yeah, limbo is a good word for it. Where you're kind of in limbo and you're like
just intense pain. You've been awake for
there's a lot of that.
So long. Yeah.
Yes. But I know we crossed the finish line yesterday, and I'm in that mode. If you ever watch them going into the shoot, they're in that mode where it's sure there's a few that are like in full celebration mode, but there's a bunch of us, and I'm one of them where I'm like, all right, let me get the water and let me get the thing, but it doesn't start sinking in until a little ways after that.
And the next day, the
next day. And then, by the way, it's a lot of fun to try to walk after the next day. But no, that's what this is now. Like it's settling in on me that we released
the gravity of it starting to settle down.
It really that's really hitting me so hard. Yeah.
And it's good. It's a good documentary. That's what I love about this.
It is so good. I mean, you've talked about it a couple times throughout the day today, but the cholesterol code, you look at it, you think you're going to see a movie that's just all about science and blood work and lab.
Yeah.
And it's so not that. And
Yeah.
I can't say that enough. There's just incredible storytelling throughout the entire film, and there's a common theme through there that happens to have to do with some LDLs, but the rest of it is just incredible storytelling that, one of these stories in this film is going to touch a person. Like,
Yeah, I have
there's a variety in that storytelling so that it can reach a lot of people.
Yeah, I have a friend that I work with that came and saw the movie, and he was like, and he's a fairly young guy, so he's not, he's not obsessed with health like older people might get. And he was like, yeah, I was afraid I might have to pinch myself, but yeah, he just loved it. He said that, it wasn't too much science in he said exactly what we've been saying. And he would give me an honest review. I mean, everybody has. But I'll throw in the Oreo segment because that came back from people who are not familiar with. They know what Oreos are. That's the extent of their keto knowledge, and they know they're not keto. But they were like, "Wow, okay, maybe things are a little different than the story I've been told." That really hit them.
Yeah, the graphic that goes with that one is pretty telling.
Yeah, that was.
Gotta watch the film to see it, though.
That was great.
And by the way, I had a little conversation with Allison, Johnny's mom, Allison. Had a little conversation with her earlier, and she watched it and said she can't watch it without crying. So I'm glad she's finally been able to see it because she hasn't been able to go to any screenings.
You can't. An actor can't do what she did.
No.
Right. It was real. It was real, and you saw it all right there. So how they captured it, that's back to the filmmakers.
Yeah, that was I loved that was toward the end. Again, not to spoil it, but there's a very emotional piece toward the very end.
Yeah, there really is.
And I have to say, it was so tremendous for me to have the opportunity to interview Dr. Bernstein. I mean, the GOAT, the undisputed, like, he's done so much, and the guy should have a Nobel Prize right now. Like, it's crazy to me.
Sure. I mean, first one that
literally patient number one, as said in the film.
Yep.
Okay,
Yeah.
now I'll draw the analogy again, and I didn't say this being interviewed, but he's the first one to multiple glucose times during a day. Who's the first one to do multiple cholesterols during the day?
Yeah. It's like a no-brainer, right? I mean, the only reason to not do it that I could think people would not consider it is the cost. So the cost of the strips is like,
no, I get that, but
$12 or whatever. But I mean, the moment you saw that it could be that dynamic, especially if you're low carb and you're fat adapted, why wouldn't you want to know, right? Particularly with these blood tests. I mean, I'm going to get a little bit on a soapbox here, but I cannot believe they changed the standard where it used to be fasted to get blood work. And then there would be a greater consistency between the different markers. And then they changed it. Well, all you have to do is look at those experiments I've done. I now have many where I literally was taking my lipids either 6 times over a day, or in the case of the triglyceride carryover, every hour. I was literally getting my blood work every hour, and you could see just how much those lipids change. And these are the things we should be interested in.
But how can the entire field, well, I don't know when it started, checking cholesterol, but how can it go until 20 whatever where it takes months for it to change? That's in the film too, by the way.
Yeah.
We thought it took months for these levels to change. I mean, that's like not a small difference.
Right.
To where, and that was anyway. I don't know how that happened, especially because there was the fasting. Wasn't there fasting data all along to know that it changed pretty quickly?
Yeah, that's why the dot connecting is such a big deal, right? So if there's already literature, if there's already experiments, and you know it's out there, but you're kind of in this mode of you're listening to your colleagues, you're listening to guidelines and so forth, so you're not putting as much consideration to it. The issue is how much, take it outside of the low carb diet, because low carb diet, if you're fat adapted, those lipid levels will change much more dramatically. But even if not fat adapted, they do change quite a lot, such that if somebody's getting blood work a year later and their LDL went from, let's say, 110 to 130, they could panic and be like, oh my God, this is terrible, right?
Yeah.
I'm confident that the 130 could be in the wake of when they ate from not too long ago, for example, or if they are actively losing weight, right?
Yeah.
If they're in a state of weight loss, their LDL could be higher, but they're not yet thinking in these terms.
Yeah.
And odds are their doctor isn't either, where, hey, the status of something like when they ate and weight loss, weight gain, which, by the way, those are two large levers, but still not even the only levers. But both of them are very transient. They're short term. They're things that are in the process of flux.
Exactly. I was going to say flux, because you talk about that a lot.
Yeah. And at some point, there has to be some recognition if it's going to keep changing standard of care. If you're making
zero, once they get to zero, we'll be good. We'll know.
Right. once we can get it,
we'll super simplify. Single digits. We'll go with that. Single digits.
Yeah. So I usually get to ask the guest this question, but you know, to keep it simple and to save you guys from being kind of put on the same spot, you can't choose each other. You can't choose yourself. Outside of your own stories, you know, what would you say is probably one of your favorite parts of the film, or at least something that stood out to you?
I'll let you go, Rob.
Mine's definitely Allison's and Johnny's story. That especially now, because I was able to interview her and talk to her on Keto Biography, that I got to hear kind of more of the story. And you guys too, just listen to her episode on Keto Biography. It's just how heartbreaking as a mom to just be told, like, suddenly you're a scientist, you've got to run numbers, you've got to know how to, you know, feed and then treat, and then like all of the stuff that was going on, and how just scary that was for them as a family. And to know that that's how every parent must feel when they find out their child is type 1, and just that uncertainty and chaos. And so, you know, when they go deeper into the story and we start to find out about his doctors being concerned about this LDL number, and you see him playing baseball, he seems just like any other kid. Like, he's not dealing with any problems. Like, just all of that just really hit me hard. Maybe it's the mommy in me, but that just really hit me hard when I see them tell their story. So that's my pick. And that's what I assumed everybody was going to pick. Yeah. So imagine my surprise when everybody says me.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, yeah. So I don't know. There's a lot of things I could pick, but Jen Unwin. I mean,
yeah.
Just, I mean, her personality.
She's a great. Yeah.
I don't think I've ever met her in person, but standing there at the fence. And it's like that. So that wasn't scripted. I mean, I feel like this had to be scripted.
No,
when her doctor is talking to her.
And so everything we see here, that's, you know, green grass and the beautiful animals, right? This is what's going to kill you, right? Her reaction is just perfect. She just no.
Well, and it's funny because that was maybe the one. I can't help that I do this now, but it's only from all the training. I'm always trying to think of how I could get clipped out of context. So how you know that wasn't scripted was I kept going, oh man, this is going to be one of those things where they clip it out of context, because I could totally see them doing that, right? But it was what I was thinking in the moment. I mean, all the footage you saw, with her feeding her chickens, and they're making fresh eggs. And we go out to this like gorgeous landscape, and the sheep are coming forward, and they're just like living their best life. Like they are happy running. And I'm not gonna lie, I was jealous. I was just sitting there going, wow, this is pure. Sorry, who's ever the dog person?
That's Kona. We have people. I'm gonna have to go in a second. People just showed up, and that's what she does.
Oh, no worries.
Kona's going crazy over there.
Which is funny.
I think it was funny just because she's like, aren't they beautiful? And then you're like, and you eat them, right?
Well, yeah, that. But no,
yes, I do.
She just, and she just laughed. I mean, it's just her personality. And then, and I resonate with the other thing she said was, I'm living so well now that takes me out a little earlier. That's okay.
Yeah. I honestly love that you did include that piece, the food addiction piece, as part of the film. I think it's a often not addressed. So we'll say things like, just eat this keto, whatever, it'll help you for this. But for anyone who has a trigger that's a sweetness, even those sweeteners can be very triggering and can really create a problem for someone who, you're trying to treat an illness, an issue, and then you have even something that seems like it might be okay come in and destroy everything. So I'm really glad that was included as part of the story.
I know Dave can't pick his favorite, but it can't be any of us three. But just randomly pick something that's one of your highlights.
Well, that's what I can honestly say keeps happening is it does move. Every time I'm watching it, I'm like, oh, that's right. We've got that one too. This even just now, as you were talking about the scene with Jin Unwin, I was like, oh, that is one of my favorite scenes because even though, I'll think about things in terms of how it could be taken out of context, it really was a genuine moment where just exactly what I was describing, just to close the loop, I'm looking at this just remarkable landscape. It feels paleo, right? Where all of the sourcing that she's eating is not just from animals, but they're from animals that are just happy, right? And I see her cook it straight up. She's cooking it in the kitchen. And I'm just thinking to myself, this has got to be the peak level of, really getting the best kind of diet. And so, yeah, in that moment, I'm going, so this is all, this is bad then, huh? Like it's kind of,
it's really the most candid part. It's the most candid phrasing in the entire film. I'm glad
they put that in there, actually.
Yeah.
I could have seen them saying, yeah, we might have to cut that.
I mean, I won't lie. Every time that I saw it before we finalized the edit, I had my moments of going, oh, man, is this going to be one of those things where but it's a genuine moment. It's really genuine because
it wasn't scripted. Yeah.
No, I'm thinking if I was just only caring about my diet alone and I didn't care about technology because of course it's not high tech over there, but it's, it just really struck me as to how healthy it felt.
Yeah.
Just being there and observing.
And that came across in the film. It was just like a light bulb moment for both of y'all. Like, yeah, of course this, And I heard Dr. Westman say something. You ever heard of face validity? I never heard anyone else use that phrase, face validity. And that just means on the face of it, this is common sense. And now you have to disprove it. You can't say, something that looks this obvious is wrong unless you got some evidence.
Yeah, I never actually heard of something like that.
Yeah.
But no, if there another scene I was kind of amused to rewatch from Dallas, even though again I'd seen it a gazillion times, is with Doug and Pam where because I do remember meeting them for the first time, and I was like
I
passionately.
love that. I love that one. I love it. You know,
I kept being like, see this? You see this? This
He's-
model
he's
that
a
I'm
little
working on.
picky.
Yeah, and of course I was like a typical engineer who's just like, you gotta see this. Look, come on. And so
It's
Doug's
data. It's
replaying of it was
exciting.
pretty accurate. He's like, yeah, Dave, I know. It's like exactly right. Nailed it. So, so anyway, I really appreciate you guys taking the time to do this. You ended up on, definitely you, Robin, ended up on an hour and a half.
Wow.
Yeah, that's fine.
Really
Happy to
great.
help.
Yeah.
Keep this thing going.
Yeah.
It's been fun
Yeah,
to have, have
this
it.
will all be up later, so I want to rewatch all the ones I've missed. So there you go.
I did want to ask real quick, because I did ask you about this before. So just to plug your channel, check out Keto Biography. Anybody who's watching, if you've been hearing how much she's been touted throughout the day, let me do the plug for her. Go to Keto Biography on YouTube. It's also on Spotify, right? Like it's a
Yep, on
podcast you can find anywhere.
Spotify,
On
Apple, yeah.
Music. Yeah. And but you also on YouTube, people can see it, right? They can watch the interviews.
Yeah, there's a couple of them that I left audio only, but most of them are also on YouTube. So go check it out
Great
there.
title.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
It
you
just came to me one day.
And how many episodes have you recorded?
You were number 47. So I actually have 50, I think, total
about
that
50.
I haven't. Yeah, just about 50. So yeah. Yeah, it's been fun. It's been exciting. I've really enjoyed doing this little cholesterol code series that I did. It was really fun. Like you said, talking to Jen, and when she popped on the screen for her interview, and it was like we had known each other forever, and it was the first time I met her. So they were just, it was fun to do, and it was fun to get the stuff that you have an hour and 44 minute. I'm looking at an hour and 44 minute movie. You can't have everything in there. So it was really fun to have these conversations and get the stuff that didn't make it into the film and to hear all that background stuff. So it was really cool. So if anybody wants to hear the background stuff, come listen to Keto Biography.
Keto Biography with the only one that's got a series of 8 around the cholesterol code movie.
Yeah, Dave, what did you do, huh?
Yeah.
Exactly.
No, it's
for your next film, you'll remember to do that.
Yes. No, it's super exciting, and I got to as I do with all the guests on the Feldman Protocol, I got to listen to a few of the episodes right before you came on. I'll be doing that with you, Eric, when you come on the Feldman Protocol.
There you go. I'm looking forward to it.
Have you booked yet?
I have not.
Okay.
I know it'll be, it's like this great thing I want to do, but once I've done it, I've done it. So I had
you want to keep it out there.
Yeah.
Oh,
no, you just got to do it.
Yeah, and don't assume you'll only ever appear once. It's
Sure.
the whole point of the podcast is I get to have friends on.
Yeah.
It's the one thing that I do that's not meant to have a lot of.
Yeah, I like hearing that. It's you enjoy every minute of it, is what I've heard.
Yes, I do. It's
it has to be fun.
Yeah, everything I do has some component of let's just say a lot of pay it forward for a lot of the things that I do these days. Not everything, but a lot of the things. In the case of the Feldman Protocol, it's the one time where I really sink in, and it also helps with the OCD stuff because I have to turn everything else off and just focus. But hey, it's working pretty well. I'm actually really dumbfounded by how many subscribers.
200,000? Is that where we are?
Yeah, we're over 200,000. We're like 214
Crazy.
last I saw.
And
Just
crazy.
It's crazy, but not complaining. Very excited about it. So, yeah, it's by the way, Robin, I did hear this, which I think you'll appreciate. Most podcasts never make it to over 10 episodes.
Cool.
So, yeah,
That's
a lot
cool.
of people start them, don't finish them.
Yeah, I'm happy. I had my doubts at some points through the journey, but honestly, I just love getting the stories out there. So as long as there's still stories, I'm going to keep plugging away at this because I really enjoy hearing all of those different stories.
I do want to check Sharon. I'm not sure if she's active. She may be active. I don't have the time allotment noted, but is Too Crazy Keto supposed to be coming on at the top of the hour, or is it supposed to be 30 after? She can text me if that helps. So she's giving the 1 second thing.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any other people in the sections in our little chat here.
Yeah. So are you able to see the down below that? Like, I'm not used to what other people see when they're in the StreamYard. We're doing this from StreamYard, by the way, for anybody who's curious.
I mean, we can see the names of people who are in the waiting room, but there's not anybody in there that
I see them now. Joe and
Okay, they
Rachel.
just come on. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
There you
Okay.
go.
So it might get a little crowded in here,
Well,
but let me.
I've got to back out. So
Okay.
We can roll.
There
We
you go.
filled in this nice.
Thanks
spot
for
you.
inviting me on this, Dave.
Of course. Thank you both for being in the movie. You both made the
Thank you
movie
for
so
taking
much
us
better.
along on this ride because this has been just an absolutely amazing experience, and I feel like it's as much as it feels like it's finally hit it's hit its ending point. It's actually just a beginning point,
It may
so
just be getting
it's going to be
momentum.
pretty fun
Yep.
to see where this goes.
Let's see.
All
We'll
right.
see. All right.
Yeah.
I'll be chatting with you both soon.
All right.
All right,
Cheers.
talk soon. Bye.
Oh my gosh, we've got Joe and Rachel. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna do a little of this.
Well, hello.
Hello.
Today is the day we have been waiting for, young man. 6 years, more than 6 years.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. By the way, you guys are the closers. This super stream is gone as of right now. It's 6:59. It's about to turn 7 hours.
Wow.
I've spent 7 hours in this chair. No joke.
I
thought we were one of the first ones when we saw it. There was a whole bunch of them afterwards.
We are tickled pink to take this into home base. You have done an amazing job bringing this to the public, and now it's our turn as the viewers to support this.
Yes.
Really, truly.
Yeah, actually, I'll have Sharon put up the graphic. Thank you for mentioning that. Yes, I've had so many great interviews, especially in the last couple hours, and I haven't done the obligatory pitch. But yes, if you're literally just tuning in, although we have 1,127 people watching right now. If you haven't heard me mention this before, go to cholesterolcodemovie.com if you want to get the direct link to Amazon and rent it, and consider if you watch it, if you've had a chance to take a look at it, to give us a review.
I'm gonna say, don't rent it. You need to buy it. Consider this a $10 donation to the Citizen Scientist Foundation. It's worth $10. You're gonna want to watch it more than once anyway.
And you're gonna have
it's $10.
You're gonna have lots of people that you're gonna want to show this to. You're gonna want to share this, not just this weekend, but for years to come. You're going to want to own this thing. So many people that we've talked to over the last 9 years about changing the way that they eat. Everybody has a different obstacle to get started. Sometimes it's like the social aspect. Sometimes it's like the nostalgia of recipes they're going to have to let go of. Sometimes, they're worried about, how are they going to function at work, if they can't participate in everything that's being eaten there. And I'm going to tell you, cholesterol is one of those major obstacles for people to get over, to get started on this way of eating.
Yeah, that has been my journey. I was so excited that when I started on a ketogenic diet that my weight was dropping. I was setting personal records with running, and I couldn't wait to see my blood work. I don't know about you guys. I've experienced this over and over again, where I'm so proud of an achievement I made, and this one seemed like the biggest one, because all of a sudden I just felt like as I mentioned in the movie, I felt like if I'm the fountain of youth, I can't wait. I can't wait to see the blood work, because I know my A1C will have dropped. It did. I know my fasting glucose would drop. It did. But then my cholesterol, what the heck? My cholesterol jumps through the roof. And then I'm questioning whether I can even stay on the diet. And that's what I hope comes through really well with the film. And I think it does.
It really, really does. And, Joe and I have been really just anxiously awaiting the results of these last 2 years, because I really echoed something that was shared, by someone in the documentary. For me, the brain health issues have revolutionized my life. And so my life doesn't even resemble itself before we started this way of eating. My husband is no longer in a wheelchair. So mobility issues made it such that Joe and I had decided, no matter what, we're sticking to this. But as we waited for the results, Joe and I had some real heart-to-heart conversations of hey, if the science says this diet is going to put people at risk, we're going to close our channel. That was the plan, because we are going to stay on this forever. But I didn't want to lead somebody into a position where we may, risk their health. And so as we would see the lab results, I can't tell you how many times we have bawled, crying over, just rejoicing that no, the high cholesterol. And for me, with the LDL of over 500, it's some of the times that we've tested, what a victory that this is not a death sentence for people like me who have a ridiculously high LDL.
That was, it's funny you say it that way, because I effectively have said the same thing. The benefit of someone like me doing the research is that I come from a career that I can drop everything I'm doing, return to the career, and I'll be fine. Financially, I'll be fine. So that kind of gives me a little bit of a superpower, if you will, in that if anything, I'm incentivized to find out that I'm wrong, to the extent to where I can find out, oh, actually, no, this is a concern. Thank goodness we did the research. Thank goodness we did something prospective so that we could see, right? Now, I'll, of course, be a responsible scientist and mention that my colleagues, especially my medical colleagues, would say, okay, but if there is imaging that shows, severe disease, or if you've got poor metabolic health, they would prefer that you consider taking steps to do something. But there is this lingering question that up until now wasn't easy to answer, with people like Jen Unwin, with people like Michelle Hearn, with people like Johnny Coughlin, right, who are all featured in this film. What does happen if their LDL goes up and the imaging comes back and it may not show necessarily something as strong? Now, I don't want to spoil the movie. Not everybody in the movie has perfect imaging. You'll have to watch the movie to find out. But that is the answer that we wanted to get to, right? We wanted to find out exactly that. And I'm glad you said what you did, because I was the same way. If the data was showing something that was truly concerning, then it's something we needed to respond to.
It's fun. I want to take one of Dr. Berry's terms in less bad. And, for us, we had to look at it. A lot of people who know us within the keto space, like yourself included, don't know the Rachel pre-keto. They don't know the girl that literally could not get out of her car to go into the bank because of her anxiety. The person that when we became children's pastors, we had to sit down and talk to a group of 5 volunteers, and the pastor was like, you need to get up and explain your vision. And she's like, I can't do that. Where I had to take her to a park and film her giving our vision and stand in the back of the room in front of just 5 volunteers. The person who attempted suicide twice. And when she begins keto, all of that goes away. Anybody who knows us now knows she's like the life of the party. She can get up in front of 1,000 people and speak. That didn't exist pre-keto. So for us, we've always looked at it as, okay, so let's say there's an issue with cholesterol, but everything else in her life is what she's living now. What's the worst of two evils? And for us, it would be her returning to her old mental state. And so that's why we've always kind of looked at it. And I remember after we did 45 days of eating nothing but beef, butter, bacon, and egg, and having Dr. Sivas analyze her lab results and giving us medical advice going, your numbers are perfect. And we're like, but what about this 500 LDL? And he was like, but let's look at all of the other inflammatory markers. He was like, listen, I mean, if I were you, I wouldn't be concerned when we look at everything else. But again, most people are going to be like, well, a 500 LDL, like something is wrong. You know, meanwhile, she only weighs 130 pounds and has a fasting insulin of like 1.4. And, you know, so it has always been something that we had to look at for us. What is the most important thing for us, but is what we need to do. But we also don't want to harm other people.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think that's exactly the right position to take, particularly if you're seeing such benefits for yourself. So it sounds as if a lot of the mental health components of the movie resonated with you. Would that be fair?
So much so. And I really appreciated that part of this story. You know, it's nice to see my personal story represented a lot of times. And, you know, we, for the life of our channel, have just been so honored to celebrate other people's stories. And a lot of times it's things like, eliminating cancer, putting diabetes into remission. Like we see people who, you know, like my mother had blockages in her heart that were actually reversed by this way of eating. But when you talk about brain health issues, it was always something that you didn't share, especially after a lifetime of dealing with this, because people they always immediately tuck their head to the side, like, you know, are you safe? You know, so you don't really share that a lot. And
it honestly took, like, I think it was, what was it? It was, we were in Omaha. It took like 5 years for Rachel to begin sharing this. And it really was as a result of the book Brain Energy,
right?
Where she was like, okay, I'm ready to come out of, you know, hiding the fact that I've had a lot of mental health issues before keto.
And when you've had so many banners like put over your life, because, you know, just like Dr. Palmer would share, it doesn't get better. It gets worse, and they just add more medicine, and, you know, nothing really changes. And that was, you know, the fact for me. And you start to just not have any hope for your future. You feel totally trapped inside. And it really changed my birth plan. It changed, like, you're a lot of times underemployed because of it. And you're always worried about the other shoe dropping. And I remember the doctors talking to us and to Joe and saying, like, well, when Rachel goes through menopause, she's going to have to be on some like really strong antipsychotics. Like, she's going to be a danger to herself and possibly you. And I remember the victory of actually going and seeing Dr. Jamie Seaman, as, you know, as my doctor, and her saying to me, do you know you've actually already gone through menopause? Completely uneventful. And it was such a victory. And I just can't even describe, like, what a precious gift that is.
Yeah, that's incredible. You know, you bring up something that I've had very strong feelings about for a while, which is that I think a lot of folks assume that they can see more in front of them the health problems people are dealing with. But we know this ourselves, that we like to not show our health issues unless it's already your archetype, because some people are the archetype of constantly talking about their health issues. Most people not only try to not make it very apparent to others, they minimize it to themselves. They often feel like their problems, or at least things that they're dealing with mentally, shouldn't be broadcasted, and they should just try to will themselves. They should try to white knuckle it, right? And therefore, it's very difficult sometimes to recognize just how much diet can impact your mental health, because it's so unintuitive. You tend to think that's all for what's below your neck, that it doesn't have that much of an impact above it. But that's a reoccurring theme. And it's why, as we mentioned in the film, you've got a bunch of folks who didn't adopt keto necessarily for weight loss, but because of all this new science that shows it could turn out to be efficacious for some people who could really use it to improve their mental health if they're working with illnesses like bipolar, such as with Robin.
And if somebody, all of my medication has been deprescribed at this point, and we are continuing, 9 years into this, to enjoy this success and maintain it. When we first started, we had an opportunity to share our story at a conference for the first time. I, in my young years, like high school and college, I realize now that I was mostly in I was in a ketogenic state because my schedule was so crazy that I basically was never able to get enough, I was fasting basically all the time. And so I had this reprieve where I was able to have high level jobs. I was a journalist. I work for the Washington Post. Like, I was able to really fulfill my dreams. And I had this beautiful window of 6 years where I felt like I do right now. But then all of that went away. And, when I got married and didn't know how to cook. And so I leaned on things like, Stouffer's lasagna and very high carby things. And so I lost all of those abilities. And so I remember feeling great. And we had this opportunity to share our story. And I told Joe, I said, let's take every opportunity that we have, because chances are the windows are going to close back again on my life. And I want to reach as many people as I can. Maybe we could help them, even if I go back into darkness. And I'm so thankful that even if people can't have all of their medicine deprescribed, it's certainly going to help. I don't feel conflicted in advising people that a whole food, sugar-free diet is that's not going to hurt them. That's not a bad thing for them to investigate for themselves. Try it.
Yeah, I think I would have a tough time. I mean, we don't want to say anything is one size fits all, but what really is the argument against a whole food, sugar-free diet? What is
Exactly.
what? Because you're not even necessarily saying low carb. You're just saying whole food, sugar-free. Is there anyone in the room who's saying no?
Right.
That's why I tell people, people are like, well, I don't know where to start. I'm like, let's start with this. Just stop eating bread, overly processed food, and sugar. I don't care if you eat potatoes. I don't care if you eat rice. I don't care if you eat, fruit. Start there. It's not going to hurt you to eat just a whole food diet. Eat meat, fruit, and vegetables, and just avoid all the overly processed stuff. And if you start there, you will have a massive improvement. That the true enemy is the sugar and the overly processed breads, especially with all of the chemicals in our grain here in the United States. But if you start there, you never know where you're going to end up. Well, we were way out there keto, tons of mug cakes and stuff. Whereas now our diet's 90% meat, but we've evolved over the time. And the reason it's 90% meat is it's easy. It's easy. I mean, I think about the amount of vegetables we used to throw out because they would rot in the fridge. They get tucked in the back underneath the drawer and you forget that they were there and then they're rotting. And so now it's just easy. Hey, we've got 100 chickens on our farm. Eggs is easy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say that's the thing that honestly I've loved about it, is not just that I love meat, but I like being a lazy cook. It's really great.
You don't have to think about it.
No, and you don't have to be an excellent cook. There's lots of devices out there that can help you have a restaurant quality meal, from a pellet smoker that'll make you look like a pit boss, to an air fryer, now that does, 47 functions, sous vise, those sort of things. So, which I do believe, like Chris Bear does, that those should be medical devices. But it's just amazing. You can have a good quality restaurant experience and be reasonable in the price of it, and learn how to cook things. If I can learn how to cook things, anybody can learn how to cook things.
Yeah, actually, I did want to ask you about this because we discussed it just for a moment. You have gone so far. We were in the last segment with Eric and Robin. We were talking about Jen Unwin's segment where we were in the movie, as far as how she was getting the fresh eggs from her chickens and how she also had the lamb on her property. And that's something that you've been connecting with. You yourselves have been moving more into the farm, right? A farm life. So you are not just getting locally sourced foods, you're becoming the local source. Would that be a fair thing to say?
Yeah. So 2020 taught us anything, and I get in trouble a lot when I'm like, 2020 was the greatest thing in the world for our relationship, because prior to 2020, we never vacationed. We never did anything. We literally went 10 years without a vacation. And so it caused us to reconnect. But one of the things that we learned during the pandemic was we are meat eaters. And like, what happens if you have a situation like this where all of a sudden you don't have access to meat? And so we started thinking about, like, at some point we want to be able to raise our own meat. And we kind of ventured into just backyard chickens. And, you were allowed to have 2, but we had 6. And, anybody who knows anything about chickens, we have something called chicken math, where next thing you know, you've got like a ton of them.
If I could have 5, I could have 20.
And
seems reasonable.
A couple of years ago, we were like, okay, we realized, okay, the kids are getting older. We're about to be empty nesters, and it's about time. And so we started looking into, raising our own food, and we moved from the city to the country, and we had to give up things for that. Like, I'm a scuba diving instructor as a side gig. And so I moved from living 10 minutes from the ocean and diving 4 to 5 times a week to I now live 3 hours from the ocean. But the return for us was living a more simpler life, really being out in nature. And now our goal is, number one, to raise our own food. So we have right now over 100 chickens on our farm in various stages of life. We raise our own chicken for meat. We're in the process of, we're raising right now cooney pigs, which is a type of pig that actually grazes on pasture. So they're not traditional pigs that you would like just get from the store and where they're eating grain. They're out there right now on our farm eating a bunch of grass. They're pulling up tubers and eating acorns that they're finding on the farm. So they're a slower growing, but it's a marbled meat that tastes very much like beef. We're going to be raising sheep like Dr. Barry. But for us, we want to be able to have our own food, to source our own food, but also be able to provide that to our local community. And without expensive, not charging $50 a pound. Like, our thing was, if we can sell it at a reasonable price and then that covers our food, we're good. We don't need to be rich. We just want everybody to be able to get healthy food.
And we like bringing, because we've seen, it's been a deep dive into learning about things. We also raise turkeys, and it's just been interesting to bring this back to the old-fashioned way, because if you can make money off of it, people have manipulated the system. So you have things like broad-breasted turkeys, where the turkeys can't even reproduce on their own because their chest is so big, because it's just been, we can make money off of these giant things. And so we're bringing it back and working with, the Livestock Conservancy to bring back and bring attention back to heritage breed turkeys that were just the normal turkeys that you would see, in the United States. And some of them are, almost lost to history. And so we want to help bring that back. And then the same thing with, the chickens, that they can live a chicken life, like their best chicken life. These pigs can live their best pig life. And, I think that it is our responsibility to thank the animals by giving them this awesome life, because we do depend on them as our medicine and we respect that. And so what we can do is go all in, and really, if we care about the community, I think it is part of our job to be able to be a lighthouse where people could, source, great meat.
Yeah. I mean, it sounds fantastic. I've always wondered about this. If a lot of people who are more concerned and aren't eating meat for ethical reasons, couldn't have a lot of overlap with exactly what you described, because I think a lot of where there's agreement is in the suffering, not in the death. So the suffering is, something I myself feel concerned about, and it's something that I struggle with at times. But the death is like, it's just the same way with me as a human, right? If I were to die tomorrow, but I live my best life, I'm good. It's
right.
I'm more concerned about, struggling or having a long, painful death or something to that effect.
And that is something that we have looked at, again, when you start researching, the way factory farm chickens live, and then the way they actually, kill them at the end when they cull them, it could be gruesome. Their life. And whereas for us, we bring first of all, everything we have is completely pasture raised. Like, we don't even lock them up. Like, they run the farm, they put themselves back in the hen house at night. We don't even close it up. Like, you guys go wherever you want. One day you'll see them in one part. This morning they were down along the pond picking all the tadpoles out of the pond. And then when it comes to that time, it's like over in a second. So they lived a great life, and they were culled in less than a second. Very different than what you see in like a factory farming kind of thing. And for us, we want them to have one bad day and really just a couple of bad seconds that they didn't even know was coming.
Well, and everything there's no waste on our farm. So it's like you cherish everything, because it's not just that like you've put so much effort into raising them, but this is a precious life, and you knew them, we hatched them out as babies and we've raised them up and, taken care of them and loved them every day of their life. And so it's like, yeah, we're going to eat the chicken, and then we're going to make bone broth from the bones. And then, the eggs, like, we're very just thankful for it. And I do recommend, we actually went through classes because regenerative farming is starting to become a cool thing, right? Like, so, and that's it's so neat. It's so awesome. And that was something that was big into our mindset, because we're in kind of like the buckle of the cattle belt of Florida. Most people don't know that a lot of cattle actually come from Florida, because we don't have a winter that would make calving difficult. So a lot of times they're born here in this local area and then shipped to other states where they're grown out. But for us, like, there's, professors now. So we were able to have college professors teach us how to dispatch ethically, quickly. And that was very important to us, that we know what we're doing. We've purchased like good equipment where everything can be very efficient and clean. And then it's just been really interesting to learn that side of it. Now, our latest thing has been quail, and that's a new learning thing too.
But just like with you, the biggest thing that you fight when you become a backyard farmer or a local farmer who wants to provide for the community is regulations. And it's sad how regulated stuff is, but in big food, like the fact that eggs must be washed and sanitized with bleach to be able to legally sell them. Like, I can legally give them to you, you can legally eat them, but the second I put a price tag on them, I have to wash them, I have to refrigerate them, I have to clean them with bleach. Well, nobody wants that. So you have to find the end runs around the rule, like, like raw milk. Like, this is not for human consumption. It is, so long as you're not paying for it.
Right. Like we're pet food licensed. So we're licensed to sell, but it's like, here's meat, this beautiful, like pasture raised chicken for your dog. But like, if you actually cook it for yourself, what am I going to do once you take it home? Right.
Yeah. It's, there's definitely a lot of politics around food preparation and food sales. But as I understand, there is some farmer market level kind of hand waving for some of that. I don't know. I don't know what
Yeah,
the
you just, there are certain ways that you have to work with co-ops and things like that. And, you know, but it's, again, for us, it's just about providing community. Like we love it when just subscribers in an area and like, they're like, hey, you know, do you have eggs? Like, you know, being able to bless a church with, hey, we have a whole bunch of eggs. Who needs eggs? Like, you know.
Yeah, that you can kind of help like the, you know, the local homeless population that's here, that you can, you know, be a resource for them as well, is just like such a blessing. And we love, we have people, we actually had a yard sale, you know, recently and got to learn all of our neighbors. And there's a lot of people that didn't, you know, realize, we've got eggs for you if you need eggs. And so just as we're meeting new people and just becoming a resource for them, that makes us really proud, because we do always want to give back to the community, you know, where we live.
Yeah, I love fresh eggs. Like, I mean, they've always got that darker yellow, and you can really tell the difference in the taste.
Yeah, you definitely can. And it makes everything more delicious. We were just having like an omelet last night, and sometimes, even though I should be used to it by now, when you have that omelet, it's like, my gracious, this is like so fluffy and lovely. And it's just all of the flowers and the marigolds and the, you know, the little grubs and things that all the love and the sunshine just goes right through them.
But it's interesting to bring it back to the cholesterol thing. Even when we first started keto, it was something that concerned me. I mean, I grew up, my mother was an oncologist. So she was an oncologist for 50 years, retired around COVID time. And, you know, like I grew up in that age of, you don't eat beef, egg whites, like, you know, and like eating cholesterol will cause your cholesterol to go up. And so it was a mental battle for me for a while to worry about that, because, you know, like, again, it's when you're raised a certain way. So I understand people's like concerns about it, but that's why movies like this to go, hey, you know what? There's other people out there and we need to investigate this more.
Well, and for my family, it was like on my mother's side, it was all about how heart trouble ran in the family. And I remember my grandmother and all of her sisters, she was one of 7 kids, and all of the sisters were like, oh, we all have heart trouble issues. And they were all put on cholesterol blockers and all passed away from, you know, Alzheimer's related issues. And so, you know, for me, that was just, you're fearful. You see like all of the people that you love are dying from like Alzheimer's related issues, and you're thinking, am I next? And I remember like reading Amy Berger's book. It was such a blessing to me and my mom, and just to know that, like, no, that doesn't have to be the end for us. We do not need to go on, you know, for us, cholesterol blocking medication just would not be an option for us personally.
I do have some comments, if you don't mind if I fit a few
Sure.
in real quick. So we have, this is from Larry. I watched it today and it was awesome. I shared it with my doctor family, and I'm about to send the link to my Run Club group. Awesome. I'm also a lean mass hyper-responder. Thank you. Fantastic. Thank you, Larry. We also have this. I think I recognize this name from your group. This is Sue Smoky Bear Lover. Is that right?
Hey.
Bought and will be watching tonight. Congratulations on your premiere, Dave. Thank you. And please let me know, or at least let Joe and Rachel know what you thought. I'd be very interested.
Yeah, I'm excited to see, you know, on Monday we have Keto Be on the Couch, and I'm excited to see like what's everybody's feedback, because I think that they're going to be amazed at the quality of this documentary on top of like just all of the value. And I just want to thank you so much, Dave, for breaking down the science in a way where I felt empowered. It definitely, you know, is understandable and interesting. And I was able to follow along with it. It wasn't like you were speaking to like a giraffe. And if I don't have like 14 degrees after my name, then like I'm not going to be able to keep up. But I thought it was very approachable. But I felt like it was something that we could all run with when we go to our next doctor's appointment, you know, that we kind of understand more, you know, what is going on when you talk about cholesterol.
Yeah, that's definitely what we were going for. And I appreciate it, you know, not just in this stream, in the super stream throughout the day, but also just from all the comments that we've gotten in the last 24 hours, is that it exactly what you said, approachable is a great word. It's what we were shooting for. We wanted to, I'm sure you guys know this because you're likewise trying to communicate the science, even if you're, you know, trying to work with a layperson audience, there's still some key things you're wanting to help convert and translate if you can. And I have to say, we got lucky that Jen and I are really good collaborators. I was, you know, kind of probably a little bit too heavy on the science side. She was trying to work it through, but she's such a great writer. And then we had a great graphics team. And the graphics team, between the three of us, we were able to fashion a lot of visuals with the narration that I think we managed to get across, because we kept asking the audiences that. We kept going, you know, did you feel like you could follow the science when we brought it up? And near universally, everyone seemed to be in agreement that it was pretty straightforward, which was exactly what we were shooting for.
Well, and that is the real success, because if you make a documentary that nobody understands and I can't move forward because I don't understand what you're trying to convey, like you've missed the punchline. And I think you really knocked it out of the park. And like you said, with the visuals, I thought that was very helpful as well. I thought the visuals helped to really convey the science
and
as well.
I will say, I mean, as somebody who's known you for what, probably about 8 years at this point, and know how off the deep end you can go when you get into science talk.
Right.
I think you did an amazing job, because like, you know, it just, again, we've been blessed to be able to sit down with you in restaurants and just in personal time. And I'm always amazed at your knowledge. And then like, but there are so many times that even when we're talking personally, I'm like, I'm lost. Like I'm still thinking about the word you said 20 minutes ago, because I don't understand what that word means. But when I watch this movie, it's like, you could literally follow along. And for me, I learn by doing and watching. Like I do not learn by reading or listening. Like I learn visually. So either I need to be hands-on or I need to see it. So that's why even like when we make videos and I'm trying to explain things, I'm always giving analogies, whether it be with a car or, you know, like trying to find a way. How do I show this without being geeky in the numbers? And I think you did a great job in the movie with that.
And thank you so much for just loving human beings enough to put this together, Dave. For you and your beautiful wife, Sharon, I know that this is such a labor of love for humankind. This is something that you did not keep this information for yourself, but you shared it with the world. And I think that both of y'all have earned a much deserved rest. And our heart for you is that you really will be able to get a little bit of rest after just so many years working on this project and loving the world enough to bring this to the forefront.
That's so kind, Rachel. And by the way, I'm looking at Sharon in the little behind the scenes camera, and she's like clapping loudly. She's definitely appreciating your words there. It is true that it's been a lot. But at the same time, it's moments like these. It's all of the feedback. It feels good that we've gotten here, right? This wasn't something that was started and abandoned. It was a huge endeavor. Thank you to everybody who's been involved. Thank you to everybody I can't believe we have 1,176 people on the stream right now. But thank you to literally every single person who's listening to us right now, who has contributed to citizensciencefoundation.org, who's sharing this. If you're sharing the movie, especially if you're going to watch it with your family or your friends. And yeah, as always, consider, if you can, to also rate and review it, because that also helps out as well. But ultimately, everybody who's contributed, who's had their hands in to help us move this research forward, I can't possibly thank you enough. So that includes you, Joe, and you, Rachel. Thank you so much for also helping yourselves, the humanity, and helping us all to heal as well.
Thanks, Dave.
Thank you.
I want to get a few more comments, and then I think we may be wrapping here shortly.
You need to
So
get your pajama pants on and go to bed, young man.
I do. I will for sure. So this is from Sarah. Seen a screening in St. Petersburg, bought a copy on Amazon. Excellent source of information on cholesterol. Thank you so much, Sarah.
Thank you, Sarah.
We have another one from Kathy Smith. I watched the movie today. Excellent. A friend watched it with me, and she learned so much and is going to share it with her friends and family. Fantastic. This one is from Mark. Just told my PCP provider to stream it.
Oh, nice.
Way to go, Dave. It was excellent. Thank you. And dementia, cancer, heart issues are all impacted by having healthy outlook about cholesterol. Thanks so much for sharing this. And last but not least, I cannot wait to watch. Thank you. Thank you, Renee.
Oh, that's awesome.
Now, what's next with the movie, Dave? How long is there a timeline of how long it's going to be on Amazon? What do we need to do to get it to stay on Amazon?
Because it's our turn, people. It's our turn to get it into the hands of other people. So, like, Dave has done this hard work, and so is Sharon. It's our time.
Yeah. So basically, this is it. It's, first of all, it's out there. We kept the price really low. It's just $2.99 to rent. But more people will see it if it ultimately gets added to the major catalog. So if there are enough people who watch it, and it is also helpful if there's ratings and reviews, only honest ones. We're not asking for anything in particular. That can be meaningful. We don't know by how much, but it can be meaningful. So whether Amazon decides to take it to the major catalog and then turn it to Prime Video, which means anybody could watch it and it's free. It's also possible that it, might even get promoted. It might end up in the top. Almost nothing ends up in like the top rankings unless it goes to the Prime catalog. By the way, sorry, I'm losing my voice. It's been a bit of a stream.
Not surprising.
Now, will it only be on Amazon, or is it eventually going to make other streaming platforms for people to be able to purchase it?
I think right now it's also on YouTube for rent, and it's also on Google Play. So,
okay, but not iTunes.
Not iTunes. We're right now promoting predominantly to Amazon, but I'm glad you mentioned that. It is also available for people who don't have Amazon or just prefer not to. They can get on YouTube or Google Play. However, importantly, it's mainly in English-speaking territories. It's in the U.S., it's in Canada, although also in French-speaking territories, the UK, and Australia.
And can it be gifted? That was my last question for you. Do you know if somebody's allowed to like purchase it and send it to somebody, like an email link as a gift? Because I think this is a great gift. If you have friends and family members that are, even if they're worried about you, like they're eating the standard American diet, but they're worried about you, this is a video, like have them just watch this movie. Hey, calm down, watch this movie.
I actually don't know if you can gift a specific movie.
We're going to find out.
Yeah. Find out and let me know.
I will let you know.
It will eventually be on what's called AVOD, or advertisement video on demand, but that'll be more in the summer. And so if anybody can't watch it now and they want to watch it, just give it a little bit of time. This is normal, especially for a documentary, that they're going wide in a major testing environment before getting into it. It gets really expensive to do all the translations and all the other stuff. But that's all, getting worked out. I'll talk to Jen and the aggregator at some point to get a better sense. But it depends a lot on what happens over the next 48 to 72 hours. The next 48 to 72 hours are pretty crucial. That's why I call this vertical weekend. That's why we're doing the super stream. Is the more people who are watching it now, the better our shot.
So everybody needs to, if you've watched it, recommend it to people, get everybody to watch it this weekend.
It's such a powerful thing. The opportunity that we have as a community to promote this truly grassroots effort to get this information in the hands of people. As you're gonna, I don't want to spoil anything, but spoiler alert, it's not going to come from like the top down.
No,
it really isn't. And it really emphasized. I think that was one of the most moving moments in the documentary, was that realization of like, oh no, if we as individuals in a grassroots effort do not take this door to door, step by step, this is not going to reach the whole world like it needs to reach the whole world.
Well, as our friend Dr. Berry has said over and over again, like, listen, if you're waiting for medicine, for big pharma and for all of the doctors in the medical schools to go, aha, it's not going to happen. It's going to take our work, our effort, and our results, and then to finally start noticing research like Dave's and go, we might want to start looking at this.
But isn't that an awesome thing? We are not powerless, and we have this opportunity to spread the word and be a part of it. And thank you for giving us that opportunity. We have a voice because you made this movie.
And I do want to say thank you to everybody who actually volunteered to be in your study, because without them, that was a bold move in itself. I mean, and for those of you who don't know, Dave's not going to tell you to do this, but I'm going to tell you to do this to further the Citizen Scientists Foundation. If you want to get your labs and stuff, go to Own Your Labs.
Please.
And when you go to Own Your Labs, one of the things that you have an option to do is there's a little button. First of all, you're going to pay less money to get your labs through Own Your Labs than you're probably going to pay for a copay when you go to your doctor. But down on the bottom, there's a little box, and you can allow Dave and the team to use your information anonymously. Correct, Dave?
Correct. It's anonymized. Yeah.
So to further research, and then you get a discount for it. So by you volunteering to do that anonymously, you further the cause and you get cheap labs.
Yeah, no, thank you for the plug. And actually, we don't have it available yet, but we will have it available without restriction outside of attribution for the Citizen Science Data Archive is what that's for. But it's to help citizen science overall. It's for the larger cause for all of us, right? So it's not even proprietary data for us. That's part of the problem, is that too much of this data is proprietary to the teams that do it. And we wanted Own Your Labs to be a force for citizen science, as well as, as a way for people to get their labs.
That's awesome.
But I do want to thank you, Rachel. You couldn't have put it better. All the research that we've done up until this point, including everything that was captured in the movie, it was to get it in our hands so that we got that part done right. The research has to get done separately. The thing that we've counted on and that's made this work, that's made the research get out there, is not just getting into the literature, because in the literature, of course, you would love it if the institutions would go, yes, let's take this. Let's make sure it gets presented across all these different conferences. It's not going to happen. How it really gets out is how we've been doing it this whole time, is grassroots. It just takes all of us together. So I'm not always great about asking for things. Right now, I'm definitely asking. Please share this movie. Please allow people to have the opportunity to find this science and know about it. Allow for there to be more Joes and Rachels in the world, because they would like there to be more Joes and Rachels. Find these solutions that people may not know exists, and then have this answer that we're seeking regarding cholesterol be something that's on the forefront for all of us, so that we can finally move forward and get this done.
Thank you for being willing to ask the question, despite the fact that you're an engineer and not like, a doctor. That I think the audacity to be like, wait a second, explain this to me. Let's go through this research. Let's go on this journey. Like, that was a bold move. And I think that you've really encouraged all of us to ask questions. And that's such a powerful thing, right?
Yeah. And let's face it, that's where we all start. It's not really a spoiler, but I will say I loved having that as one of the last sentences in the film, is where I say, it's human nature. It's human nature for us to be curious. And that's what science really is, right? Is at the end of the day, it's truth seeking. And that's what we need. I'm getting some signals. Okay, so actually it looks as if we're getting close to wrapping. I'm about to expire myself anyways.
You need to go rest.
That's right.
Dave, thank you very much for having us
Thank you.
on.
What a
Thank you
blessing
for
you are.
everything you do. And go get a much needed rest with Sharon.
Yes, will do. And I want to thank you both for coming on last minute, because I know you guys didn't know about it until like literally I think yesterday or something like that.
Oh, we're tickled.
Yeah, so I really appreciate you guys being able to come on. And for the stream, we're actually going to end with the trailer. Just one last shout out to everybody. I really appreciate all the support. I appreciate all the great comments, and keep spreading the word. So
Thank you.
Thank you again, Joe and Rachel. We'll see you later.
Bye.
A new report is shedding light on the risks associated with some popular eating plans. A new report is shedding light on the risks associated with some popular eating plans.
These diets that were very low in carbohydrates raise the risk for bad cholesterol, and that is a risk factor for heart disease.
If you have that much fat, the bad cholesterol goes up, increasing your risk of heart problems.
All over the world, people are looking for ways to live a healthier life. People who suffered, sometimes for decades, with chronic illness, and then a simple change in diet turns it all around.
My symptoms all improved dramatically.
It literally felt like the lights had come on.
Changing my diet had such a night and day effect on my mental health.
So many people have found their solution in a ketogenic diet.
His diabetes is completely under control.
For some medical conditions, and for some individuals, it seems to be a lifeline, and yet they have this one problem.
I was in the best shape I'd ever been in, yet one lab number was saying that this was bad.
My life changed like that.
Modern medicine believes that ketogenic diets can also kill us.
Straight out, LDL cholesterol causes heart disease and stroke.
The cholesterol went through the roof.
My LDL is way up.
It was the highest I've seen it.
We're doing everything right. Why is this happening?
There's an assumption that if someone starts a ketogenic diet, automatically you increase your risk of heart disease.
I just knew how good I felt, but I did freak out a little.
I was really scared.
But what if modern medicine is wrong? What if this isn't a medical problem, but a scientific opportunity?
What if we take a look at healthy people and see if cholesterol matters the same?
So this is kind of the big money shot.
Well, what the heck is going on?
I have to know if this is a problem.
Wow, what a revelation.
Earth-shaking in the world of health.
It takes somebody with completely fresh eyes.
He's an outsider, starting to sort of upend medicine.
There's no money without industry, and there's not an industry for a ketogenic diet.
I'm hoping that this changes the science going forward.
There was a joy in her that I hadn't seen in a very long time.
I think there's a paradigm shift happening, but we're at the very beginning of it.
People need to understand what they eat affects everything.
Okay, so I wanted to just do one final goodbye. I'm glad we got the trailer at the last second. Again, to thank everyone, to please, of course, consider going to cholesterolcodemovie.com if you want to get the direct link to Amazon to watch it on Amazon. But also, just as a heads up, again, it is also available on YouTube and Google Play. But lastly, just that I appreciate everybody who really. I've gotten a few messages. Some of you have actually sat through this entire stream, which is crazy, and I guess that includes Jen Eisenhart. Has been like listening to it through their road trip, not the entirety, but I'm stunned. Everybody who's had the endurance to roll it all the way through. I myself thought that I'd need more breaks. I have to show you guys something real quick, just for humor. I went through all 3 of these, so I have a pretty good idea that once I get up, I'll probably need a bathroom break. But I managed to go this whole time without a bathroom break. I don't know if I should be concerned about that or not. Anyway, thank you all for joining me, and thank you all so much for your support of this research and of this movie. And I hope you all enjoy it, and I hope you all will consider sharing it. Thank you all again. Cheers.